Welcome to Ben 10 What If. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Ben 10 became the Batman and had Gotham Harem? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1. The new night rain drummed against the windshield of Ben Tennyson's car as he crossed Gotham's city limits, the "Welcome to Gotham" sign appearing ghostly in his headlights before vanishing into the darkness behind him. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the city's jagged skyline for a brief moment, all Gothic spires and industrial smokestacks jutting upward like accusing fingers. Perfect, Ben muttered to himself. Because it wouldn't be Gotham without the ominous thunderstorm welcome package. At 26, Ben Tennyson was no longer the carefree 10-year-old who had found the Omnitrix during a summer vacation, nor even the cocky teenager who had saved the universe more times than he could count. His face had hardened, green eyes shadowed beneath heavy brows, a thin scar running along his jawline, a souvenir from Vilgax's last attempt to take the Omnitrix 3 years ago. The watch-like device on his wrist had evolved too. No longer the bulky contraption of his youth, the Omnitrix now resembled a sleek smartwatch with green accents, capable of transforming him into over 70 different alien forms. He'd mastered it completely, or so he thought until 6 months ago, when everything had fallen apart. Ben flexed his fingers on the steering wheel, trying not to think about it. About her. About them. He needed a fresh start, and Gotham, with its perpetual darkness and reputation for trouble, seemed as good a place as any to disappear. His cousin Gwen had called him crazy when he told her where he was headed. Gotham? Are you serious? She'd asked over the phone. That place has its own brand of crazy that even you haven't dealt with. That's exactly why I'm going, Ben had replied. They need help there. They have Batman, Gwen had countered. Ben had hesitated then. Not anymore. Not for the past 3 months, according to the news. The absence of Gotham's Dark Knight had been a small headline in most places, but Ben had noticed. The world needed heroes, and right now, Gotham needed one more than most. As he navigated the rain-slicked streets toward his new apartment in the old Gotham district, Ben couldn't help but notice the changes in the city since Batman's disappearance. Police cars raced past with sirens blaring. Shadowy figures huddled in alleys, conducting transactions that certainly weren't legal. Even the few pedestrians braving the downpour walked quickly, eyes down, shoulders hunched. Fear had reclaimed Gotham's streets. Ben pulled into the underground parking of his apartment building, a renovated factory that now housed lofts. It wasn't luxurious, but it was private, and the rent was manageable thanks to the money he'd saved from his past plumber work. The intergalactic peacekeeping force had paid well, and Ben had rarely spent much of it during his active years. His loft was Spartan, just a bed, desk, couch, and kitchen essentials. He dropped his duffel bag on the floor and walked to the windows that dominated one wall, looking out over the city. Lightning flashed again, and in that moment, Ben could have sworn he saw a bat-shaped shadow glide between buildings. But when the lightning faded, there was nothing there. Just seeing things, he muttered, running a hand through his brown hair. Ben unpacked quickly, setting up his laptop and connecting to the internet. His first order of business was to check the local news sites. The headlines told him everything he needed to know: crime wave continues, robbery rates up 200%, Arkham breakout, Crane still at large, Batman, gone for good? Mysterious disappearances plague Gotham. That last one caught his attention. Ben clicked on the article, reading about 5 students who had vanished from Gotham University's campus over the past 2 weeks. No bodies, no evidence of struggle, just, gone. The police had no leads. Looks like I found my first case, Ben said to himself, closing the laptop. He walked to his duffel bag and pulled out a small case. Inside was a modified plumber badge that Gwen had helped him create. It could scan for alien tech, function as a universal translator, and, most importantly, create a holographic disguise. Because if Ben Tennyson was going to become Gotham's new protector, he couldn't do it as himself. The Omnitrix made him too recognizable, too much of a target. And Gotham's criminals wouldn't fear a hero known for transforming into aliens, they would see him as a freak, not a symbol. No, Gotham needed Batman. And for now, Ben would have to become him. The next morning, Ben stood in line at Gotham Central Coffee, trying to ignore the exhaustion pulling at him. He'd spent most of the night researching the disappearances and mapping the university campus. Coffee was a necessity. "Let me guess," said the barista when he reached the counter, "you're new to Gotham." Ben raised an eyebrow. "That obvious?" She smiled, tucking a strand of red hair behind her ear. "You haven't developed the Gotham hunch yet. Give it time, the constant fear of being mugged will fix your posture." "I'll try to look forward to it," Ben replied with a half-smile. "Large black coffee, please." Bold choice for a newcomer. Most people go for something sweeter to offset the general misery. She started preparing his drink. "I'm Stephanie, by the way." "Stephanie Brown." "Ben Tennyson." He handed her a $5 bill. "What's worth seeing in Gotham that isn't listed in the tourist guides?" Stephanie laughed. "Tourist guides to Gotham. Those would be short. Step 1, don't." She handed him his coffee. "But if you're sticking around, the university library has an amazing rare book collection. I work there part-time when I'm not serving caffeine to the masses." "Gotham University?" Ben asked, suddenly more interested. "I was thinking of checking it out today." Something flickered in Stephanie's eyes, concern, perhaps. "Be careful there. Some weird stuff's been happening lately." "The disappearances?" Stephanie nodded, glancing around before leaning closer. "I knew 2 of them. Good people. Just, gone. And the cops aren't doing squat." Ben took a sip of his coffee. "Why not?" "Because they're stretched thin since Batman vanished," she said, lowering her voice. "And because the victims are all scholarship students from the Narrows. Not exactly high priority." A customer behind Ben cleared his throat impatiently. "I should go," Ben said. "Thanks for the coffee. And the warning." "Sure thing," Stephanie replied. "Maybe I'll see you at the library." Ben nodded and headed for the door, almost colliding with a woman entering. She wore dark sunglasses despite the cloudy day, and her black hair was pulled back in a tight bun. There was something purposeful about her movements that made Ben step aside instinctively. "Sorry," he muttered. She said nothing, merely adjusting her course without breaking stride. As Ben exited onto the street, he caught a glimpse of the woman at the counter. Stephanie's body language had completely changed, she stood straighter, her casual demeanor replaced by something almost wary. Interesting. But he had other priorities today. Gotham University sprawled across several city blocks, its architecture a blend of modern glass structures and Gothic revival buildings that seemed more like cathedrals than places of learning. Ben walked the campus with his coffee, observing students hurrying between classes. There was a tension in the air that hadn't been present at his own university years ago. He made his way to the library, a massive stone building with gargoyles perched along its roof. Inside, the atmosphere shifted immediately, quieter, calmer, almost reverent. Towering bookshelves stretched upward, connected by spiral staircases and narrow catwalks. At the circulation desk, Ben spotted Stephanie shelving books. She looked up as he approached. "Mr. Tourist," she said with a smile. "Finding Gotham to your liking?" "The coffee's good," Ben replied. "I was hoping you could point me toward some local history. Specifically, anything about the university's past. Research project or personal interest?" She asked, coming around the desk. "Let's call it curiosity. I've heard this place has some interesting stories." Stephanie led him through the stacks to a section marked Gotham History. "Most of what you're looking for will be here," she said. "But the really good stuff is in special collections." She pointed to a glass door at the far end of the library. You need special permission to access those, though. Who gives that permission? Ben asked. Dr. Jonathan Crane used to oversee special collections, but he's been unavailable lately. Now it's Dr. Barbara Gordon. Stephanie checked her watch. She should be in her office now if you want to ask. Thanks, Ben said. I might do that. After Stephanie returned to her desk, Ben browsed the history section, pulling out books on Gotham University's founding and development. One title caught his eye, The Architecture of Fear, Gotham's Institutional Design, by Dr. Jonathan Crane. The name matched the Arkham escapee mentioned in the news. Ben flipped through the book, finding passages highlighted by previous readers. Fear is the architect of Gotham's soul. Its buildings are designed to intimidate, to remind citizens of their insignificance. The university's labyrinthine design serves a dual purpose, to confuse outsiders and to provide numerous places for observation. Ben tucked the book under his arm and continued his search. After gathering several volumes, he found a quiet corner to read. According to the histories, Gotham University had been built atop the ruins of an older structure, an asylum predating Arkham. Tunnels supposedly connected various buildings on campus, originally designed to transport patients without exposing them to public view. Most interesting were the references to a society called the Court that had allegedly influenced the university's design and curriculum from its founding. Details were sparse, dismissed by most historians as urban legend. After an hour of research, Ben decided it was time to meet Dr. Gordon. He approached the Special Collections office and knocked on the frosted glass door. "Come in," called a woman's voice. Ben entered to find a spacious office dominated by computer screens. Behind a desk sat a red-headed woman in a wheelchair, glasses perched on her nose as she studied one of the monitors. She looked up as Ben entered, her expression curious but guarded. "Dr. Gordon?" Ben asked. "That's me," she replied. "And you are?" "Ben Tennyson. I'm new to Gotham, doing some research on local history. I was told you might be able to help me access special collections." Barbara Gordon studied him for a moment. "What specifically are you researching, Mr. Tennyson?" "The university's architectural history," Ben said, holding up Crane's book. "And its connection to some of Gotham's older institutions." Something flickered across her face, recognition, perhaps. "That's one of Dr. Crane's works." Her tone remained neutral, but Ben sensed caution. "Yes," Ben said. "I understand he's no longer with the university." "He's currently on leave," Barbara replied diplomatically. "His research took an unfortunate turn toward the unethical." She wheeled herself from behind the desk. "What's your real interest in Gotham University, Mr. Tennyson?" Ben hesitated. This woman was sharper than he'd anticipated. "The recent disappearances," he admitted. "I think there might be a connection to the university's history." Barbara's expression hardened. "Are you with the police? A reporter?" "Neither," Ben said. "Just someone who wants to help." "Gotham has enough amateur detectives," she said coolly. "What makes you qualified to investigate something the GCPD can't solve?" Ben met her gaze. "I have experience with unusual cases." "Do you now?" Barbara's fingers tapped rhythmically on her wheelchair's armrest. "And what kind of experience would that be?" Before Ben could answer, the door opened and a tall, gray-haired man in a police uniform entered. "Barb, we need to talk about," he stopped, seeing Ben. "Sorry, didn't know you had a visitor." "It's fine, Dad," Barbara said. "This is Mr. Tennyson. He's interested in the campus disappearances." Commissioner James Gordon, Ben recognized him from news reports, gave Ben a measuring look. "Professional interest or personal?" "Personal," Ben admitted. "I've heard that the victims were all scholarship students." "Is that correct?" Gordon's eyes narrowed. "Where did you hear that?" "Around campus," Ben said vaguely. "Is it true?" The commissioner exchanged a glance with his daughter. "Yes," he finally said. But that information hasn't been released to the public. And they all disappeared from the same area of campus. Ben pressed. What exactly is your stake in this, son? Gordon asked, his tone hardening. Ben decided on a partial truth. I used to work in security. Specialized in unusual cases. I thought I might be able to help. We don't need civilian interference, Gordon said firmly. Especially not in Gotham. Things work differently here. Because of Batman? Ben asked. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Batman isn't around anymore, Gordon said flatly. And we don't need someone trying to take his place. Leave the investigation to the professionals. Ben nodded respectfully. Of course, Commissioner. I was just curious. Curiosity can get you killed in this city, Gordon warned. He turned to Barbara. I'll call you later. After the commissioner left, Barbara studied Ben with renewed interest. You've managed to annoy my father within 30 seconds of meeting him. That's actually impressive. Sorry, Ben said. I didn't mean to overstep. Yes, you did, Barbara countered. But I'm curious why. She wheeled back behind her desk and typed something on her keyboard. Benjamin Kirby Tennyson, age 26, born in Bellwood. Bachelor's degree in international relations. No criminal record. She looked up at him. But there are some interesting gaps in your history. Periods where you seem to drop off the grid entirely. Ben stiffened. You just ran a background check on me. Welcome to Gotham, Barbara said with a thin smile. We don't trust easily here. She closed whatever program she'd been using. Special collections requires a university ID or a research pass. Since you're neither a student nor affiliated with an academic institution, I'm afraid I can't help you. Ben recognized the dismissal. Thank you for your time, Dr. Gordon. As he reached the door, Barbara called after him. Mr. Tennyson. Whatever you're planning, be careful. Gotham has a way of turning good intentions into tragedy. Ben nodded and left, feeling Barbara's eyes on him until the door closed. That night, Ben stood on his apartment rooftop, dressed in black, the Omnitrix gleaming on his wrist. He'd spent the afternoon mapping the disappearance sites and researching Dr. Jonathan Crane's background. The former psychology professor had specialized in phobias before becoming the masked villain known as Scarecrow, who used chemical compounds to induce terror in his victims. Crane had escaped Arkham 3 months ago, around the same time Batman had disappeared. That couldn't be coincidence. Ben activated the modified plumber badge, and a holographic disguise shimmered around him. The technology wasn't perfect, it couldn't create physical objects, but it projected the image of Batman's cowl and cape over Ben's features. At a distance, in the dark, it would be convincing enough. For the physical elements, Ben had done his best with what was available: reinforced black body armor purchased from a specialized sporting goods store, composite gloves with gripping surfaces, and boots designed for urban climbing. Nothing as sophisticated as the real Batman's gear, but it would have to do. Ben looked at the Omnitrix. Using alien transformations would blow his cover, but he might not have a choice if things got dangerous. Better to have the option than not. He took a deep breath and activated the transformation. Big chill, he whispered as his body morphed into the moth-like necrophrygian alien, blue and ghost-like, with the ability to become intangible and fly. Staying invisible, Big Chill launched into the night sky, the holographic Batman disguise deactivating during the transformation. He would reactivate it when he arrived at his destination. Flying over Gotham gave Ben a new perspective on the city. From above, its layout resembled a massive web, with the oldest districts at the center and newer developments spreading outward. The university campus stood out as a dark island amid the city lights, many of its Gothic buildings unilluminated. Big Chill descended toward the area where the most recent disappearance had occurred, a courtyard near the psychology building. Landing silently, he transformed back to human form and reactivated the holographic disguise. The courtyard was empty, stone benches arranged in a circle around a statue of the university's founder. Ben moved quietly, scanning for anything unusual. The Omnitrix could detect certain energy signatures, but nothing registered. A soft sound caught his attention, footsteps on gravel. Ben melted into the shadows behind the statue, watching as a figure emerged from the psychology building. A woman in dark clothing, moving with silent confidence. In her hand was what appeared to be an electronic scanner of some kind. As she turned, moonlight illuminated her face, and Ben recognized her, the woman from the coffee shop that morning. Without the sunglasses, he could see sharp, intelligent eyes surveying the courtyard methodically. She was hunting for something, or someone. Ben considered his options. Confronting her might reveal valuable information, but it could also scare her away if she was connected to the disappearances. Better to follow her for now. The woman approached one of the benches and crouched down, running her fingers along its underside. She retrieved something small, a device no larger than a coin, and examined it before slipping it into her pocket. Then she froze, her head turning sharply in Ben's direction. "I know you're there," she said, her voice calm but carrying a dangerous edge. "Step out where I can see you." Ben remained still, calculating. His cover wasn't perfect, but in the shadows, with the holographic disguise. "Fine," she said, reaching into her jacket. "We'll do this the hard way." She pulled out a whip, the end cracking against the ground with a sound like a gunshot. Ben reacted instinctively, diving to the side as the whip lashed through the air where he'd been standing. "Batman's back," she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Except you're not him, are you?" She struck again, the whip wrapping around Ben's ankle. With a powerful jerk, she pulled his leg out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. The holographic disguise flickered momentarily. Ben rolled to his feet, keeping his face in shadow. "Who are you?" he demanded, deepening his voice. "That's my question," she replied, circling him slowly. "Because the real Batman wouldn't have fallen for that trick. And he certainly wouldn't need a disguise." She struck again, the whip aiming for his face. Ben caught it mid-strike, wrapping it around his arm and pulling hard. The woman stumbled forward, surprised by his strength, but recovered with a graceful flip, landing just feet away from him. "Not bad," she conceded. "But still not him." "I never said I was," Ben replied, releasing the whip. The woman tilted her head, studying him. "Then why the disguise? Gotham has enough costumed freaks without adding another to the mix." "I'm investigating the disappearances," Ben said. "Same as you, I'm guessing." "What makes you think that?" she asked, coiling her whip. "The scanner. The device you collected. You're tracking something." Ben gestured to her pocket. "Mind telling me what it is?" Instead of answering, the woman reached up and pulled off what Ben now realized was a wig, revealing shorter dark hair beneath. "Selina Kyle," she introduced herself. "And you are?" Ben hesitated, then deactivated the holographic disguise. "Ben Tennyson." Selina's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the Omnitrix. Well. The alien shapeshifter. "Your reputation precedes you." "As does yours, Catwoman," Ben replied, recognizing the name from his research into Gotham's prominent figures. "Thief, occasional ally of Batman, complicated relationship status." She smirked. "Don't believe everything you read. Now, care to explain why you're pretending to be Batman?" "Gotham needs him," Ben said simply. "And since he's gone, who says he's gone?" Selina interrupted. "The news, the rising crime rate, the fact that Scarecrow is on the loose," Ben counted off. "Plus, you wouldn't be doing your own investigating if Batman was around." Selina's expression tightened. "Fair point. But that doesn't explain why you're here. Gotham's not your usual territory." "5 people have vanished without a trace," Ben said. "That's reason enough." Selina studied him for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. She pulled the small device from her pocket and held it up. Tracking beacon, she explained. They've been placed at various locations around campus. This is the third I've found. Who placed them? Ben asked. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Selina replied. But they're sophisticated, military grade or better. And they're all focused on areas where the missing students were last seen. Ben frowned. So someone was tracking them before they disappeared. Or the beacons are what made them disappear, Selina suggested. Some kind of teleportation technology, maybe. Ben took the device, examining it closely. Not like any teleporter I've seen. But there's definitely an energy signature. He activated the Omnitrix's scanner function, passing it over the beacon. Quantum fluctuations. Whatever this is, it's bending space somehow. Selina raised an eyebrow. Impressive toy you've got there. It's more than a toy, Ben said, handing the beacon back. But I'm guessing you already know that. I make it my business to know things, Selina confirmed. Especially about people who might be useful. She tucked the beacon away. So, Ben Tennyson, want to pool resources? I know Gotham, you know weird science stuff. Seems like a winning combination. Before Ben could answer, a piercing scream cut through the night, coming from the science building across the courtyard. Or we could just follow the screaming, Selina said, already moving. Ben activated the Omnitrix, cycling through alien forms. XLR-8, he called out, transforming into the velociraptor-like alien capable of moving at incredible speeds. He raced past a startled Selina, reaching the science building in seconds. Inside, the hallways were dark except for emergency lighting. XLR-8 zipped through corridors, following the sound of distressed sobbing to a chemistry lab. A young woman was backed against a wall, staring in horror at something Ben couldn't see. Her face was contorted in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks as she mumbled incoherently. Hello. XLR-8 called out. Are you hurt? The woman didn't seem to hear him, her eyes fixed on an empty space in the center of the room. Please, she whimpered, make them stop crawling. Make them stop. Ben transformed back to human form just as Selina arrived, breathing hard from her sprint. What happened? She asked. I'm not sure, Ben replied, approaching the terrified student carefully. Hey, it's okay. You're safe now. When he touched her shoulder, the woman screamed again, recoiling as if burned. They're everywhere. Can't you see them? The spiders. Ben and Selina exchanged glances. Fear toxin, Selina said grimly. Scarecrow's been here. Ben looked around the lab, noticing an air vent above the woman's workstation. It could have been targeted, delivered right to her through the ventilation system. Selina moved to the lab table, examining the abandoned experiment. She's a research assistant, she said, pointing to an ID badge. Caitlin Foster. Scholarship student? Ben asked. Selina checked the badge. Yes. Full ride. She looked up at Ben. That's 6 now. Ben knelt before the terrified woman, trying to make eye contact. Caitlin, we're going to help you. But I need to know, did you see who did this to you? Caitlin's eyes darted around, seeing threats that weren't there. He came from the shadows, she gasped. Burlap face. Said I was, part of the experiment now. Scarecrow, Ben confirmed. He turned to Selina. We need to get her medical attention. No hospitals, Selina said firmly. Crane's fear toxin needs a specific antidote. The hospital won't have it. Then where do we take her? Selina hesitated, then sighed. I know someone who can help. But you're not going to like it. 30 minutes later, Ben found himself in a clock tower in the heart of Old Gotham, watching as Barbara Gordon prepared an injection for the still trembling Caitlin Foster. Hold her arms steady, Barbara instructed Ben, who complied while Selina kept Caitlin's attention focused away from the needle. This will counteract the toxin, Barbara explained as she administered the injection. She'll be disoriented for a while, but the hallucinations should fade within the hour. Ben looked around the space, taking in the advanced computer setup, medical equipment, and wall of monitors displaying various parts of Gotham. This was clearly more than just the office of a university librarian. "Nice place," he commented. "Very, Batcave-like." Barbara shot him a look as she finished with Caitlin. "You can put her on the couch. She needs to rest." Once Caitlin was settled, Barbara wheeled herself to her computer station, gesturing for Ben and Selina to follow. "So," she said, turning to face them, the alien hero and the cat burglar, working together. "I'd say I'm surprised, but it's been that kind of year." "You knew who I was this morning," Ben realized. "Of course I did," Barbara replied. "The Omnitrix isn't exactly a secret in certain circles. What I didn't know was why you were in Gotham, pretending to be interested in university architecture." While pretending to be Batman at night, Selina added with a smirk. Ben crossed his arms. "And who exactly are you, Dr. Gordon? Because this setup suggests you're more than just a librarian." Barbara's fingers danced across her keyboard, bringing up files on her monitors, police reports, medical records, student files for each of the missing persons. "I'm Oracle," she said simply. "I see things, know things, connect things." "Batman's information specialist," Ben said, recalling his research. "Among other things," Barbara confirmed. "And yes, before you ask, I know where he is." "No, I won't tell you." "And yes, his absence is connected to Crane's escape, but not in the way you might think." She pulled up an image on the main screen, a security camera still showing a figure in a burlap mask injecting something into a security guard's neck. This was taken the night Crane escaped Arkham. "Notice anything unusual?" Ben studied the image. "The guard isn't fighting back. He looks cooperative." "Exactly," Barbara said. "Crane didn't just escape, he was helped out by multiple Arkham staff members who should have been stopping him." "Mind control?" Ben suggested. "Something like that," Barbara agreed. "But not Crane's usual MO. He's always used fear, not compliance. This suggests he's either developed a new compound or he's working with someone," Selina finished. Barbara nodded. "The night Batman disappeared, he was investigating a connection between Crane and a group called the Court of Owls. I read about them today," Ben said. "Most sources dismiss them as urban legend." "Most sources aren't looking hard enough," Barbara replied, bringing up new images, ancient symbols carved into stonework, blurry photographs of masked figures, architectural blueprints of Gotham with strange markings. "The court has controlled Gotham from the shadows for centuries. They use assassins called Talons to eliminate threats. And Batman became a threat," Ben concluded. "Yes," Barbara said quietly. "He got too close to something. The last thing he told me was that Crane had developed a new toxin for them, something that could target specific fears with surgical precision." Selina held up the tracking beacon she'd found. "And these?" Barbara examined it. "Part of the delivery system, perhaps. Or a way to identify targets." She connected it to her computer, running diagnostic software. "The quantum signature is similar to technology the court has used before, devices that can create pocket dimensions, hidden spaces within our reality." "So the missing students aren't just missing," Ben said, "they're trapped somewhere." "It's possible," Barbara agreed. "But why these specific students? What connects them besides their scholarships? Their fields of study, maybe?" Selina suggested. Barbara pulled up their academic records. Biochemistry, quantum physics, psychology, computer science, and neurochemistry. She frowned. All sciences that could contribute to understanding or manipulating human consciousness. They're recruiting, Ben realized. Or experimenting. Either way, the students are being used for their knowledge. A soft moan from the couch interrupted them. Caitlin was stirring, the worst of the fear toxin's effects apparently wearing off. Ben approached her carefully. Caitlin. How are you feeling? She blinked up at him, confusion evident in her eyes. What, where am I? Who are you people? Friends, Ben assured her. You were exposed to a chemical in your lab. Do you remember anything about what happened? Caitlin pushed herself up, looking around nervously. There was a man, with a mask. He said I was perfect for the final phase. That my fear was, pure. She shuddered. He sprayed something in my face, and then, spiders. Everywhere. Did he say anything else? Barbara pressed gently. Anything about the others who disappeared? Caitlin's eyes widened. He said I'd be joining them soon. That we were all part of something bigger. She clutched Ben's arm suddenly. He had a symbol on his sleeve, an owl, I think. I only saw it for a second. The three exchanged glances. Caitlin, Barbara said, we need to keep you somewhere safe. The man who attacked you, Dr. Crane, he's dangerous, and he might come back for you. I can't just disappear, Caitlin protested. I have classes, research. Your life is more important, Selina cut in. Trust me, you don't want to end up wherever your classmates have gone. Caitlin looked between them, fear returning to her eyes. Who are you people? Really? Ben made a decision. He activated the Omnitrix, transforming briefly into Diamondhead, a crystalline alien form, before returning to human. Caitlin's jaw dropped. You're Ben 10. The alien hero. Yes, Ben confirmed. And I'm here to help find your missing friends and stop whoever is behind this. But I need you to stay safe while I do that. Okay, Caitlin agreed, still staring at the Omnitrix. But where can I go? I know a place, Selina said. A safe house Batman used for witnesses. It's completely off the grid. Barbara nodded. I'll make the arrangements. She turned to Ben. You realize what this means, right? If the Court of Owls is working with Scarecrow, and they have 5 brilliant science students at their disposal. They're planning something big, Ben finished. Something that involves manipulating fear on a massive scale. And with Batman gone, there's no one to stop them, Selina added. Ben looked between the two women, determination hardening his features. That's where you're wrong. Batman may be gone, but Gotham still has protectors. He raised the Omnitrix. And now it has me too. Barbara studied him for a moment, then nodded slightly. All right, alien boy. Let's see what you're made of. 3 nights later, Ben crouched on a gargoyle overlooking the Gotham Museum of Natural History, the holographic Batman disguise activated. After getting Caitlin to safety, they had spent days analyzing patterns in Crane's movements and the court's activities. Tonight was the museum's annual fundraising gala, an event attended by Gotham's elite, including many suspected court members. If Barbara's analysis was correct, it would be the perfect opportunity for Scarecrow to deploy whatever he and the court had been developing. Oracle, I'm in position, Ben said into the communicator Barbara had given him. Any sign of Crane? Nothing yet, Barbara's voice replied in his ear. Catwoman is inside, mingling with the guests. No suspicious activity so far. Ben scanned the museum entrance, watching Gotham's wealthy and powerful arrive in limousines and luxury cars. Reporters called out questions, flashbulbs popped, and security kept the paparazzi at bay. Remind me why I'm out here while Selina gets to enjoy the party? Ben asked. Because she has an invitation, and you look terrible in a tuxedo, Barbara replied dryly. I'll have you know I clean up nicely, Ben protested, grinning despite himself. Focus, Batman, Barbara said, though he could hear the smile in her voice. Movement on the roof, northeast corner. Ben's eyes snapped to the location, spotting a shadow moving across the museum's glass dome. I see it. Moving to intercept. He activated the Omnitrix, transforming into Stinkfly, a winged insectoid alien, and took to the air, staying high enough to avoid being spotted from below. As he approached the dome, he could make out a figure in dark clothing placing something along the edge of the glass. Ben landed silently behind the figure and transformed back to human, reactivating the Batman disguise. Late for the party, he called out. The figure spun around, and Ben found himself facing a woman in a skin-tight suit with an owl-shaped mask covering the upper half of her face. In her hand was a device similar to the beacon Selina had found at the university. "The bat returns," she said, her voice distorted by the mask. "The court will be most interested." "I'm more interested in what you're doing with that device," Ben replied, stepping forward. The woman moved with inhuman speed, closing the distance between them instantly. A knife appeared in her hand, slashing toward Ben's throat. He barely managed to dodge, the blade missing him by centimeters. This was no ordinary assassin, her movements were too fast, too fluid. "A Talon," Ben realized aloud. "Very good," she replied, circling him. "But you're not him. You move differently. Smell differently." She tilted her head. "What are you?" Instead of answering, Ben lunged forward, aiming a strike at her midsection. The Talon sidestepped easily, her knife finding his arm and drawing blood. Ben winced but pressed his attack, forcing the Talon toward the edge of the roof. He needed to disarm her and get that device. "Oracle," he said through gritted teeth, "I've engaged a Talon on the roof. She's planting devices similar to the university beacons." "Be careful," Barbara warned. "Talons are enhanced, stronger, faster, and nearly impossible to kill." "Now she tells me," Ben muttered as he narrowly avoided another knife strike. The Talon seemed to be studying his movements, learning his patterns. "The court knows about your device," she said suddenly. "The one on your wrist. They're very interested in acquiring it." Ben froze for a split second, long enough for the Talon to land a powerful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling. He rolled with the impact, coming up in a defensive stance. "How do they know about the Omnitrix?" he demanded. The Talon laughed softly. "The court knows everything that happens in Gotham. Including the arrival of Ben Tennyson. She knew his identity. That complicated things." "Tell me about the missing students," Ben said, trying to keep her talking while he planned his next move. "Where are they?" "Contributing to the future of Gotham," the Talon replied. "As all citizens should." She glanced at the device she'd placed. "Their work is nearly complete. Tonight is just the beginning." Ben needed to end this quickly. He activated the Omnitrix, transforming into Wild Mutt, a large, orange, dog-like alien with no eyes but enhanced senses. The Talon hesitated, clearly surprised by the transformation despite knowing about the Omnitrix. Wild Mutt used that moment of uncertainty to charge, tackling her to the ground. With his enhanced strength, he pinned her arms, growling inches from her masked face. "What's happening inside?" Barbara demanded through the communicator. "I've lost visual." Wild Mutt couldn't answer, this form couldn't speak, but the Talon took advantage of his distraction to twist free, delivering a savage blow to his snout. Pain exploded through Wild Mutt's sensitive face, momentarily disorienting him. By the time he recovered, the Talon was gone, having leapt from the roof. Ben transformed back to human form, rushing to the edge, but there was no sign of her below. "Damn it," he muttered, touching his bleeding arm. "Ben. What happened?" Barbara asked urgently. "She got away," Ben replied, moving to examine the device the Talon had left behind. "But she left her little gift behind." He studied it without touching it. "It's different from the university beacons, larger, more complex." "Don't touch it," Barbara warned. "It could be too late." As Ben leaned closer, the device activated, emitting a high-pitched whine. A pale green gas began to pour from its vents. "Fear toxin," Ben exclaimed, stumbling backward. He quickly activated the Omnitrix, transforming into Goop, a gelatinous alien immune to most chemical attacks. The gas surrounded him, but Goop's unique physiology prevented the toxin from affecting him. However, the gas was rapidly spreading, flowing down toward the museum's ventilation intakes. "Oracle, we have a problem," Ben communicated, his voice altered by his alien form. "Scarecrow's toxin is being released into the museum's air system." "Catwoman reports the same thing happening inside," Barbara replied tensely. "Multiple devices activating simultaneously." Ben transformed into Heat Blast, a fiery alien form, and used his flames to superheat the air around the device, incinerating the gas before it could spread further. But he knew it was just one of many. "I'm going inside," he decided, transforming back to human and reactivating the Batman disguise. The toxin's already in the ventilation system. He found a roof access door and hurried down into the museum. Inside, chaos had erupted. Gotham's elite were experiencing their worst fears, some cowered in corners, others lashed out violently at hallucinations, while some stood frozen in terror. Security guards were among the first affected, having positioned themselves near the vents. They fired wildly into the crowds, seeing threats everywhere. Ben ducked as bullets whizzed overhead, diving behind a display case. "Oracle, I need a way to neutralize the toxin throughout the building." "The museum has an emergency fire suppression system," Barbara replied. "If you can reach the main control room and activate it, the water might dilute the toxin enough to reduce its effects." "On it," Ben said, moving through the panicked crowd. He spotted Selina across the room, wearing an elegant black dress, helping guests toward the exits while avoiding the affected guards. Their eyes met briefly before Ben continued toward the control room. As he navigated the corridors, he noticed something odd. Some people seemed completely unaffected by the toxin. They moved with purpose through the chaos, observing rather than participating. Court members, he realized. They must have taken an antidote beforehand. The control room was locked, but a quick transformation into Diamond Head allowed Ben to break through the reinforced door. Inside, he found the museum security chief dead on the floor, a knife wound in his chest. "The Talon beat me here," Ben muttered, examining the fire suppression controls. They had been damaged, deliberately sabotaged. "Oracle, the system's been disabled," he reported. "I need another solution." "The toxin spreads through the air," Barbara replied. "If you can create a vacuum or change the air composition somehow." Ben thought quickly. "I have an idea." He activated the Omnitrix, transforming into Terra-Spin, a turtle-like alien capable of generating powerful winds. Positioning himself in the center of the museum's main hall, Terra-Spin began to spin, creating a massive vortex that pulled the toxin-laden air upward toward the glass dome. As the spinning intensified, the pressure differential cracked the dome, creating an exhaust point for the contaminated air. Ben maintained the transformation for several minutes, until most of the green haze had been sucked out of the building. Then he switched to Big Chill, using his ice powers to create a cooling effect that would help precipitate any remaining toxin out of the air. As the effects of the toxin began to dissipate, the panicked crowd started to recover. Medical teams that had been stationed outside for the gala rushed in to treat the affected. Ben transformed back to human form, the Batman disguise flickering due to damage from the fight with the Talon. He spotted Selina helping an elderly woman to a paramedic and moved to join her. "Are you okay?" he asked. Selina nodded. "Took the antidote before coming." She glanced around. But this wasn't just about causing panic. "Look." She pointed to several people being escorted out by figures in dark suits, people who had been unaffected by the toxin. Among them was a man Ben recognized from news photographs, Maxwell Horton, a billionaire neurotechnologist. "They're taking VIPs, Ben realized. "But why? Kidnapping?" "Not kidnapping," came a raspy voice from behind them. Recruiting. Ben and Selina turned to find themselves facing Scarecrow, his burlap mask giving him a nightmarish appearance in the emergency lighting. Dr. Crane, Ben said, stepping forward. I was wondering when you'd make an appearance. Not Crane, Scarecrow corrected, his head tilting unnaturally. Not anymore. Crane was merely the vessel. I am fear incarnate. Theatrical, Selina commented dryly. But you're still just a man in a mask. Scarecrow laughed, the sound chilling. Am I? Or am I the mask that wears the man? He gestured around at the recovering crowd. Tonight was a demonstration, a test of the court's new acquisition. The students, Ben said. What have you done with them? They've served their purpose, Scarecrow replied. Their brilliant minds helped perfect my formula, a toxin that doesn't just trigger fear, but targets specific phobias with surgical precision. He pointed to different groups of people. See how they all experience different terrors. Customized to their deepest anxieties. Ben noticed that Scarecrow was staying just out of reach, keeping display cases between them. He was stalling. The court is evacuating their chosen recruits, Ben realized. This whole attack was a screening process. Very good, Scarecrow praised mockingly. The worthy reveal themselves through how they handle fear. Those who master it rather than succumb, they are court material. And the students? Selina pressed. Where are they now? Scarecrow spread his arms. Contributing to the next phase. Tonight was just Gotham. Tomorrow. His voice dropped to a whisper. Tomorrow, we remake the world in fear's image. Ben had heard enough. He lunged forward, but Scarecrow was ready, tossing a small sphere that burst into a cloud of concentrated toxin directly in Ben's face. Ben gasped involuntarily, inhaling the gas before he could activate the Omnitrix. Immediately, his vision began to distort. The museum twisted around him, shadows lengthening and deepening. Ben. Selina's voice seemed distant, echoing strangely. From the shadows emerged a familiar figure, Vilgax, Ben's most feared enemy. But not as Ben had last seen him. This Vilgax was larger, more monstrous, dragging the broken bodies of Gwen, Kevin, Grandpa Max. Everyone Ben had ever cared about. You failed them, Vilgax's voice rumbled. As you fail everyone. Ben struggled to remember that this wasn't real, it was the toxin. But the hallucination felt utterly convincing, down to the copper smell of blood and the cold terror gripping his heart. Fight it, Ben, came Selina's voice, cutting through the hallucination. It's not real. Ben fumbled for the Omnitrix, his fingers feeling numb and disconnected from his body. As Vilgax loomed closer, Ben finally managed to activate the device, transforming into Swampfire, a plant-based alien with regenerative abilities and control over plant life. Swampfire's unique biology immediately began counteracting the toxin, metabolizing it and clearing Ben's system. The hallucination wavered and faded, revealing reality once more. Scarecrow was gone, having used the distraction to escape. Selina stood protectively over Ben, her party dress exchanged for her Catwoman outfit, whip at the ready. Welcome back, she said as Ben transformed to human form. You started screaming about someone named Vilgax. Ben rubbed his temples, the after-effects of the toxin leaving him with a pounding headache. Scarecrow slipped away in the chaos, Selina confirmed. But I placed a tracker on him during the confusion. Oracle, Ben called through his communicator. Do you copy? I'm here, Barbara replied, sounding relieved. The police are securing the museum. At least 30 people were escorted out by suspected court members before they arrived. Including Maxwell Horton, Ben said. Scarecrow mentioned that next phase, something bigger than just Gotham. Horton's company specializes in satellite communications technology, Barbara said thoughtfully. They recently launched a new global network capable of broadcasting to any device worldwide. The implications hit Ben like a physical blow. They're planning to broadcast the fear toxin globally. Is that even possible? With the right delivery method, perhaps, Barbara replied. Audiovisual stimuli have been proven to trigger chemical responses in the brain. We need to find those students, Ben said firmly. They're the key to understanding exactly what Scarecrow and the court are planning. Selina checked her tracking device. According to this, Crane is heading toward the industrial district. There's an abandoned pharmaceutical factory there that would be perfect for producing the toxin in large quantities. Ben nodded. Then that's where we're going. He glanced at the recovering gala attendees, many still shaking and confused. But first, let's make sure these people get the help they need. As emergency services took control of the situation, Commissioner Gordon arrived, surveying the scene with a grim expression. His eyes landed on Ben, still partially visible in his damaged Batman disguise, and narrowed suspiciously. We should go, Selina murmured. Gordon's not going to be happy about a Batman imposter. He's not the only one, Ben replied, thinking of the real Dark Knight, wherever he was. I just hope we're doing the right thing. Selina's hand found his arm, squeezing gently. We're trying to save people. That's always the right thing. As they slipped away into the Gotham night, Ben couldn't shake the feeling that they were only seeing the surface of something much darker and more complex. The Court of Owls had operated in Gotham for centuries, and now they had Scarecrow's fear toxin, missing brilliant students, and a global communications network at their disposal. Whatever they were planning, it would take more than one hero to stop them. It would take a team. The abandoned Daggett Pharmaceuticals factory loomed against the night sky, its broken windows like blind eyes staring out over Gotham Harbor. Ben and Selina observed from a neighboring rooftop, watching as figures moved within the darkened building. I count at least a dozen guards, Selina said, lowering her night vision goggles. And they're not regular thugs, they move like talons. Ben frowned. Great. Super assassins. He studied the building's layout on the tablet Barbara had provided. There are 3 main production floors and a basement level. If they're manufacturing the toxin, it would be in the chemical mixing areas on the 2nd floor. And if they're holding the students? Selina asked. Basement would be my guess, Ben replied. More secure, fewer exits. His communicator crackled. I've hacked into what's left of the factory's security system, Barbara's voice reported. Most cameras are dead, but I've got partial coverage of the loading bay. They're moving equipment inside, looks like broadcast hardware. Confirming our global transmission theory, Ben said grimly. Timeline. Based on the equipment, they could be ready within 24 hours, Barbara estimated. Maybe less if the students are cooperating. Ben doubted they were cooperating willingly, which made this a rescue mission as well as a reconnaissance one. We need a distraction, he decided. Something to draw attention away from the basement. Selina grinned. Distraction is my middle name. Well, actually, it's Kyle, but you get the idea. I'll go in through the sewers, Ben said, checking the building schematics again. There's an access point that should connect to the basement level. While I make a dramatic entrance through the skylight, Selina finished. Very Batman of you to take the sewer route, by the way. Ben smiled despite the situation. When in Gotham. He grew serious again. If anything goes wrong, we abort and regroup. These students are the priority. Selina nodded, her playfulness fading. Understood. And Ben? Be careful down there. Scarecrow's toxin will be everywhere. I've got just the alien for that, Ben assured her, activating the Omnitrix and transforming into Wildvine, a plant-like alien with tendrils that could stretch and extend. As Selina moved to position herself for her distraction, Ben made his way to the sewer entrance, his plant form allowing him to squeeze through tight spaces. The sewer tunnels were dark and foul, but Wildvine's senses were more attuned to vibrations and chemical signatures than traditional sight. He followed the tunnel until he found the access point leading up to the factory basement. Using his tendrils to quietly remove the grate, Ben pulled himself up into a dimly lit storage room filled with dusty crates and forgotten equipment. Transforming back to human form, Ben activated the modified plumber badge, projecting the Batman disguise once more. Barbara had repaired it after the museum incident, improving its stability. "Oracle, I'm in," he whispered. "Basement level, east side." "Copy that," Barbara replied. "Catwoman is in position. On your mark." Ben moved silently through the basement, avoiding pools of light cast by sparse overhead fixtures. The place smelled of chemicals and mold, with an underlying scent that reminded him of hospital antiseptic. As he rounded a corner, Ben froze. Ahead was a makeshift laboratory where 5 young people worked at various stations, their movements mechanical and their eyes vacant. Each wore a small device at the base of their skull, some kind of neural control mechanism. The missing students. Ben counted quickly. All 5 were there, working under the supervision of 2 guards with owl masks, court enforcers rather than full talons, based on their less fluid movements. "Found them," Ben whispered into his communicator. "They're alive but being controlled by neural devices." 2 guards. "Can you disable the devices without hurting them?" Barbara asked. "I think so," Ben replied, studying the nearest student. "But I'll need a distraction." "Your wish is my command," Selena's voice purred. Seconds later, a tremendous crash echoed through the building as something heavy smashed through the skylight on the upper floor. Alarms blared. One of the guards ran toward the stairs, leaving a single watchman with the students. Ben waited until the remaining guard turned away, then moved swiftly across the laboratory. He grabbed the guard from behind, one hand over his mouth to prevent him from shouting, and applied pressure to his carotid artery until the man lost consciousness. With the guard subdued, Ben approached the nearest student, a young woman he recognized as a physics major from the files Barbara had shown him. "I'm going to help you," Ben said quietly, examining the device on her neck. It was sophisticated, a small metal disc with tiny filaments that seemed to penetrate the skin. The student didn't respond, continuing her work as if in a trance. Ben activated the Omnitrix's scan function, analyzing the device. "Oracle, these control units are connected to their nervous systems. Removing them improperly could cause permanent damage." "There should be a control frequency," Barbara replied. "If we can identify it, we might be able to deactivate them remotely." Ben heard footsteps above, the distraction was working, but it wouldn't last forever. "No time. I need to try something else." He transformed into gray matter, a tiny, frog-like alien with enhanced intelligence and dexterity. At 4 inches tall, gray matter could see the neural device's components in detail. "Fascinating design," he muttered, his voice high-pitched in this form. "The filaments act as both neural receivers and transmitters. There's a primary control node that regulates the others." Gray matter climbed onto the student's shoulder and began carefully manipulating the device's components, disconnecting key circuits while leaving the filaments intact. Come on," he whispered as he worked. After what felt like an eternity but was actually less than a minute, the device powered down with a soft click. The student gasped, her vacant expression clearing as awareness returned to her eyes. She blinked rapidly, looking around in confusion. Where am I?" she asked, her voice hoarse. Gray matter leapt to her hand where she could see him. "I'm here to help. Stay quiet, there are guards nearby." The young woman stared at the tiny alien in shock. "You're Gray matter." "From Ben 10. "The one and only," Gray matter confirmed. "I'm going to free your friends, but I need you to stay calm and quiet. Can you do that?" She nodded, still dazed but understanding the urgency. Gray matter moved quickly from student to student, disabling each control device with increasing speed as he became familiar with their design. Within minutes, all 5 were free of the mind control, though still disoriented. Ben transformed back to human form, the Batman disguise activating. "I'm getting you out of here," he told them. "Follow me and stay quiet." "Who are you?" one of the male students asked, eyeing the Batman costume suspiciously. "A friend," Ben replied simply. "Oracle, the students are free. We're heading for the exit." "Hurry," Barbara urged. "Catwoman reports heavy resistance on the upper floors. They know something's happening." Ben led the students toward the sewer access point, but they'd only made it halfway across the basement when a chilling voice stopped them in their tracks. "Leaving so soon? But the experiment isn't complete." Scarecrow emerged from the shadows, flanked by two Talons. He looked different from their encounter at the museum, more unhinged, his movements jerky and unpredictable. "The students are leaving with me," Ben said firmly, positioning himself between Scarecrow and the group. "Your experiment is over." Scarecrow tilted his head, the burlap mask somehow conveying amusement despite its fixed expression. "Over? It's only beginning. These brilliant minds have helped create something beautiful, a fear toxin that can be transmitted digitally, embedded in broadcast signals to affect anyone who sees or hears it." One of the students spoke up, her voice trembling. "We were forced to help him." "The neural devices were necessary," Scarecrow interrupted. "Fear focuses the mind, but too much paralyzes it. The court needed your brilliance intact." He spread his arms dramatically. "And thanks to you, tomorrow at noon, when MaxTech launches its new satellite network, every screen, every speaker, every digital device on Earth will transmit my toxin directly into the minds of billions." Global panic, Ben realized. Mass hysteria. "Precisely," Scarecrow agreed. "And from that chaos, the Court of Owls will establish a new world order, one built on controlled fear rather than false hope." Ben assessed their situation quickly. Two Talons and Scarecrow between them and freedom. The students were in no condition to fight. He needed to get them out while dealing with the threat. "Oracle," he whispered. "We need an extraction for the students. Basement level, east side." "Working on it," Barbara replied tensely. Scarecrow took a step forward. "I'm curious, what does the great Ben Tennyson fear most?" "I got a taste at the museum, but here, in the heart of my operation, the toxin concentration is pure." Ben activated the Omnitrix, ready to transform. "Why don't you come closer and find out?" Before Scarecrow could respond, an explosion rocked the upper floors, sending dust and debris raining down. The distraction gave Ben the opening he needed. "Humongosaur," he called, transforming into the massive dinosaur-like alien. Standing 12 feet tall with armored skin, Humongosaur charged the Talons, using his enormous bulk to drive them back. "Run," he shouted to the students. "Through that door, into the sewer tunnel." The students needed no further encouragement, sprinting for the exit while Humongosaur engaged the Talons. Despite their enhanced abilities, the Talons struggled against Humongosaur's raw power and size. Scarecrow, meanwhile, retreated toward a side door, clutching what appeared to be a hard drive, likely containing the digital fear toxin formula. "He's getting away," one of the students shouted. Ben smashed one Talon into a wall with enough force to crack the concrete, then swatted the second away with his powerful tail. "Go. I'll handle Scarecrow." As the students escaped into the tunnel, Ben transformed into XLR-8 and raced after Scarecrow, catching up to him in seconds. "End of the line, Crane," he said, blocking the exit. Scarecrow didn't seem concerned. "Do you think stopping me changes anything? The court has the formula. The broadcast equipment is already in place at MaxTech Tower." He laughed, the sound unnervingly hollow. "And now you've left those poor students all alone in the dark." Ben's blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" "The sewers are the court's domain," Scarecrow said simply. "Their Talons move through them like ghosts. Did you really think that escape route wasn't anticipated?" Ben activated his communicator. "Oracle. The students, I know," Barbara cut in, her voice urgent. Catwoman is heading to intercept. But there's something else, I've been analyzing the factory's power usage. Ben, they've already manufactured the toxin. Enough to affect the entire eastern seaboard if it's released. Scarecrow's body language conveyed his satisfaction. A contingency plan. If the digital broadcast fails, we simply release the aerosol version from strategic points throughout Gotham. Either way, the experiment proceeds. Ben was faced with an impossible choice: pursue Scarecrow and secure the digital formula, or save the students and stop the manufactured toxin from being deployed. In that moment of hesitation, Scarecrow tossed something to the floor, a small sphere that cracked open, releasing a concentrated cloud of fear toxin directly into Ben's face. XLR-8's alien physiology provided some resistance, but not immunity. The world began to warp around Ben, shadows taking the forms of his greatest failures and losses. He saw Grandpa Max disappearing into the null void, Gwen falling from an impossible height, Kevin being consumed by energy absorption. And standing over it all was Vilgax, holding the broken Omnitrix. "You never deserved this power," the hallucination of Vilgax growled. "You squandered it. And now everyone you care about will suffer." Ben struggled against the hallucination, forcing himself to remember it wasn't real. With tremendous effort, he activated the Omnitrix again, transforming into Swampfire to metabolize the toxin. By the time his vision cleared, Scarecrow was gone. Damn it! Ben slammed his fist into the wall, leaving a crater in the concrete. He quickly regained his composure, focusing on the immediate threat. "Oracle, status on the students?" "Catwoman has them," Barbara replied, relief evident in her voice. "They're safe, heading to the clock tower now." At least that was something. Ben transformed back to human form. "And Scarecrow?" "In the wind," Barbara admitted. But one of the students managed to grab something on their way out, technical specifications for the broadcast system. "If we can understand how it works, we might be able to prevent the transmission." Ben moved quickly through the factory, finding his way to the main production floor. As Barbara had warned, massive tanks of fear toxin stood ready, connected to distribution systems that could release it throughout the city. "I need to destroy this," Ben decided. He transformed into Heat Blast and began systematically incinerating the toxin tanks, careful to burn the chemical completely so it wouldn't be released into the air. The process took nearly 20 minutes, during which alarms continued to blare and sporadic explosions rocked the building. Whatever distraction Selina had created on the upper floors was still causing chaos. When the last tank was destroyed, Ben made his way to the roof, where he found Selina waiting, her costume torn and a thin cut across her cheek. "Nice of you to join me," she said dryly. "I've only been fighting off a small army of owl-themed lunatics." "The students?" Ben asked. "Safe with Oracle," Selina confirmed. "But Crane got away with the digital formula." Ben nodded grimly. "So we know their plan: use Maxtech's satellite launch tomorrow to broadcast the fear toxin globally." "Which means our next stop is Maxtech Tower," Selina said, looking toward the gleaming skyscraper that dominated Gotham's financial district. As they prepared to leave the burning factory behind, Ben's communicator activated. "Ben, Selina," Barbara's voice called urgently. "Get back to the clock tower now. The students are talking, and it's worse than we thought." "Much worse." "How could it be worse than a global fear pandemic?" Ben asked. Barbara's voice was grim. "Because the fear toxin is just phase 1. You need to hear this for yourselves." An hour later, Ben and Selina stood in Barbara's clock tower, listening as the freed students explained the full scope of the court's plan. "The digital fear toxin was designed with a specific purpose," explained Sasha Chen, the quantum physics student. "It doesn't just induce random terror, it creates a particular psychological state. Receptiveness." "Receptiveness to what?" Ben asked, dreading the answer. "To suggestion," replied Marcus Washington, the neurochemistry student. "The fear breaks down normal mental barriers, making the subject hypersusceptible to commands embedded within the broadcast itself. Mind control, Selina said flatly. On a global scale, Barbara added, her expression grim. They're not just trying to cause panic, they're creating an army of controllable subjects. Ben paced the room, struggling to process the implications. But what's the command? What do they want people to do? The 5 students exchanged uncomfortable glances. We don't know the specific command, Caitlin Foster said, having joined them after being moved from the safe house. We just created the delivery system. But there was something about a great awakening. And we know the broadcast is set to piggyback on Max Tech's satellite launch at noon tomorrow, added Ethan Ross, the computer science student. The command signal will be embedded in the initialization sequence, completely undetectable to normal security protocols. Barbara typed rapidly on her keyboard, pulling up information on her screens. Max Tech's new satellite network is revolutionary, designed to reach every connected device on the planet, regardless of existing network infrastructure. They're marketing it as bringing connectivity to the most remote regions. Creating the perfect delivery system for the court, Ben concluded. No corner of the world would be safe. The final student, Riley Jensen, spoke up. There's one more thing. The fear toxin has a secondary component, it creates a persistent neural pathway. Once exposed, victims remain susceptible to future commands, even without additional doses. So even if we stop tomorrow's broadcast, Selina said slowly, anyone who was affected would remain vulnerable indefinitely. Unless we can develop an antidote, Barbara said, turning to the students. Could you create one? Reverse the neural bonding? The students conferred briefly before Sasha nodded. Theoretically, yes. But we would need samples of the original toxin and access to specialized equipment. I can get you both, Ben promised. We have less than 12 hours to develop a countermeasure and stop that broadcast. He turned to Barbara. We need to coordinate with Commissioner Gordon. The police have to secure Max Tech Tower. That won't be easy, Barbara cautioned. Max Tech has its own security force, and if Maxwell Horton is working with the court, they'll resist police intervention. Plus, my father won't mobilize the entire GCPD on our word alone, he needs evidence. Then we'll get him evidence, Ben said decisively. He turned to Selina. You said you placed a tracker on Scarecrow. Is it still active? Selina checked her device. Yes. He's on the move, heading toward Max Tech Tower. Perfect, Ben said, a plan forming in his mind. Oracle, can you tap into Max Tech's security system? Barbara smiled for the first time in hours. Already working on it. Their encryption is good, but not good enough. I need access to their server room, Ben explained. If we can obtain a copy of the broadcast software, it would prove the court's intentions. And give us insight into how to block the signal, Sasha added. Ben looked around at their unlikely team, a former Batgirl turned information specialist, a cat burglar with a conscience, 5 brilliant students, and himself, an alien hero wearing a holographic Batman disguise in a city far from home. Not the Justice League, certainly, but it would have to do. All right, he said, here's the plan. Selina and I will infiltrate Max Tech Tower tonight to secure evidence and, if possible, sabotage the broadcast equipment. Oracle will coordinate from here while helping the students develop an antidote using the samples I collected from the factory. He turned to the students. You've all been through hell, and I'm asking you to keep working. I understand if any of you want to walk away, get somewhere safe until this is over. The 5 exchanged glances, then Caitlin stepped forward. They used our minds to create this nightmare. We want to help end it. Ben nodded, a surge of respect for these young people warming his chest. Then let's get to work. We have a world to save. As the students gathered around Barbara to begin developing the antidote, Selina approached Ben. You know, she said quietly, you're not half bad at this hero thing. Even with the fake Batman costume. Ben smiled tiredly. I've had some practice. It shows. Selena's expression grew serious. But Ben, if we fail tomorrow, if the broadcast goes out. It won't, Ben said firmly. We'll stop it. We have to. Selena studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right, alien boy. I believe you. She gestured toward the equipment Barbara was preparing for their infiltration. Shall we go break into the most secure building in Gotham? Ben's smile turned grim as he activated the Omnitrix. I thought you'd never ask. Max Tech Tower rose like a silver spear against Gotham's night sky, its 100 stories topped with satellite arrays and communication equipment. From their vantage point on a neighboring rooftop, Ben and Selena observed the building's security patterns. Guards change every 30 minutes, Selena noted, watching through high-powered binoculars. Electronic key card access at all entry points, biometric scanners at secure floors. And that's just what we can see, Ben added. He touched his earpiece. Oracle, what about internal security? Motion sensors, heat detectors, weight-sensitive flooring in the secure areas, Barbara replied. Plus camera coverage with AI-driven anomaly detection. Sounds fun, Selena said with a predatory smile. I do love a challenge. Ben studied the building schematics Barbara had obtained. The server room is on the 87th floor, heavily secured. The broadcast equipment is on the 95th, with the control center on the 98th. If Scarecrow is in the building, that's likely where he'll be. So we need to access 3 heavily secured floors in a building designed to keep people like us out, Selena summarized. While avoiding private security, possible court members, and Scarecrow himself. Exactly, Ben confirmed. Just checking. Selena stretched her limbs like a cat preparing to pounce. I'll take the server room. You handle the broadcast equipment. We meet at the control center to deal with Scarecrow. Ben nodded. Oracle will guide us through the security systems. The students need that broadcast software to develop a countermeasure. And if we run into trouble? Selena asked. Ben patted the Omnitrix. That's what this is for. He hesitated, then added, be careful in there, Selena. These aren't your average security guards. Worried about me? Selena teased. How sweet. But I've been breaking into impossible places since before you found that watch. She pulled her goggles down over her eyes. Meet you at the top. With that, she leapt from the rooftop, using her whip to swing gracefully across the gap between buildings. Ben watched her disappear into the shadows, then activated the Omnitrix. Ghost Freak, he whispered, transforming into the phantom-like alien. With Ghost Freak's intangibility, he could pass through walls and avoid most physical security measures. Ben floated across to Max Tech Tower, passing effortlessly through the exterior wall on the 95th floor. Inside, he found a maze of high-tech broadcast equipment, servers, transmitters, and complex machinery he didn't recognize. I'm in, he communicated to Barbara. Broadcast floor. What am I looking for? There should be a central control terminal, Barbara replied. It would coordinate all the individual broadcast systems. Ghost Freak drifted through the room, passing by security guards who shivered involuntarily as his invisible form moved near them. At the center of the floor was a glass-enclosed control booth where technicians monitored displays showing global network coverage. Found it, Ben reported. But there are at least 6 people inside. Can you access it without being detected? Barbara asked. Not in this form, Ben replied. I need to transform into something with technical skills. He waited until the guards completed their patrol circuit, then transformed into gray matter, his tiny form easily hiding behind equipment. As gray matter, Ben's enhanced intelligence allowed him to understand the complex broadcast systems around him. Fascinating design, he muttered, examining the machinery. The broadcast signal uses quantum entanglement principles to ensure simultaneous global reception. Ben, focus, Barbara reminded him. We need to sabotage it without alerting security. Gray matter scurried toward the control booth, using ventilation ducts to enter undetected. Inside, technicians were running final checks on the satellite systems for tomorrow's launch. System diagnostic complete, one technician reported. All parameters within normal range. Launch sequence prepared, another confirmed. Awaiting final authorization. Gray matter moved carefully along the ceiling, studying the control interfaces. There, a master control unit connected to all the broadcast systems. If he could access it, he might be able to insert a kill switch that would disable the entire network during tomorrow's launch. But first, he needed a distraction. Oracle, Gray matter whispered, can you trigger a system alert? Something minor, but enough to draw attention. On it, Barbara replied. A moment later, alarms blared on one of the monitoring stations. Network anomaly detected in Asia Hub, announced an automated voice. Diagnostic required. The technicians rushed to address the issue, leaving the master control momentarily unattended. Gray matter seized the opportunity, dropping onto the console and quickly accessing its programming interface. His enhanced intelligence made quick work of the security protocols. Within minutes, he had inserted a subtle modification to the launch sequence, a code that would appear to initialize the network but would actually prevent the fear toxin from being transmitted. Modification complete, he reported. But this is just a backup plan. We still need to stop the launch entirely. Copy that, Barbara replied. Catwoman has reached the server room. She's downloading the broadcast software now. Gray matter extracted a tiny data device from his person and connected it to the system, copying the control protocols Barbara had requested. I've got the control codes. Heading to the 98th floor to find Scarecrow. He disconnected just as the technicians began returning to their stations. Slipping out the way he had entered, Gray matter transformed back into Ghost Freak and phased through the ceiling toward the control center. The 98th floor was different, darker, with fewer personnel. As Ghost Freak drifted through the space, he sensed a presence that made even his spectral form uncomfortable, a cold, calculating malevolence. In a spacious office overlooking Gotham, Scarecrow stood with Maxwell Horton and a figure wearing an elaborate owl mask, clearly a high-ranking court member. They were reviewing holographic displays showing global coverage maps. Phase 1 is complete, Horton was saying. The network will reach 98.3% of connected devices simultaneously, with the remaining 1.7% receiving the signal within 30 seconds as it propagates through secondary systems. And the command sequence, asked the court member, voice distorted by the mask. Scarecrow gestured to a secure case on Horton's desk. Encoded and ready for implementation. Once transmitted, billions will experience their deepest fears, breaking their minds just enough to accept the Great Awakening. What exactly is this, Great Awakening? Ben wondered, maintaining his invisibility as he listened. As if answering his unspoken question, the court member continued. For centuries, the court has guided humanity from the shadows. Tomorrow, we step into the light. The masses will recognize their need for guidance, for control. They will welcome the new world order we establish. And Batman? Horton asked. What if he returns? Batman has been dealt with, the court member replied dismissively. Even if he were to reappear, one man cannot stand against what we've created. Ghost Freak had heard enough. He needed to get that case containing the command sequence and rendezvous with Selina. But before he could act, something unexpected happened. We have an intruder, Scarecrow announced suddenly, turning toward Ben's location. Something inhuman. Ben froze. Somehow, Scarecrow had sensed his presence despite his invisibility. Impossible, Horton scoffed. Our security is airtight. Fear recognizes fear, Scarecrow said cryptically, reaching into his coat. And our ghost is afraid of being discovered. He tossed a handful of powder into the air, a refined version of his fear toxin that formed a cloud in the room. As it passed through Ghost Freak's intangible form, Ben felt his control slipping, the alien consciousness within Ghost Freak responding to the toxin. With tremendous effort, Ben transformed back to human form, the Batman disguise activating automatically. He dropped into a defensive stance as alarms began blaring throughout the building. "Well, well," Scarecrow said, sounding delighted. "The imposter Batman. Or should I say, Ben Tennyson." The court member stepped back, hand moving to a communicator. "Secure the building. All talons converge on the executive floor." Ben knew he had seconds to act. He lunged for the case containing the command sequence, but Horton was faster than he appeared, snatching it away and retreating behind Scarecrow. "Oracle," Ben said into his communicator, "cover blown. Initiating Plan B." "Understood," Barbara replied tensely. "Catwoman is extracting now. Meet at the rendezvous point." Scarecrow approached Ben slowly, head tilted in that unnervingly inhuman way. "So eager to leave. But you've only just arrived." He gestured to the windows. "And we have such a wonderful view of what's to come." Outside, the night sky was beginning to lighten with pre-dawn glow. In just hours, the satellite launch would begin. "The launch won't happen," Ben said confidently. "Not when the GCPD learns what you're planning." The court member laughed, the sound hollow behind the mask. "The police? They are as much under our influence as the rest of Gotham's institutions. Why do you think Batman worked alone for so long? Because he knew the system itself was compromised." Scarecrow moved suddenly, tossing another cloud of fear toxin toward Ben. This time, Ben was ready, activating the Omnitrix and transforming into Swampfire before the toxin could affect him. "That trick won't work twice," Swampfire said, his voice deep and resonant. He thrust his hands forward, vines erupting from his arms to entangle Scarecrow. Horton backed away, clutching the case protectively while the court member drew a ceremonial dagger from beneath ornate robes. "The Omnitrix," the court member said, voice filled with covetous desire. "Such power could serve the court well." "Not interested in a job offer," Swampfire replied, dodging as the court member attacked with surprising speed and skill. The fight was interrupted by the arrival of 4 Talons, entering through different doors simultaneously. They moved with preternatural grace, weapons drawn. Ben was outnumbered and outpositioned. He needed to escape with what information he had and regroup with Selina and Barbara. "Time to heat things up," Swampfire announced, raising his hands. Flames erupted from his palms, igniting the overhead sprinkler system. As water rained down, Ben transformed again. "Amphibian." He called out, becoming an electric jellyfish-like alien. With the entire floor now covered in water, Amphibian released a massive electrical discharge, temporarily incapacitating everyone in the room. Using the confusion, Ben reverted to human form and grabbed Scarecrow's research notes from a nearby desk before racing toward the exit. The Talons recovered quickly, pursuing him with inhuman speed. Oracle, headed to the roof, Ben reported, transforming into XLR-8 to outpace his pursuers. "Need extraction." "On it," Barbara replied. "Catwoman is already there." Ben raced up emergency stairs to the roof level, where Selina waited beside a GCPD helicopter. "Your ride, sir," she called over the rotor noise, gesturing dramatically. Ben transformed back to human form, leaping into the helicopter as the Talons burst onto the roof. The pilot, an officer Barbara had apparently trusted with this extraction, immediately lifted off, carrying them away from Max Tech Tower. "Did you get it?" Ben asked Selina once they were airborne. She patted a small bag at her side. "Complete copy of the broadcast software. You." "Scarecrow's research notes and a modification to the control system," Ben replied. "But they still have the command sequence, and the court knows we're coming for them now." "Then we'd better make our next move count," Selina said, looking out at the dawning day. "Because we're running out of time." Back at the clock tower, Barbara and the students worked feverishly to analyze the materials Ben and Selina had retrieved. The broadcast software had confirmed their worst fears. The satellite network had been specifically designed to carry Scarecrow's fear toxin embedded within the digital signal. "It's brilliant, in a terrifying way," Sasha explained, pointing to code sequences on Barbara's screens. "The fear toxin has been converted to a digital waveform that affects the visual cortex the same way the aerosol affects the olfactory system. And once received, it triggers the brain to produce the same chemical reactions as the original toxin," Marcus added. "Creating fear without needing to actually disperse chemicals." Ben paced the room, thinking. "But you said you could create an antidote." Riley nodded. "We're working on it. Using the samples you collected and Scarecrow's notes, we've identified the key compounds that create the neural pathway. The antidote would essentially block those receptors, preventing the fear response and the subsequent susceptibility to commands." "How long?" Ben asked. "To synthesize enough for ourselves." "A few hours," Caitlin replied. "For the city?" "Days." "For the world?" She shook her head. "Impossible with our resources." Barbara turned from her computers. "We need to focus on stopping the broadcast entirely. The launch is scheduled for noon, less than 4 hours from now." "What about the police?" Ben asked. "Did you show Gordon the evidence?" Barbara's expression was grim. "I sent everything to my father, but he's facing resistance from his superiors. Someone high up in the GCPD must be court-affiliated. So we're on our own," Selina concluded. "Again." "Not entirely," came a new voice from the window. Everyone turned to see Stephanie Brown climbing in, dressed in a purple and black outfit that Ben hadn't seen before. "Stephanie," he said in surprise. "I prefer spoiler when I'm in the costume," she replied with a small smile. "Oracle called me in. Figured you could use an extra pair of hands." Barbara nodded. "Stephanie has been helping me occasionally since Batman disappeared. She knows Gotham streets and has contacts the rest of us don't." "And I bring news," Stephanie added. "The court is mobilizing throughout the city. They're positioning talons at key infrastructure points, power stations, water treatment, communications hubs. Preparing for the aftermath," Ben realized. "Once the fear toxin takes effect, they'll seize control of essential services." "Exactly," Stephanie confirmed. "And there's more. Word on the street is that Scarecrow won't be at Max Tech Tower for the launch. He's relocated to Gotham Cathedral to oversee the Awakening ceremony with the court's inner circle." Ben exchanged glances with Selina and Barbara. "So we have 2 targets now, the Max Tech broadcast and the court ceremony." "We need to split up," Barbara decided. "One team to stop the broadcast, another to confront Scarecrow and the court." "I'll take Max Tech," Selina volunteered. "I know the building now, and I have unfinished business with Horton." "I'll go with her," Stephanie added. 2 is better than 1 for infiltration." Ben nodded. "Then I'll take the cathedral with the antidote. If we can't stop the broadcast, at least we can neutralize Scarecrow and the court leadership." Barbara wheeled to a cabinet and opened it, revealing an arsenal of specialized equipment. "Take whatever you need. These were Batman's backup supplies." She handed Selina an advanced hacking device. "This will override Max Tech's security systems more effectively than anything you used last night." As they geared up, the students approached with a small case containing vials of clear liquid. "The antidote," Riley explained, handing it to Ben. "Limited supply, but enough for immediate needs. It can be aerosolized or injected. We're still working on a mass production method," Ethan added. "If the broadcast goes out, we'll need to distribute this citywide, at minimum." Ben tucked the case carefully into a pouch on his belt. "Thank you. All of you. You didn't ask for any of this, but you've stepped up when it mattered most. That's what heroes do, right?" Caitlin said with a tired smile. Ben looked around at this unlikely team, students, vigilantes, and heroes united against a threat to the world. Right. And today, we're all heroes. Gotham Cathedral stood in the oldest part of the city, its Gothic spires reaching toward the sky like ancient hands in prayer. As Ben approached, transformed into Big Chill to remain invisible, he could see unusual activity around the building, dark-clothed figures patrolling the perimeter, windows blacked out despite it being mid-morning. "Oracle, I'm at the cathedral," he reported. Definite court presence. "Satellite launch preparations are underway at Max Tech," Barbara replied. "Catwoman and Spoiler are in position but encountering heavy resistance. Whatever you're going to do it fast." Ben surveyed the cathedral, looking for the best entry point. The main doors were guarded, but a stained glass window near the top of the western tower had been left partially open, perhaps for ventilation. Big Chill flew silently to the window and slipped through the narrow opening. Inside, the cathedral had been transformed. The pews had been removed, replaced by concentric circles of robed figures wearing owl masks of varying complexity, clearly denoting rank within the court. At the center, where the altar would normally stand, was a raised platform with an ornate throne-like chair. And seated upon it, appearing almost bored, was Scarecrow. Ben remained invisible, drifting closer to observe. The court members were chanting softly in what sounded like an ancient language, swaying slightly as they did so. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, and something else. Ben could smell a faint chemical tang in the air. Fear toxin, in aerosol form, but very diluted. Just enough to make the participants suggestible without triggering full panic. On a table beside Scarecrow sat several monitors showing live feeds from around Gotham and beyond, including one from the Max Tech launch preparation. Another displayed a countdown timer, 32 minutes until satellite activation. Ben needed to act, but simply attacking would likely fail against so many opponents. He needed to understand more about their plan first. A tall figure in the most elaborate owl mask approached Scarecrow, bowing slightly. "The Grand Master demands a status update, Doctor." Scarecrow stretched lazily. "Everything proceeds as planned. The satellites will launch on schedule. The signal will transmit globally. The masses will experience their deepest fears, making them receptive to the final message." "And the Batman imposter? The alien?" the court member pressed. "Irrelevant," Scarecrow dismissed. "Even if they somehow interfere with the Max Tech broadcast, we have backup systems in place. The court has planned this moment for centuries, a few hours delay changes nothing." Backup systems? That was concerning news. Ben needed to relay this to Barbara. Before he could retreat to communicate, a commotion at the main entrance drew everyone's attention. Two talons dragged in a struggling figure, Selina, captured and disarmed. Ben felt his heart sink. If Selina was here, the Max Tech mission must have failed. "The intruder from Max Tech Tower," announced one talon, forcing Selina to her knees before the assembly. Scarecrow leaned forward with interest. "Catwoman. How delightful. Where is your alien friend?" Selina spat blood onto the floor. "Go to hell, Crane." "Such spirit," Scarecrow sighed. "A pity it must be broken." He gestured to one of the court members, who approached with a syringe filled with a viscous, dark liquid. "This is a special blend, distilled from the fear of Gotham's most broken souls. It will shatter your mind beyond recovery, leaving just enough awareness for you to understand what you've lost." Ben had seen enough. He transformed into Swampfire and descended to the cathedral floor, landing between Selina and Scarecrow. "That's not going to happen," he announced, flames dancing around his plant-like hands. The court members recoiled in shock, while the talons immediately moved to attack. Swampfire extended his arms, vines erupting to entangle the nearest attackers. "Ben!" Selina exclaimed. "The Max Tech mission, it's a trap. They knew we were coming." "I figured as much," Ben replied, breaking her restraints with a quick snap of vines. Where's Stephanie? Still there, trying to override the launch sequence. Selina rubbed her wrists, eyes darting around for a weapon. But they've accelerated the countdown. We have less than 30 minutes. Scarecrow had risen from his throne, watching the chaos with apparent amusement. The hero arrives right on schedule, he called out over the din, just in time to witness history. The only history being made today is your return to Arkham, Ben replied, fighting off talons as they swarmed around him. The court grandmaster raised a hand, and the attack paused. Benjamin Tennyson. The Court of Owls has watched your career with interest. Such power could serve a greater purpose than childish heroics. Thanks, but I'm not interested in joining your bird club, Ben shot back, keeping Selina protectively behind him. You misunderstand, the Grandmaster continued. This is not an invitation. The Omnitrix will serve the court, with or without your cooperation. Ben felt a chill at the clinical tone. The Omnitrix stays with me. We shall see, the Grandmaster replied, gesturing to Scarecrow. Doctor, perhaps a demonstration of our capabilities is in order. Scarecrow pressed a button on a remote control, and the monitors around the cathedral changed to show a single image, the MaxTech logo, pulsing slightly. Oracle, Ben said urgently into his communicator, they're starting the broadcast early. No response came through, communications had been jammed. In moments, the preliminary signal will begin, Scarecrow announced. A taste of what's to come. Gotham will be the first to experience the new world. Ben had to act fast. He reached for the antidote vials, but 3 talons attacked simultaneously, driving him back from Selina, who had seized the opportunity to arm herself with a fallen Talon's weapon. Get to the broadcast controls. Selina shouted, engaging 2 court members who had moved to intercept her. Ben transformed into XLR-8, racing through the cathedral at superhuman speed, searching for the source of the broadcast. There, behind the altar platform, a sophisticated communications array had been set up, connected to the monitors. As XLR-8, Ben could see what others might miss, subtle fluctuations in the MaxTech logo on the screens, patterns designed to affect the visual cortex in specific ways. The preliminary broadcast had already begun. He reached the equipment, only to find it protected by an energy shield. Standing beside it was the court grandmaster, holding what appeared to be an ancient artifact, a small owl carved from some dark stone. Too late, hero, the grandmaster said calmly. The signal has initiated. Even now, fear takes root in the minds of Gotham's citizens. Ben transformed into Diamondhead, using his crystalline body to focus and amplify energy. He fired a concentrated beam at the shield, causing it to flicker but not fail. You cannot stop what has been in motion for centuries, the Grandmaster continued. The court has guided humanity through every darkness. Now we will lead them into the ultimate evolution, a society built on controlled fear rather than chaotic freedom. There's nothing evolutionary about mind control, Ben retorted, continuing his assault on the shield. Is it mind control to save humanity from itself? The Grandmaster asked. Look at what freedom has wrought: war, climate collapse, inequality, suffering. The court offers structure, purpose, direction. At the cost of free will, Ben countered, finally breaking through the shield with a powerful strike. The Grandmaster stepped back, but not in retreat. Free will is an illusion we can no longer afford, he said, raising the stone owl. And now, Ben Tennyson, witnessed the price of defiance. The artifact glowed with an unearthly light, and Ben felt the Omnitrix respond, the dial spinning wildly. Pain lanced through him as Diamondhead's form destabilized, forcing him back to human. What did you do? Ben gasped, looking at the Omnitrix, which was cycling through alien forms without his command. The court's knowledge extends beyond human science, the Grandmaster explained. This artifact was created to control things not of this world. He gestured to the broadcast equipment. Just as our new creation will control humanity's destiny. Ben struggled to master the malfunctioning Omnitrix while keeping an eye on the monitors, which now showed the MaxTech logo spreading to all screens throughout Gotham. Time was running out. A sudden crash from above drew their attention. Glass rained down as a dark figure swung through the stained glass window, Stephanie, in her spoiler costume, somehow having escaped MaxTech Tower. "Ben, catch," she called, tossing something toward him. Ben caught it one-handed, a small device with the bat symbol emblazoned on its casing. "Signal disruptor," Stephanie explained, engaging a Talon who leapt to intercept her. "Barbara sent it. It'll block the transmission." The Grandmaster lunged for Ben, the artifact still glowing. "Stop him." Ben dodged, racing for the broadcast equipment with the disruptor. Scarecrow appeared in his path, spraying fear toxin directly into his face. This time, Ben couldn't avoid inhaling it. The world warped around him, shadows stretching into monstrous forms. His deepest fears manifested, Vilgax, Egregor, malware, all advancing on him from different directions. "You failed," they chanted in unison, their voices merging into a discordant chorus. "You were never a hero. Just a child playing with power beyond your understanding." Ben staggered, the disruptor nearly slipping from his grasp. The hallucinations were overwhelming, more powerful than any he had experienced before. "This is what all of Gotham will feel," Scarecrow's voice cut through the hallucination, though Ben couldn't see him clearly. "Followed by the command that will reshape their very reality." Through sheer willpower, Ben fought against the toxin's effects. He fumbled for the antidote vials, managing to break one open and inhale its contents. Gradually, his vision cleared, the hallucinations receding. He saw Selina and Stephanie fighting desperately against overwhelming numbers. The court grandmaster was approaching with the artifact that had affected the Omnitrix. And Scarecrow stood between Ben and the broadcast equipment, looking supremely confident. "The fear always wins," Scarecrow said softly. "In the end, everyone breaks." "Not everyone," Ben replied, his voice steady despite the toxin's lingering effects. "And not today." He activated the Omnitrix, which had stabilized somewhat, and transformed into his most powerful alien form. "Alien X," he called out, his body transforming into a humanoid shape of living space, black as night with stars swirling across his form. The cathedral fell silent as court members, Talons, and even Scarecrow stared in awe at the cosmic entity before them. Alien X represented Ben's ultimate transformation, a Celestialsapian with reality-warping powers, though using them required agreement between the three personalities sharing the form. "What is this?" the Grandmaster whispered, the artifact in his hand dimming in the presence of Alien X's power. Ben focused his will, engaging in rapid internal dialogue with Serena and Bellicus, the two personalities within Alien X. Usually they debated endlessly before allowing Ben to use their combined power, but today, perhaps sensing the urgency or the scale of the threat, they agreed almost immediately. With a gesture, Alien X neutralized the artifact, reducing it to dust. Another motion froze every court member and Talon in place, stopping time for them while allowing Selina and Stephanie to move freely. "Ben." Selina approached cautiously. "Is that still you in there?" Alien X nodded, his voice resonating with cosmic power. "For now. But I can't maintain this form long without consequences." He moved to the broadcast equipment and placed the disruptor at its center. The device activated, sending a counterpulse through the system that scrambled the fear toxin's digital pattern. On the monitors, the MaxTech logo stabilized, the subtle fluctuations disappearing. The preliminary signal had been neutralized before it could take full effect. "The main broadcast?" Ben asked Stephanie. "Delayed but not stopped," she replied grimly. "Barbara's trying to hack the launch sequence directly, but she needs more time." Ben nodded, understanding what needed to be done. As Alien X, he extended his awareness beyond the cathedral, connecting to the MaxTech satellite network through sheer force of will. He could sense the fear toxin code embedded within the launch sequence, waiting to be transmitted globally. With precise control, Alien X altered the code, replacing the fear toxin program with a benign initialization sequence. The change would be undetectable until launch, when instead of spreading fear, the satellites would simply perform their intended function of expanding global communications. The effort of such precise manipulation across multiple systems strained even Alien X's vast powers. Ben could feel Bellicus and Serena growing restless, concerned about the level of intervention in human affairs. He completed the alteration just as his control over the form began to slip. With a final gesture, Ben released the court members and Talons from their time freeze, simultaneously transforming back to human form. The sudden release of cosmic energy created a shockwave that knocked everyone off their feet. As Ben fell to his knees, exhausted by the transformation, Selena and Stephanie moved to protect him. Scarecrow was the first to recover, rage contorting his features beneath the burlap mask. "What have you done?" he demanded, the monitors now showing the MaxTech satellite launch proceeding normally, without the fear toxin signal. "Ended your experiment," Ben replied, breathing heavily. "The fear toxin has been purged from the system. Your broadcast will fail." The Grand Master rose slowly, dignity intact despite the defeat. "You think this changes anything? The court has existed for centuries. We will simply adapt, evolve, and return stronger." "Not this time," came a new voice from the cathedral entrance. Commissioner Gordon stood there, flanked by GCPD officers in full tactical gear. Behind them were Barbara in her wheelchair and the 5 students, each holding equipment that appeared to be scanning the air. "The entire GCPD has been inoculated with the antidote," Barbara announced. "And we're broadcasting the formula to every hospital in Gotham. Your fear toxin is finished, Crane." The court members looked to their Grand Master, who simply nodded once. As one, they scattered, disappearing into hidden passages and secret exits built into the cathedral's ancient structure. The Talons moved to cover their retreat, engaging the police in brief, violent skirmishes. Scarecrow made his own escape attempt, racing toward a side door, but Ben had enough strength left for one more transformation. "Wildvine," he called, extending plant tendrils to entangle Scarecrow before he could flee. "Let me go." Scarecrow shrieked, struggling against the living bonds. "The experiment must continue. Fear must reign." "The only thing you'll be reigning over is a cell in Arkham," Commissioner Gordon said, approaching as officers secured Scarecrow. Ben transformed back to human form, utterly drained. Selena caught him before he could fall, supporting his weight. "Did we win?" he asked weakly. Selena looked around at the chaos, court members captured or fleeing, Scarecrow in custody, the MaxTech broadcast proceeding normally on the monitors. "I think we did," she confirmed, a rare genuine smile crossing her features. "Gotham is safe. The world is safe." Commissioner Gordon approached them, his expression a mixture of gratitude and wariness. "Mr. Tennyson," he acknowledged. "Seems I owe you an apology for our first meeting." "No apology needed, Commissioner," Ben replied. "You were just protecting your city." Gordon nodded, then glanced at the Batman disguise Ben still partially wore. "That costume, you should know he wouldn't approve." "Probably not," Ben agreed with a tired smile. "But sometimes you need a symbol more than a person." "Maybe so," Gordon conceded. He looked toward Barbara, a moment of understanding passing between father and daughter. "Oracle tells me you're quite the hero in your own right. Gotham could use more of those." As the police secured the scene and medical teams treated the injured, Ben found himself surrounded by the unlikely team that had formed around him, Selena, Barbara, Stephanie, and the 5 students who had been instrumental in creating the antidote. "What happens now?" asked Caitlin, looking around at the cathedral that had nearly become ground zero for global mind control. "Now," Ben said, deactivating the damaged Batman disguise for the last time, "we rebuild. The court may be scattered, but they're not defeated. Gotham will need protectors until Batman returns. And will you be one of those protectors?" Barbara asked, studying him intently. Ben looked around at the group, feeling something he hadn't felt since arriving in Gotham, a sense of belonging, of purpose beyond his own pain. For as long as I'm needed, he promised. Not as Batman, but as myself. Selina's hand found his, squeezing gently. I think that's exactly what Gotham needs right now, heroes who don't hide behind masks. As they walked out of the cathedral into the Gotham sunshine, Ben looked up at the sky where the Maxtech satellites were now safely in orbit. The city had been saved, but challenges remained. The court would regroup. Scarecrow's fear toxin formula still existed. And somewhere out there, the real Batman was missing. But for the first time since arriving in this dark city, Ben felt something unexpected, hope. Not just for Gotham, but for himself. The Omnitrix had brought him to Gotham for a reason. And perhaps, in saving the city, he had begun to save himself as well. Chapter 2, Shadows of the Past. The midnight air hung heavy over Gotham Harbor as Ben Tennyson crouched on a shipping container, watching a group of men unload crates from a recently docked vessel. 3 weeks had passed since the showdown at Gotham Cathedral, and though Scarecrow remained in Arkham, the Court of Owls had gone underground, their influence seemingly diminished but not destroyed. Ben adjusted the modified plumber badge on his wrist. After abandoning the Batman disguise, he'd worked with Barbara to develop a new approach, a streamlined black tactical suit with green circuitry patterns that complemented his natural abilities while providing protection. No cape, no cowl, just practical gear that wouldn't hinder his transformations. Oracle, you seeing this? Ben whispered into his communicator. Crystal clear, Barbara's voice replied. That's the third unmarked shipment this week. Manifest claims it's medical supplies, but the guys with military-grade weapons suggest otherwise, Ben finished, eyeing the armed guards patrolling the perimeter. Any word from Selina? She's in position on the south side. Stephanie's monitoring the harbor master's office. Ben nodded, focusing on the crates. With practiced precision, he activated the Omnitrix and twisted the dial. Big chill, he whispered, transforming into the moth-like alien capable of invisibility and intangibility. Becoming transparent, he floated down toward the shipment, passing through the steel container walls to examine the contents. Inside, he found not medical supplies but sophisticated equipment, specialized tanks, filtration systems, and chemical compounds carefully packaged in secure containers. Oracle, we've got a problem, Big Chill reported. This isn't weapons or drugs. It's water treatment equipment, but modified. And there are chemical compounds I don't recognize. Can you get a sample? Barbara asked, her voice tense. Big Chill carefully extracted a small vial of pale blue liquid from one of the containers. Got it. But something about this feels familiar. A sudden shout from outside interrupted his investigation. Perimeter breach. South quadrant. That's Selina's position, Barbara said urgently. Big Chill phased through the container just in time to see Catwoman engaged with several armed guards. She moved with fluid grace, her whip disarming one man while she delivered a precise kick to another. But more were converging on her position. Time to even the odds, Big Chill decided, swooping down. He exhaled a freezing mist that encased 2 guards in ice from the shoulders down, immobilizing them. Selina took advantage of the distraction, flipping over another attacker and landing at Ben's side as he transformed back to human form. Took you long enough, she said with a smirk, slightly breathless from the fight. Find anything interesting? Equipment for water treatment and some strange chemicals, Ben replied, showing her the vial. Look familiar? Selina's eyes narrowed. Unfortunately, yes. Similar to compounds Crane used in his fear toxin. Different color though. More guards were approaching, alerted by the commotion. Ben touched his communicator. Oracle, we need an exit. Head to the east dock, Barbara directed. Stephanie's bringing the boat around. Ben nodded to Selina. Ready to run? With you? Always, she replied with a dangerous smile. Ben transformed into XLR-8, the velociraptor-like alien specialized for speed. He scooped up Selina and raced across the dock, leaving confused guards firing at empty air. Within seconds, they reached the rendezvous point where Stephanie waited in a sleek black speedboat. "All aboard the Midnight Express," Stephanie called as they jumped in. She gunned the engine, sending the boat slicing through the dark waters of Gotham Harbor. Ben transformed back to human form, steadying himself against the boat's railing. "They're bringing in equipment to modify the water supply," he explained. "And chemicals that might be related to Scarecrow's fear toxin." "But Crane's locked up in Arkham," Stephanie said, navigating the boat toward a hidden dock near the Narrows. "Who's continuing his work?" "The Court of Owls," Selina suggested, examining the vial Ben had taken. "They scattered after the cathedral, but they wouldn't abandon their plans completely. And water treatment equipment would give them access to the entire city," Ben added grimly. "We need to analyze this compound." Back to the clock tower, then, Stephanie decided, steering the boat into a narrow canal that would take them undetected to one of Barbara's safe locations. As they traveled through Gotham's waterways, Ben stared at the city skyline. In the 3 weeks since he'd abandoned the Batman disguise, he'd established himself as a different kind of protector, one who used alien abilities openly rather than from the shadows. The press had taken to calling him Gotham's Guardian, a name that felt both appropriate and a reminder that his role here was temporary. "You're brooding," Selina observed, sliding next to him at the boat's edge. "Very Batman of you." Ben smiled despite himself. "Just thinking about the court. We disrupted their plan at the cathedral, but this," he gestured at the vial, "suggests they're adapting, trying something new." "That's what they do," Selina replied, her voice turning serious. "The court has survived for centuries because they never rely on just one approach. When the direct path fails, they find another way. And we'll stop them again," Ben said with determination. Selina studied him for a moment, her expression softening slightly. "You know, when you first showed up playing dress-up as Batman, I didn't think you'd last a week in Gotham. Thanks for the vote of confidence." "But I was wrong," she continued, ignoring his sarcasm. "You've adapted. Gotham changes people, usually for the worse. But you found a way to bring your light into our darkness without letting it corrupt you." Ben was surprised by her candor. In the weeks they'd worked together, Selina had been a valuable ally but remained guarded, keeping a certain emotional distance even as they'd grown closer professionally. "I couldn't have done it without you," he said sincerely. "You, Barbara, Stephanie, you've all taught me how to navigate this city." Selina smirked. "Well, someone had to keep you from getting yourself killed." She moved closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "And I've grown rather fond of having you around." Before Ben could respond, Stephanie called from the helm. "We're here. And try to keep the flirting to a minimum, some of us are trying to work." Selina rolled her eyes but moved away, leaving Ben with a smile and a confused warmth in his chest. Their relationship had evolved into something undefined, more than colleagues but complicated by Gotham's constant dangers and their different approaches to justice. They docked in a hidden boathouse beneath an abandoned factory that served as one of Barbara's auxiliary bases. Inside, computer equipment hummed alongside laboratory setups and weapons racks, a smaller version of her clock tower headquarters. Barbara was waiting for them, her wheelchair positioned before a bank of monitors showing various views of Gotham. "The harbor security cameras caught the whole thing," she said without preamble. "GCPD is investigating, but the shipping company has legitimate credentials, a front called Stonehaven Medical Supply." "Another court shell corporation?" Ben asked, carefully placing the vial of blue liquid in a scanner Barbara had prepared. "Likely," Barbara confirmed, initiating the analysis. "But I haven't been able to trace the ownership beyond 3 layers of offshore accounts." Stephanie hung up her purple cloak and dropped into a chair. "So what's the plan?" "We can't just wait for them to dump this stuff into Gotham's water." "We won't," Ben assured her, watching as the scanner displayed preliminary results. "But we need to understand what we're dealing with." Barbara studied the data appearing on her screen. This is definitely derived from Crane's work, but modified. The molecular structure is more stable, designed to persist in water rather than air. A water-based fear toxin, Selina concluded. Less immediate than the aerosol version, but capable of affecting the entire city gradually. And harder to detect, Barbara added. In small doses, it might not cause full hallucinations, just increased anxiety, paranoia, heightened fear responses. Making the population more susceptible to manipulation, Ben realized. Like what they tried at the cathedral, but subtler, over a longer period. The analysis completed, displaying a full breakdown of the compound. Barbara frowned, adjusting her glasses. There's something else here, a component I don't recognize. Not part of Crane's original formula. Can you identify it? Ben asked, leaning closer to examine the results. I'll need more sophisticated equipment, Barbara admitted. We should take this to the Batcave. The room fell silent. Since Ben's arrival in Gotham, the Batcave had been mentioned only in passing, a forbidden sanctuary that remained sealed in Batman's absence. Is that wise? Selina asked carefully. Bruce was very particular about who had access. Bruce isn't here, Barbara replied with uncharacteristic sharpness. And we need resources only the cave can provide. She looked directly at Ben. It's time you saw where Batman operated from. We need his equipment if we're going to stop whatever the court is planning. Ben nodded solemnly, understanding the significance of this decision. When do we leave? Now, Barbara said, already moving toward a concealed elevator. The court won't wait, and neither should we. The journey to Wayne Manor took them through a series of underground tunnels, eventually emerging in dense woodlands outside Gotham's city limits. Ben drove the nondescript van Barbara had provided, following her directions through increasingly secluded roads until they reached a seemingly abandoned gatehouse. Stop here, Barbara instructed, entering a code into her tablet. The road before them shimmered slightly, revealing a hidden driveway that had been concealed by advanced holographic technology. Ben drove forward, emerging from the trees to see Wayne Manor looming against the night sky, a massive Gothic structure surrounded by carefully maintained grounds that had clearly seen better days. No one's lived here since Bruce disappeared, Barbara explained as they approached. Alfred maintains it remotely, but it's largely automated now. Alfred? Ben asked, parking near a side entrance. Bruce's butler, confidant, and the closest thing he had to a father, Selina explained, her voice softening with what seemed like genuine affection. He's in England, supposedly for his health, but really to pursue leads on Bruce's disappearance in Europe. They entered through a service door that unlocked at Barbara's approach. Inside, Wayne Manor was grand but eerily silent, dust covers draping furniture in the rooms they passed. Barbara led them to a study dominated by an antique grandfather clock. Classic, Ben commented as Barbara adjusted the clock hands to a specific time, causing a hidden door to swing open. Secret passage behind the clock. Bruce appreciated tradition, Barbara replied with a small smile. Even when it bordered on cliché. They descended in an elevator that opened into a vast cavern illuminated by state-of-the-art lighting systems. Ben stopped at the threshold, taking in the legendary Batcave with wide eyes. It was more impressive than he'd imagined, multiple levels carved into the natural cave system, filled with technology that rivaled anything the plumbers had developed. A massive computer system anchored the main platform, surrounded by various workstations. Glass cases displayed different versions of the Batman suit. A sleek black vehicle that could only be the Batmobile sat on a turntable nearby. Natural waterfall cascaded down one wall, filling the cave with ambient sound. Welcome to the heart of Batman's operation, Barbara said, wheeling toward the computer platform. It's incredible, Ben managed, following her while trying not to gawk like a tourist. Selina moved through the space with familiar ease, trailing her fingers along the Batmobile's hood with something like nostalgia. Bruce spent years perfecting this place. Everything has a purpose. Barbara connected her tablet to the main computer, transferring the data they'd collected. The analysis system here is decades ahead of anything commercially available, she explained as the enormous screens displayed enhanced molecular models of the blue compound. If anyone could identify that unknown component, it would be Lazarus extract, came a woman's voice from the shadows. Diluted and modified, but unmistakable. Ben spun around, activating the Omnitrix instinctively. Barbara and Selina tensed, the latter extending her claws in one smooth motion. A woman emerged from a darkened passage, moving with predatory grace. She wore close-fitting tactical gear, her dark hair falling loose around shoulders that carried themselves with regal posture. Striking features framed intelligent eyes that regarded Ben with calculated interest. "Talia," Selina practically hissed, not relaxing her stance. "Breaking and entering is still illegal, even for the daughter of Ra's al Ghul." "Is it breaking and entering when one has been given access?" Talia replied smoothly, holding up what appeared to be a security key. Her accent was cultured, with hints of multiple regions blending into something uniquely cosmopolitan. "Besides, I came bearing information I thought you might find valuable." "Like how you know about this compound?" Ben asked, keeping his hand near the Omnitrix. Talia turned her full attention to him, her gaze assessing. "You must be Benjamin Tennyson. Your reputation precedes you." She approached with confident steps. "To answer your question, I know because my father's organization has been tracking unusual thefts from our compounds. Lazarus chemicals are not easily synthesized, they must be harvested from the original source." "The Lazarus pits," Barbara said, recognition dawning. "The court is using water-soluble components from the pits that have kept your father alive for centuries." "Precisely," Talia confirmed. "Combined with Crane's fear toxin, it creates a compound that not only induces terror but makes the mind more receptive to suggestion, and does so with remarkable permanence." Ben looked between the three women, sensing complicated history. "I'm guessing you're not just here to share chemistry insights." Talia's lips curved in a slight smile. "Perceptive. No, I've come because our interests temporarily align. The Court of Owls has stolen from the League of Assassins, and that cannot go unanswered. More importantly." She hesitated, something vulnerable flickering across her features before disappearing. "They have information about Bruce's disappearance." "What kind of information?" Selina demanded, taking a step closer. "The kind that suggests he isn't simply missing, but being held," Talia replied, producing a data drive from her pocket. "My sources intercepted this communication between court members." Barbara took the drive, examining it for traps before inserting it into a quarantined section of the Bat computer. The screen displayed encrypted messages that the system quickly decoded. "The asset remains secure at location Omega," Barbara read aloud. "Cognitive resistance continues but weakens with each treatment. Estimated compliance timeline, 3 months. Asset," Ben repeated, the word leaving a bitter taste. "They're talking about Batman like he's property." "That's how the court views everyone," Selina said darkly. "Pieces on a chessboard." Talia's composure slipped momentarily, her hand clenching into a fist. "These messages are dated 2 weeks ago. If their timeline is accurate, then we have roughly 2 months to find him before they break him completely," Barbara finished, already typing commands into the computer. "But what's location Omega?" "It's not in any of the court facilities we know about." "That's where my second contribution comes in," Talia said, approaching the computer. "My father's organization has been monitoring court properties for decades. We recently identified unusual activity at an abandoned sanatorium in the mountains north of Gotham." The screen displayed satellite imagery of a decrepit building complex nestled in a remote valley, accessible only by a single winding road. Security scans revealed advanced systems far beyond what an abandoned facility should possess. Thermal imaging shows minimal heat signatures, Barbara noted, enhancing the display. But power consumption is significant. They could be using cooling systems to mask their presence. Or keeping their asset in cryostasis between treatments, Talia suggested grimly. Ben studied the facility layout. We need to investigate this place. If Batman is there, we have to get him out. Agreed, Barbara said, but we can't lose focus on the immediate threat. The court is preparing to introduce this Fear Lazarus compound into Gotham's water supply. If they succeed, they'll have a city of 8 million people psychologically primed for manipulation. So we split up, Ben proposed. Part of the team investigates the sanatorium while the rest focuses on protecting Gotham's water. Dangerous, Selina cautioned. We've been effective because we work together. Divided, we're more vulnerable. Sometimes division is necessary for conquest, Talia observed. I can lead the sanatorium investigation. My skills are better suited to infiltration than urban defense. Ben considered their options. I should go to the sanatorium. If Batman is there, the Omnitrix gives us the best chance of extraction, especially if we're dealing with advanced security. I'll go with you, Talia said immediately, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. I know my father's compounds better than anyone, and the court may have adapted his designs. Barbara and Selina exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Fine, Barbara decided. Ben and Talia will investigate the sanatorium. Selina, Stephanie, and I will focus on the water treatment facilities. But first, she turned back to the computer, we need to understand exactly what we're dealing with. If this compound is part Lazarus extract, we need an effective countermeasure. The analysis continued, revealing the complex interaction between Scarecrow's fear toxin and the Lazarus components. According to the Batcomputer's simulation, the resulting compound would induce a state of heightened suggestibility through carefully calibrated fear responses, while the Lazarus elements would make the neural pathways permanently receptive to specific trigger phrases or images. Mind control through fear conditioning, Ben summarized, watching the simulation with growing concern. And once it's established, it can be activated repeatedly. The perfect control mechanism, Barbara agreed. Subtler than their previous attempt with the broadcast, but potentially more effective long-term. What about countering it? Selina asked. Can we develop an antidote like we did for Crane's original toxin? Barbara frowned at the results. It's complicated. The Lazarus component makes traditional approaches ineffective. We'd need something that could break down the chemical bonds at a molecular level without harming brain tissue. I might have a solution, Ben said thoughtfully. The Omnitrix contains DNA from species with unique chemical properties. If I can transform into the right alien, maybe I could neutralize the compound directly. Which form were you thinking? Barbara asked. Goop, Ben replied. His body is essentially a conscious acid that can alter its chemical composition. If I can tune him to the right molecular frequency, he might be able to break down the compound while leaving normal water untouched. It's worth investigating, Barbara agreed, beginning a new simulation. But we'll need a backup plan. Talia, does your father have any insights on counteracting Lazarus effects? Talia hesitated before answering. There are methods, yes. But they're not without risk. Lazarus energy can be neutralized with certain rare elements, but the process is volatile. As they continued developing strategies, Ben found himself watching the interaction between the three women. The dynamics were fascinating, Barbara's analytical precision, Selina's practical caution, and Talia's commanding presence. Each brought different strengths to the table, united by their connection to Batman despite obvious tensions between them. We should move quickly, Talia eventually said, checking a device on her wrist. My intelligence suggests the court is accelerating their timeline. The water treatment modifications could begin within days. Agreed, Barbara said. Ben, you and Talia prepare for the sanatorium investigation. Take the Batwing, it's faster than conventional transport and has stealth capabilities. Batwing? Ben repeated. Bruce's aircraft, Selina explained with a smirk. Everything is Bat-something around here. I've uploaded the schematics to your communicator, Barbara told Ben. It's automated, but you'll need to master the manual controls for extraction. And us? Selina asked. We'll start monitoring the city's water treatment facilities, Barbara replied. I've identified the 3 most likely points of implementation based on the equipment they imported. We'll establish surveillance and prepare countermeasures. As they gathered necessary equipment, Ben found himself momentarily alone near the Batmobile. He ran his fingers along its sleek surface, feeling the weight of responsibility settling more firmly on his shoulders. This wasn't just about stopping another villain, it was about possibly rescuing the man whose legacy he'd briefly borrowed. Having second thoughts. Talia's voice came from behind him. Ben turned to find her watching him with unreadable eyes. Not second thoughts. Just, realizing how much is at stake. Indeed. She stepped closer. I've studied your history, Ben Tennyson. You've saved your world, multiple worlds, numerous times. Yet there's something different about this situation, isn't there? Ben nodded slowly. Usually I'm fighting aliens, interdimensional threats, things that are clearly other. But the Court of Owls, Scarecrow, they're human. Their evil is more intimate. A perceptive observation. Talia's expression softened slightly. Bruce struggled with that same reality. The monsters that walk as men are often more terrifying than those who wear their monstrosity openly. You know him well, Ben noted, studying her face. Something complex passed across Talia's features, affection, regret, determination. Better than most, she acknowledged. Which is why I know he would appreciate what you've done for his city, even if he might never admit it aloud. Before Ben could respond, Barbara called them back to the main platform where she'd prepared specialized equipment for their respective missions. For Ben and Talia, she provided enhanced communication devices, scanners calibrated to detect both biological signatures and Lazarus energy, and compact medical supplies. The Batwing is prepped and ready, she informed them. But remember, this is reconnaissance first. If Batman is there, we need to understand the situation before attempting extraction. And if he's not? Ben asked. Then we've eliminated one possibility and gained intelligence on court operations, Barbara replied practically. Either way, maintain constant communication. If anything goes wrong, abort and return immediately. As they prepared to depart, Selina approached Ben, her usual sardonic expression replaced with genuine concern. Watch your back with her, she said quietly, nodding toward Talia who was examining the equipment. She plays a long game, and her loyalty is complicated. You don't trust her, Ben observed. I don't trust anyone completely, Selina corrected. But Talia, her devotion to Bruce is real, but it's tangled up with her father's ambitions and her own beliefs about destiny. Just remember that her methods might not align with yours, even when her goals do. Ben nodded, appreciating the warning. I'll be careful. You too, the court won't give up their water plan easily. Don't worry about me, alien boy, Selina said with a returning smirk. I've been swimming with Gotham's sharks since before you found that watch. She surprised him then, leaning in to place a quick kiss on his cheek. For luck, she explained, stepping back. Now go find our missing bat. The Batwing sliced through the night sky like a shadow given purpose, its advanced stealth systems rendering it nearly invisible to both conventional radar and the naked eye. Inside the cockpit, Ben piloted the craft with growing confidence, following the navigational guidance while Talia monitored their surroundings for potential threats. You adapt quickly, she observed as Ben executed a particularly smooth course correction. Most people require more time to master Bruce's technology. I've flown alien spaceships and interdimensional vessels, Ben replied with a small smile. The Batwing is impressive, but the principles are similar. Talia studied him with renewed interest. Your experiences are quite extraordinary. I begin to understand why my father once expressed interest in your Omnitrix. Ben's hands tightened on the controls. Your father? Ra's al Ghul wanted the Omnitrix. The League of Assassins maintains intelligence on all significant power sources, Talia explained matter-of-factly. The Omnitrix represents perhaps the most versatile weapon ever created. Of course it drew his attention. It's not a weapon, Ben said firmly, a conversation he'd had countless times. It was designed as a tool for understanding, for empathy between species. Yet you've wielded it as a weapon when necessary, Talia pointed out. The distinction lies in intent, not capability. Her expression turned thoughtful. Which is perhaps why you've succeeded where others might have failed. You understand its potential but are not seduced by it. Ben wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an observation, so he redirected the conversation. Tell me about this sanatorium. Why would the court choose it? It was built in the 1920s to house the mentally ill from wealthy families, those whose conditions might embarrass their prominent relatives, Talia explained. It operated until the 1970s, when changing attitudes and several scandals forced its closure. But its isolated location and existing security infrastructure made it ideal for other purposes. Like holding prisoners, Ben concluded grimly. Precisely. My father briefly considered acquiring it decades ago for League operations but found the location too close to Gotham for his preference. Talia checked their navigation system. We should arrive in approximately 20 minutes. I suggest we land 3 miles out and approach on foot to avoid detection. Ben nodded agreement, adjusting their flight path. What can you tell me about your father's history with the court? Seems like there's bad blood there. Talia's expression hardened. The League of Assassins and the Court of Owls represent competing philosophies of control. Both believe humanity requires guidance, but their methods and ultimate goals differ significantly. She paused, seeming to consider how much to reveal. My father seeks to purify humanity through selective pressure, letting the worthy survive while the corrupt perish. The court prefers total domination, a world where every mind is subjugated to their will. 2 flavors of tyranny, Ben commented. Talia gave him a sharp look. A simplistic assessment, but not entirely inaccurate. However, the distinction matters. My father's vision at least allows for human potential to flourish among the worthy. The court would reduce humanity to puppets, maintaining only the illusion of freedom. And where do you stand in all this? Ben asked, genuinely curious. Something vulnerable flickered in Talia's expression before her composure returned. My path is evolving. I have served my father's vision for most of my life, but my time with Bruce showed me alternatives. She looked away, toward the mountains now visible in the distance. Let us focus on the mission. Personal philosophies can wait. They lapsed into silence as the Batwing approached the coordinates. Ben found an isolated clearing suitable for landing, engaging the craft's camouflage system that would render it virtually undetectable once they departed. As the engines powered down, Talia efficiently checked her weapons, a pair of curved daggers, several throwing stars, and what appeared to be a collapsible bow. I'd prefer we avoid lethal force, Ben said carefully, watching her preparations. Talia raised an eyebrow. A luxury we may not have. The court's talons are already dead in any meaningful sense, reanimated corpses with regenerative capabilities. And their human operatives are fanatically loyal. Still, Ben insisted, we should try. As you wish, Talia conceded with a slight inclination of her head. But understand that such restraint may cost us if the situation deteriorates. They exited the Batwing, the cool mountain air carrying the scent of pine and distant snow. Talia led the way through the forest with practiced stealth, moving like a shadow between trees. Ben followed, not as naturally quiet but benefiting from the tactical suit Barbara had designed for him, which dampened sound and masked his heat signature. As they approached the sanatorium, its dilapidated facade became visible through the trees, a massive Victorian structure with Gothic flourishes, its windows dark and uninviting. Surrounding it was a fence topped with modern security measures that clashed with the building's antiquated appearance. Talia signaled a halt, producing compact binoculars to survey the perimeter. For guard posts, motion sensors integrated into the fence, and likely pressure plates beyond. More sophisticated than expected. Ben activated his own scanner, which detected power signatures throughout the seemingly abandoned building. They're using a lot of electricity for a place that's supposed to be empty. Indeed. Talia pointed to a smaller structure separated from the main building. That outbuilding shows the highest energy consumption. A logical place to house specialized equipment, perhaps for cryostasis. Or for the treatments mentioned in those messages, Ben added grimly. He studied their options, considering which alien form might be most useful for infiltration. We need to get inside without triggering alarms. The southeast corner, Talia decided after further observation. The fence shows signs of recent repair, a vulnerability they may not have fully addressed. They circled the perimeter carefully, using the dense forest as cover. When they reached the southeast corner, Ben could see what Talia had noticed, a section of fence that appeared newer than the rest, the ground before it disturbed as if by recent construction. Wait here, Ben whispered, activating the Omnitrix. Ghost freak. His form shifted into the phantom-like alien, capable of invisibility and intangibility. Ghost freak drifted toward the fence, passing through it effortlessly. On the other side, he examined the ground and surrounding security measures before returning to Talia. You were right, he confirmed after transforming back. The sensors haven't been properly calibrated in this section. But there's something else, the ground has been excavated recently. They may have installed underground sensors or tunnels. Talia nodded thoughtfully. A risk we must take. I can disable the fence's electrical current momentarily, creating a window for us to cross. She produced a small device from her pack, attaching it to the fence with practiced efficiency. After a series of quick adjustments, she nodded in satisfaction. 3 seconds of disruption, beginning now, she whispered, activating the device. They moved in perfect synchronization, slipping through a gap Talia created with a specialized cutting tool and advancing quickly to the shadow of a large oak tree within the grounds. No alarm sounded, but Ben noticed something disturbing as they crouched in the darkness. The grass beneath them felt wrong, slightly yielding in a way natural ground shouldn't. The earth here, he whispered. It's not solid. Talia pressed her hand against the soil, her expression confirming his suspicion. False ground, concealing something beneath. She produced a small probe from her belt, inserting it carefully into the earth. After a moment, she checked the readings. Open space approximately 8 feet down. Likely a tunnel system. The Court of Owls has nested in your walls, Ben murmured, recalling fragments of a nursery rhyme Barbara had shared during his research into the organization. Indeed. Talia's expression darkened. Their labyrinth may extend beneath the entire facility. We should, a distant howl interrupted her, the sound echoing unnaturally across the grounds. It wasn't quite animal, nor entirely human, something in between that raised the hairs on Ben's neck. What was that? He asked, instinctively reaching for the Omnitrix. Trouble, Talia replied grimly. That sound. I've heard similar in my father's facilities when experiments go wrong. They moved more urgently now, keeping to the shadows as they approached the main building. The sanatorium loomed larger as they drew near, its architecture more oppressive up close, all sharp angles and looming towers, windows like vacant eyes staring down at them. Side entrance, Talia indicated, pointing to a partially concealed door that appeared to lead to the basement level. Service access, likely less monitored than the main doors. As they approached, Ben noticed faint blue light seeping from beneath the door, a cold, clinical glow that reminded him uncomfortably of certain alien technology he'd encountered. Talia examined the lock, a modern electronic system incongruous against the ancient door. I can bypass this, she murmured, producing another device from her seemingly endless supply of specialized tools. But we should prepare for immediate resistance. Ben nodded, cycling through the Omnitrix. Swampfire, he decided, transforming into the plant-based alien with regenerative capabilities and control over vegetation. Ready when you are. Talia completed her bypass, the lock disengaging with a soft click. She pushed the door open carefully, revealing a sterile corridor bathed in the same blue light they'd glimpsed from outside. The contrast with the building's decrepit exterior was jarring. Inside was a state-of-the-art facility that looked more like a research laboratory than an abandoned sanatorium. They entered cautiously, Talia leading with one of her curved daggers drawn. The corridor extended before them, doors lining both sides with observation windows revealing empty rooms equipped with medical restraints. The sight sent a chill through Ben despite Swampfire's natural resistance to cold. Holding cells, Talia whispered. Recently used, judging by the maintenance state. But empty now, Ben noted. Where are the occupants? As if in answer, another howl echoed through the facility, closer this time and followed by what sounded like breaking glass. Talia and Ben exchanged glances before moving more quickly down the corridor, following the sounds of disturbance. They reached a junction where the sterile corridor branched in three directions. One path led deeper into the main building, another toward what appeared to be administrative offices, and the third sloped downward toward the separate outbuilding they'd noticed from outside. The power signatures were strongest in the outbuilding, Ben reminded her. Talia nodded agreement, and they took the descending path. As they advanced, the blue lighting intensified, and a low humming became audible, the sound of sophisticated machinery working at high capacity. The corridor ended at a reinforced door marked Special Projects, Authorized Personnel Only. Unlike the side entrance, this door featured multiple security measures, keycard, retinal scanner, and numeric keypad. This would take time to bypass properly, Talia observed, examining the security. Or we could try the direct approach, Ben suggested, raising Swampfire's fist. Talia's lips curved in a slight smile. Sometimes the simplest solution is best. Ben channeled Swampfire's strength, smashing through the reinforced door with a powerful strike. The door tore from its hinges, revealing a large laboratory beyond, and chaos in progress. The room was dominated by specialized medical equipment surrounding a central platform where a cryogenic chamber had been installed. But the chamber was empty, its glass shattered, and the monitoring systems were flashing urgent warnings. 3 white-coated technicians were attempting to contain what appeared to be an escaped subject, a figure moving with unnatural speed among the equipment, overturning tables and destroying monitoring stations. Intruders, one technician shouted upon noticing Ben and Talia. Secure the asset. The figure stopped its rampage, turning toward the doorway where they stood. Ben felt a shock of recognition despite the changes. It was Batman, or what remained of him. Bruce Wayne's powerful frame was gaunt, his skin pallid from cryostasis, and his eyes held a feverish, almost feral quality. He wore tattered remains of what might have been the bat suit, and across his exposed arms and neck were injection sites surrounded by strange blue veins that pulsed with an unnatural glow. Bruce, Talia whispered, her composure cracking for the first time. Batman's gaze fixed on her, something like recognition flickering briefly before being subsumed by rage or fear, Ben couldn't tell which. He snarled, the sound barely human, before lunging toward a 4th technician who had been attempting to approach with what looked like a sedative injector. Stop! Ben called out, moving into the room. We're here to help you. Batman's attention shifted to Ben, his eyes narrowing as they focused on the unfamiliar plant-like form. With lightning speed, he changed direction, attacking Ben with a series of precise strikes that belied his apparently deteriorated condition. Swampfire's plant-based body absorbed the blows, but Ben was reluctant to counterattack. Bruce, listen to me. You know Talia. We're not with the court. We're here to get you out. The name seemed to register briefly, Batman pausing in his assault. But one of the technicians used the distraction to fire what appeared to be a tranquilizer dart, striking Batman in the shoulder. He roared in pain and anger, ripping the dart out before it could deliver its full payload. Asset is non-compliant, the technician shouted into a communicator. Activating Talon response. Talia moved with deadly grace, disabling the technician with a precise strike before he could say more. We need to contain this situation quickly, she told Ben. If Talons arrive, our extraction becomes significantly more difficult. Ben nodded, focusing on Batman, who was now regarding them with wary hostility, clearly affected by whatever partial dose the dart had delivered. Bruce, he tried again, transforming back to human form to appear less threatening. I'm Ben Tennyson. Barbara Gordon sent us to find you. At the mention of Barbara, something shifted in Batman's expression, a flash of clarity amid the feverish rage. He took a halting step forward, his movements becoming more deliberate. Barbara, he managed, his voice rough from disuse. Yes, Ben confirmed, hope rising. She's safe. She's been protecting Gotham while you were gone. Selina too. Selina. Batman repeated, more recognition dawning. His gaze moved to Talia, who had approached cautiously. Talia? How? We can explain everything once you're safe, beloved, she said softly. But we must leave now. The court has been experimenting on you with a compound derived from my father's Lazarus pits. Batman looked down at his arms where the blue veins pulsed, his expression hardening with understanding. Controlling, fear responses. Making me, compliant. He struggled visibly to organize his thoughts. How long? 3 months, Ben answered. But we can talk about that later. Right now, we need to get you out before. An alarm blared throughout the facility, cutting him off. Red emergency lighting replaced the blue glow, and a computerized voice announced, security breach in special projects. Talon units deploying. All personnel initiate lockdown procedures. Too late, Talia said grimly, moving to secure the remaining technicians who were attempting to flee. We need an alternate extraction route. Batman seemed to rally at the sound of the alarm, years of conditioning helping him focus despite his compromised state. Tunnels, he managed, pointing toward a section of floor near the cryochamber. Court, labyrinth, connects to cave system. Ben looked where he indicated, noticing subtle seams in the otherwise seamless floor. A hidden access point to their tunnel network. Can you show us? Batman nodded, moving with increasing steadiness toward the location. He pressed a specific sequence of tiles, causing a section of floor to slide away and reveal a dark passage descending into the earth. Smart, Talia commented. They built their facility atop one of their existing labyrinths, providing escape routes for their operatives. And now for us, Ben said. He activated his communicator. Oracle, do you copy? We've found Batman. Repeat, we've found Batman. But we need an alternate extraction point. Static answered him, followed by Barbara's voice breaking through intermittently. Signal, blocked. Court using, jammers. The mountain must be interfering with transmission, Talia observed. We'll need to get clear of the facility before we can coordinate extraction. The sound of running footsteps in the corridor spurred them to action. Batman descended into the tunnel first, moving with growing confidence as muscle memory seemed to override his weakened condition. Talia followed, with Ben taking rear position after transforming into heat blast to provide both illumination and defensive capability. The tunnel was ancient, its walls carved from the living rock and marked with owl symbols at regular intervals. It descended at a steady angle, branching occasionally into side passages that Batman ignored with apparent certainty of direction. You know where you're going? Ben asked, surprised by Batman's navigational confidence given his condition. Court, architectural patterns, Batman explained haltingly. Predictable, once you understand the system. He paused at a junction, considering briefly before taking the right-hand passage. This leads, east. Toward the mountains. They continued downward, the facility alarms growing fainter behind them. The air grew cooler and damper, suggesting they were moving deeper beneath the earth. After several minutes of steady progress, they emerged into a larger cavern where multiple tunnels converged. Rest, moment, Batman requested, leaning against a wall. Despite his determination, his physical condition was clearly compromised by whatever experiments the court had performed. Talia approached him, producing a small medical kit from her pack. "This will help counteract the Lazarus effects temporarily," she explained, preparing an injection. "It won't purge the compound completely, but it should improve cognitive function." Batman nodded, allowing her to administer the treatment. Within moments, his breathing steadied and his eyes cleared somewhat, the feverish quality diminishing. "Better," he acknowledged, his voice stronger. "But we need to keep moving. Talons know these tunnels better than anyone." "What exactly did they do to you?" Ben asked as they prepared to continue. Batman's expression darkened. "Experimental conditioning using fear toxin combined with Lazarus derivatives. They were attempting to rewrite neural pathways. Create compliance through controlled fear response." His hands clenched into fists. "They wanted Batman to serve the court. And when you resisted?" Talia prompted. "They escalated the treatments. Kept me in cryostasis between sessions to prevent my body from developing resistance." A cold anger entered his voice. "They were succeeding, gradually. Another few weeks." "But they didn't," Ben assured him. "And now we're getting you out." Batman studied Ben with penetrating intensity despite his weakened state. "You're the one who protected Gotham. Barbara told me, when they allowed contact to convince me the city was safe without me." "I tried," Ben said simply. "Had some help from your friends. Including the Batman disguise?" There was a hint of something, amusement perhaps, in Batman's tone. "That was temporary," Ben admitted. "I thought Gotham needed the symbol." "Perhaps it did," Batman acknowledged. "But symbols without substance are empty. You found your own way." "Good." Before Ben could respond, a distant sound echoed through the tunnels, the rhythmic pattern of multiple sets of footsteps moving with unnatural synchronization. "Talons," Talia whispered. "At least 3, moving fast." Batman pushed himself away from the wall, his stance becoming more combat-ready despite his condition. "We need to reach the eastern exit. From there, the cave system connects to natural formations that lead out of the mountain." They moved with renewed urgency, Batman leading them through a bewildering series of turns that would have been hopelessly confusing without his guidance. The sounds of pursuit grew louder, then abruptly ceased, a development that Ben found more concerning than reassuring. "They're not following anymore," he noted as they paused at another junction. "Why?" "Cutting us off," Batman replied grimly. "Taking parallel tunnels to intercept." Talia knocked an arrow in her collapsible bow. "How far to the exit?" "Quarter mile, approximately," Batman estimated. "But we'll have to pass through the Hall of Judgment first." "The what now?" Ben asked. "Court ceremonial chamber," Batman explained. "Central hub where multiple tunnels converge. No way around it if we want to reach the eastern exit." Ben considered their options. "If it's a trap, maybe we should make it our trap instead of theirs. Heat blast could collapse the tunnel behind us, force them to funnel through a single entrance." Batman nodded approvingly. "Tactical thinking. But we need to move immediately. Talons adapt quickly to changing circumstances." They continued forward, the tunnel gradually widening and becoming more elaborately carved. Ancient owl motifs decorated the walls with increasing frequency, and the floor transitioned from rough-hewn rock to smooth marble tiles inlaid with precious metals that caught the light from Ben's flaming form. The tunnel eventually opened into a vast circular chamber with a domed ceiling at least 30 feet high. Concentric rings of stone benches surrounded a central platform where an ornate owl statue stood, its wings spread wide and eyes inlaid with what appeared to be actual diamonds. Multiple tunnels fed into the chamber at regular intervals, creating a symmetrical pattern that was both beautiful and ominous. "The Hall of Judgment," Batman confirmed, his voice low. "Court leadership meets here to decide the fate of Gotham." "Charming decor," Ben commented, noting the walls were adorned with lifelike owl sculptures whose gemstone eyes seemed to follow their movements. Which way out? Batman indicated a tunnel directly opposite their entrance. That one leads east. But, he was interrupted by a soft sound from above, the subtle shifting of fabric. They looked up simultaneously to see dark figures perched along the dome's interior, at least a dozen talons positioned like the predatory birds their masters emulated. Predictable, came a synthesized voice from the central platform. A figure emerged from behind the owl statue, tall and lean, wearing an elaborate mask that concealed all facial features. Unlike the Talons, whose uniforms were primarily functional, this individual wore ceremonial robes emblazoned with platinum thread forming intricate owl patterns. The bat flies directly into the waiting Talons. Batman tensed, recognition evident in his stance. Grandmaster. The prodigal asset returns, the Grandmaster replied, voice distorted but carrying unmistakable satisfaction. And brings new subjects for our endeavors. The alien shapeshifter and the daughter of Ra's al Ghul, both of considerable interest to the court. Ben stepped forward, heat blasts flames intensifying. We're leaving with Batman. Stand aside or get burned. The Grandmaster made a dismissive gesture. Your transformations are impressive, certainly. But the court has existed for centuries by understanding and countering all manner of threats. They produced a small device from within their robes. Including yours. Before Ben could react, the Grandmaster activated the device, sending a pulse of energy throughout the chamber. Ben felt the Omnitrix respond immediately, his heat blast form destabilizing as the transformation suddenly reversed, returning him to human form against his will. Omnitrix malfunction detected, the device announced in Azmatha's voice. Emergency power conservation mode activated. What did you do? Ben demanded, trying unsuccessfully to reactivate the watch. A specific electromagnetic frequency that triggers the Omnitrix's fail-safe protocols, the Grandmaster explained with evident satisfaction. Developed from data gathered during your previous encounters in Gotham. The court observes, adapts, and overcomes. Batman moved protectively in front of Ben, his stance still combat-ready despite his weakened condition. You underestimate us, as always. The court's arrogance remains its greatest vulnerability. Not arrogance, detective, the Grandmaster corrected. Preparation. Your rescue party has failed before it began. The alien is neutralized. And now you will all be incorporated into our grand design. The Talons dropped silently from their perches, forming a ring around the three intruders. Unlike ordinary opponents, they moved with perfect coordination, no wasted motion or hesitation in their movements. Talia raised her bow, aiming directly at the Grandmaster. The League of Assassins does not surrender to parlor tricks and circus performers, she declared coldly. Tell your pets to stand down, or your next court session will require a new Grandmaster. The Grandmaster laughed, the sound distorted by their mask synthesizer. Bold threats from one so thoroughly outmatched. But the court appreciates spirit, it makes breaking it so much more satisfying. They raised a hand, and the Talons tensed, ready to attack on command. Ben's mind raced, assessing their options. The Omnitrix was temporarily disabled, Batman was physically compromised though mentally recovering, and Talia, while formidable, couldn't possibly engage a dozen Talons simultaneously. Wait, Ben called out, a desperate idea forming. You want test subjects? Take me. Let Batman and Talia go, and I'll cooperate with your experiments. Ben, no, Batman growled. An intriguing offer, the Grandmaster replied, tilting their head in consideration. The Omnitrix bearer, surrendering willingly. But why would I accept when I can simply take all three of you? Because you know Batman and the League of Assassins will never stop hunting you if you take us all, Ben argued. But me alone? I'm an outsider, a variable you didn't account for originally. Study me, and you might gain insights into manipulating metahuman physiology that would otherwise take decades to develop. The Grandmaster studied him silently for a long moment. Your sacrifice is admirable, if misguided. But the court does not negotiate with, whatever they intended to say was cut off by a tremendous explosion that rocked the entire chamber. Part of the domed ceiling collapsed, showering debris onto the court floor and sending Talons scattering for cover. Through the newly created opening rappelled familiar figures, Selina in her Catwoman outfit, followed by Stephanie as Spoiler and several individuals in tactical gear bearing the insignia of the League of Assassins. "Sorry we're late to the party," Selina called out, landing gracefully amid the chaos. Traffic was murder. The Grand Master retreated as assassins and Talons engaged in immediate combat throughout the chamber. Batman seized the opportunity, charging toward the Grand Master with remarkable speed given his condition. Talia provided covering fire with her bow, precisely targeting Talons who attempted to intercept Batman's advance. "Ben!" Stephanie called, tossing something toward him as she fought off a Talon with her staff. "Catch!" Ben caught the device, a specialized EMP emitter calibrated to counter the frequency that had disabled the Omnitrix. He activated it immediately, feeling the familiar energy surge as the watch returned to normal functioning. "Now we're talking," Ben said with grim satisfaction, activating the Omnitrix. Diamond Head. He transformed into the crystalline alien, immediately engaging the nearest Talons. Diamond Head's nearly invulnerable body gave him a crucial advantage against the assassin's weapons, while his ability to project crystal shards provided much-needed ranged attacks to support their allies. Across the chamber, Batman had cornered the Grand Master against the owl statue. The two engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand fight that showcased why Batman was legendary even in his weakened state. Despite the Grand Master's obvious combat training, Batman's sheer determination and tactical brilliance kept him on the offensive. "How did you find us?" Ben asked Selina as they fought back-to-back against the Talons. "Oracle tracked your last transmission," she explained between strikes of her whip. "And Talia's people were already monitoring the facility. When communications went dark, we mobilized. Temporary alliance with the League of Assassins," Ben noted, blocking a Talon's blade with his crystalline arm. "That's unexpected." "Enemy of my enemy," Selina replied pragmatically. Besides, they were very motivated to recover their boss's daughter. The battle raged throughout the Hall of Judgment, League assassins and Talons locked in combat across the ancient chamber. Despite their immortality and enhanced abilities, the Talons found themselves evenly matched against the League's elite warriors, whose training under Ra's al Ghul had prepared them for nearly any adversary. Batman finally gained the upper hand against the Grand Master, delivering a powerful strike that cracked their ornate mask. The Grand Master stumbled backward, reaching for a concealed weapon, but Batman was faster, seizing their arm and forcing them to the ground with a precise joint lock. "It's over," Batman declared, his voice stronger now as adrenaline and Talia's treatment worked together to clear his mind. "The court has lost this round." "The court never loses, Detective," the Grand Master replied, voice still distorted despite the damaged mask. "We merely regroup for the next phase of the game." With a sudden movement, the Grand Master triggered a hidden mechanism in their robes. A blinding flash filled the chamber, accompanied by a high-pitched sound that disoriented everyone momentarily. When vision cleared, the Grand Master had vanished through some hidden passage, along with several Talons who had disengaged to cover their leader's retreat. "Typical," Selina muttered, securing a Talon who hadn't managed to escape. "The big bad owl flies away when things get difficult." Batman approached the central platform where the Grand Master had stood, examining something they had dropped in their hasty retreat, a small data drive emblazoned with the court's owl symbol. "Not a total loss," he noted, pocketing the drive. "This may contain valuable intelligence on their operations." Talia coordinated with the League operatives, establishing a secure perimeter while Stephanie checked the remaining tunnels for additional threats. Ben transformed back to human form, the immediate danger having passed. "Are you alright?" he asked Batman, noting that despite his impressive performance in the fight, the man was clearly exhausted, the blue veins on his arms still pulsing faintly. "Functional," Batman replied tersely, though he accepted Selina's supporting arm when she approached. His expression softened slightly as she examined him with concerned eyes. I've been worse. Not by much, Selina countered, her usual sarcasm tempered with genuine worry. You look terrible. Charming as always, Selina, he replied with what might have been the ghost of a smile. Talia approached, her mission commander persona momentarily set aside as she regarded Batman. The League medics can begin treatment for the Lazarus exposure immediately, she informed him. But complete purging will require specialized procedures at one of our facilities. Batman nodded understanding. First, we need to secure the sanatorium. The court was conducting experiments there beyond my conditioning, something connected to their water supply plan. About that, Stephanie said, rejoining the group. We have a situation back in Gotham. That's partly why we came to extract you so urgently. What situation? Ben asked with immediate concern. While you were finding Batman, Oracle detected unusual activity at all 3 water treatment plants simultaneously, Stephanie explained. The court is accelerating their timeline, they're implementing the Fear Lazarus compound tonight. They're adapting to our interference, Batman observed, his tactical mind clearly functioning despite his physical condition. Using our focus on my rescue as cover for their primary operation. Exactly, Selina confirmed. Oracle's deployed countermeasures to slow them down, but we need to get back to Gotham immediately. Ben checked the Omnitrix, which had fully recovered from the court's disruption. I can get there fastest on my own. The rest of you extract Batman and secure this facility. No, Batman said firmly. This requires coordination. The court will have multiple implementation points, redundancies, contingencies. We need a unified approach. Talia nodded agreement. My operatives can secure the sanatorium and collect evidence of the court's experiments. The priority must be protecting Gotham's water supply. The Batwing can get us back to the city in under 30 minutes, Stephanie added. Oracle has already deployed GCPD to the treatment plants, but they're encountering resistance. Batman straightened, visibly pushing aside his exhaustion through sheer willpower. Then we move now. Ben, your transformations will be crucial for neutralizing the compound if it's already entered the system. I've been working on that, Ben confirmed. My goop form should be able to counteract the chemical properties if I can tune his molecular structure correctly. Good, Batman approved. Selina, you and Stephanie coordinate with Gordon's people. Talia, he turned to her, something complicated passing between them, thank you for the assist. Your father's resources were timely. The League repays its debts, Talia replied formally, though her eyes conveyed something more personal. And some matters transcend organizational objectives. As they prepared to depart, Ben found himself watching Batman with newfound respect. Despite months of captivity, experimentation, and physical deterioration, the man's determination remained unbreakable. His mind was already calculating their next moves, analyzing the court's strategy, identifying counters. Hey, Selina said quietly, appearing beside Ben. Nice work finding him. We all did it, Ben replied honestly. I couldn't have gotten through that facility without Talia, and we'd still be fighting Talons if you hadn't shown up. Look at you, being all mature and team-oriented, Selina teased, though her smile was genuine. Gotham's been good for you. Has it? Ben wondered aloud, watching as Batman conferred with Talia about securing the facility. Sometimes I feel like I'm still just reacting to threats rather than getting ahead of them. Welcome to life in Gotham, Selina said with a wry smile. Even Bruce with all his planning and preparation ends up improvising more often than he'd admit. She nodded toward Batman. The difference is how quickly you adapt to the unexpected. And you've gotten pretty good at that. Ben appreciated her words more than he could express. Coming from someone like Selina, who maintained her independence and skepticism as carefully as others maintained their reputations, such acknowledgement meant something. Let's get back to Gotham, he said with renewed determination. We have a city to save. Again. The Batwing streaked through the night sky toward Gotham, its engines pushed to maximum capacity. Inside the cockpit, Batman had insisted on taking the controls despite his condition, his hands steady on the yoke through what appeared to be sheer force of will. Ben sat beside him in the co-pilot position, with Selina and Stephanie secured in passenger seats behind them. Oracle, status update, Batman demanded through the communication system, his voice growing stronger as the mission focus overrode his physical limitations. Court operatives have seized control of all 3 primary water treatment facilities, Barbara replied, her image appearing on the cockpit's display screen. GCPD established perimeters but have been unable to regain access. Commissioner Gordon reports heavy resistance including what appear to be Talons coordinating the defense. And the compound? Ben asked. Sensors detect it already entering the northeastern distribution system, Barbara answered grimly. Approximately 20% of North Gotham will be affected within the hour unless we can neutralize it. Batman's jaw tightened. They're starting with the financial district and Old Gotham, targeting the city's power centers first. I've diverted all available resources to isolating that section of the system, Barbara continued, but the court planned this well. They've overridden manual controls and disabled emergency shutoffs. We need a direct intervention at the source, Batman determined. Ben, your transformation abilities remain our best option for neutralizing the compound once it's in the system. Ben nodded, having spent the flight calibrating the Omnitrix for the task ahead. Goop should be able to interact with the compound at the molecular level without affecting normal water properties. But I'll need to access the main distribution tanks. Which the court is heavily defending, Stephanie pointed out. We'll need a multi-pronged approach. Batman nodded sharply. Exactly. Oracle, coordinate with Gordon to maintain the perimeter and prevent additional court reinforcements. Selina, Stephanie, you'll create a diversion at the secondary access points. Ben and I will target the primary distribution center directly. You sure you're up for this? Ben asked quietly, noting the blue veins still pulsing faintly beneath Batman's skin. I have to be, Batman replied simply, his determination absolute. This is my city. The Batwing approached Gotham, the city lights spread out below them like a constellation. From above, the northeastern water treatment facility was clearly visible, a sprawling complex now surrounded by police vehicles with emergency lights casting red and blue reflections across its surface. Batman brought the aircraft down in a controlled landing on a maintenance helipad atop a neighboring building, out of sight of the court operatives controlling the facility. As they disembarked, Commissioner Gordon approached, having been notified of their arrival by Oracle. Batman, he greeted, a complex mixture of relief and concern crossing his weathered features as he took in the Dark Knight's condition. Good to have you back. Status? Batman demanded, bypassing any reunion sentiments. Gordon accepted the abrupt return to business with a slight nod. Court operatives seized the facility 90 minutes ago. They've barricaded all ground-level access points and disabled remote control systems. We've evacuated civilians within a 10-block radius as a precaution. Smart, Batman approved. The compound they're introducing causes heightened fear responses and increased susceptibility to suggestion. If it reaches the water supply, we'll have a city full of paranoid, easily manipulated citizens, Gordon finished grimly. Just what Gotham needs. Ben examined the facility layout on a tactical display Barbara had sent to their communicators. The main distribution tanks are centrally located, surrounded by processing stations. If I can reach them, I should be able to neutralize the compound before it spreads further. Getting there won't be easy, Selina noted, studying the security feeds Oracle had managed to hack. I count at least 15 armed operatives and what looks like 3 Talons coordinating defense. We'll make it work, Batman stated with finality. He turned to Gordon. When we move, I need your people ready to secure any court operatives who attempt to flee. Gordon nodded, glancing at Ben. You've done good work here while he was gone, he said, a rare direct compliment from the usually reserved commissioner. Gotham remembers its defenders. Just doing what needed to be done, Ben replied honestly. Batman surveyed the facility once more, then outlined their approach. Selina and Stephanie would create diversions at opposite ends of the complex, drawing attention away from the central distribution area. Meanwhile, Batman and Ben would infiltrate through a maintenance tunnel that connected to underground storage areas. Everyone clear on objectives? Batman confirmed, receiving nods from the team. Move out. As Selina and Stephanie departed for their positions, Batman led Ben to a service entrance half hidden beneath overgrown vegetation at the facility's perimeter. The door was secured with both electronic and mechanical locks, but Batman made short work of both using tools from his utility belt, which Selina had thoughtfully brought along in the Batwing. Some things never change, Ben commented as Batman effortlessly bypassed security measures that would have stymied most experts. Even after months of captivity, you haven't lost your touch. Some skills become instinct, Batman replied, pulling the door open to reveal a narrow maintenance tunnel. Like your instinct to help others, even in a city that wasn't your responsibility. The simple acknowledgement meant more coming from Batman than elaborate praise might have from anyone else. They entered the tunnel, moving quietly through the dimly lit passage that smelled of chlorine and damp concrete. Oracle, we're in, Batman reported softly. Status on diversion teams? In position, Barbara confirmed. Commencing in 30 seconds. They continued forward, the tunnel gradually widening as they approached the facility's central areas. Ahead, Ben could hear the hum of massive pumps and filtration systems, the heart of Gotham's water distribution network. Wait, Batman whispered suddenly, raising a hand in warning. He pointed to a nearly invisible laser grid crossing the tunnel ahead, a security measure that hadn't appeared on their schematics. Court addition, he explained tersely. Recent. Ben nodded understanding. I can handle this. Ghost freak. He transformed into the phantom-like alien, capable of passing through solid matter. In this form, the laser grid posed no obstacle. Ghost Freak drifted through it effortlessly, then located the control panel on the other side and deactivated the system, allowing Batman to proceed. As they reached the end of the tunnel, muffled explosions echoed from distant parts of the facility, Selina and Stephanie initiating their diversions. Alarms blared immediately, and they could hear shouts as court operatives responded to the perceived threats. Now, Batman directed, pushing open the access door that led into the main distribution center. The room was massive, dominated by enormous tanks connected by a complex network of pipes and monitoring stations. A walkway circled the tanks at mid-level, while control panels lined the walls. 2 court operatives remained at the central monitoring station, while a single Talon stood guard near what appeared to be a specially modified injection system connected to the main water flow. That's it, Ben whispered, having transformed back to human form. They're introducing the compound directly into the outgoing water supply. Batman nodded, pointing to the blue-tinted liquid visible in a large reservoir connected to the injection apparatus. We need to neutralize that before it can enter the system further. I'll handle the guards. Without waiting for acknowledgement, Batman launched himself from their position, throwing 2 batarangs simultaneously. One struck the control panel, shutting down the automated injection sequence, while the other temporarily incapacitated one of the court operatives. The Talon reacted with inhuman speed, intercepting Batman mid-attack with a flying kick that would have shattered ribs if Batman hadn't partially deflected it. Despite his weakened condition, Batman engaged the Talon in hand-to-hand combat, his technique compensating for his reduced strength. Ben rushed toward the compound reservoir, activating the Omnitrix. Goop. His body transformed into the amorphous, acid-like alien capable of altering its chemical composition at will. Goop slithered rapidly to the reservoir containing the Fear Lazarus compound, extending pseudopods into the blue liquid. Analyzing molecular structure, he reported, his voice distorted by his alien form. Identifying key chemical bonds, calibrating counteragents. The remaining court operative attempted to restart the injection system manually, but Goop extended another pseudopod to engulf the control panel, preventing access. Not happening, Ben stated firmly, focusing primarily on the reservoir. Goop's unique physiology allowed Ben to identify the compound structure and begin breaking down its critical components. The blue liquid gradually began changing color, shifting toward a neutral clear as the fear-inducing elements were neutralized. Meanwhile, Batman continued his brutal fight with the Talon, each exchanging blows that would have incapacitated ordinary opponents. Despite Batman's tactical brilliance, the Talon's regenerative capabilities and enhanced strength were gradually giving it the advantage, especially as Batman's earlier exertions began taking their toll. Oracle, Batman called through gritted teeth as he blocked a vicious strike. Status on the water system. Compound detected in northeast grid, but concentration is below effectiveness threshold so far, Barbara replied. If Ben can neutralize the source completely, we might prevent widespread exposure. The Talon seized Batman by the throat, lifting him off the ground with terrifying strength. The court has planned for centuries, it stated in a hollow voice. One setback changes nothing. Batman struggled against the grip, his oxygen depleting rapidly. But rather than fight the hold directly, he reached for something on his belt, a small injector device Talia had provided before they departed the sanatorium. With his remaining strength, Batman drove the injector into the Talon's arm. The assassin faltered momentarily, its grip loosening enough for Batman to break free with a powerful strike to its elbow joint. Special delivery from the League of Assassins, Batman growled, backing away as the Talon began convulsing. Neutralizing agent specifically designed to counteract the court's reanimation process. The Talon dropped to its knees, its regenerative abilities temporarily disrupted by whatever compound Talia had provided. Batman didn't waste the opportunity, delivering a knockout blow that finally incapacitated the assassin. At the reservoir, Ben's efforts were proving successful. The Fear Lazarus compound had been almost completely neutralized, rendered inert by Goop's precisely calibrated chemical interactions. Oracle, compound neutralized at source, Ben reported. But we need to address what's already entered the system. On it, Barbara confirmed. I've alerted Water Authority engineers to implement emergency purification protocols for affected areas. Gordon's officers are distributing bottled water as a precaution. Batman secured the unconscious court operatives and approached the monitoring systems, his movements becoming increasingly labored as adrenaline began to fade, revealing his true physical condition. We need to verify the compound hasn't reached critical concentration in any neighborhood, he said, accessing the facility's testing systems. The court would have identified priority targets, areas where fear and suggestion would create maximum impact. Ben transformed back to human form, joining Batman at the controls. Based on their previous patterns, they'd target centers of power first, financial district, city hall, police headquarters. And media outlets, Batman added, bringing up a distribution map. Control the narrative, control the response. The map confirmed their suspicions, the highest concentration of the compound had been directed toward pipelines serving Gotham's power centers. Fortunately, the early intervention had prevented levels from reaching the effectiveness threshold in most areas. We got lucky, Ben observed. Another hour and this could have affected thousands. Luck had nothing to do with it, Batman countered, his voice tightening with pain he could no longer fully conceal. Preparation, coordination, and your unique abilities made this possible. Before Ben could respond, Selina's voice came through their communicators. Northeast sector secure. Court operatives either captured or retreated. No casualties. Same in the western quadrant, Stephanie reported. Found documentation suggesting 2 additional facilities were prepared for compound injection if this one failed. The court always has contingencies, Batman noted grimly. We'll need to secure those locations immediately. Already on it, Gordon's voice joined the conversation. GCPD tactical teams deployed to coordinates Oracle provided. Batman nodded satisfaction, then suddenly staggered, gripping the edge of the control panel for support. The blue veins on his arms pulsed more visibly, and his breathing became labored. Bruce? Ben moved quickly to support him. What's happening? Lazarus withdrawal, Batman managed through clenched teeth. The combat accelerated the process. Need, stabilizing agent. Ben activated his communicator. Oracle, Batman needs medical assistance immediately. Lazarus exposure symptoms are accelerating. Understood, Barbara replied tensely. Talia's medical team is standing by at the Batcave with specialized treatment protocols. Get him there as quickly as possible. Batman fought to remain upright through obvious pain. The facility needs to be secured first. Data, recovered. Gordon's people have the facility, Ben assured him. And I can download whatever data we need. He quickly connected his communicator to the control systems, initiating a transfer of all operational logs and chemical formulations to Barbara's secure servers. Selina arrived moments later, her expression shifting to alarm when she saw Batman's condition. Stubborn as always, she muttered, moving to help support him. Can't even get rescued without pushing yourself to collapse. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Batman's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. Missed you too, Selina. Between them, Ben and Selina managed to get Batman back through the maintenance tunnel to a secure extraction point where the Batwing awaited, now piloted remotely by Barbara. They settled Batman in the passenger compartment, Selina administering temporary stabilizing medication from the aircraft's medical kit. Oracle, we're airborne, Ben reported as the Batwing lifted off. ETA to cave 12 minutes. Have medical standing by. As they flew toward Wayne Manor, Ben monitored Batman's condition with growing concern. The blue veins had spread further, now visible on his neck and face, and his temperature was fluctuating wildly, signs that the Lazarus components in his system were becoming increasingly unstable. He needs more than just league medicine, Selina said quietly, meeting Ben's concerned gaze. That much Lazarus exposure, combined with Crane's fear toxin modifications, it's unprecedented. I might be able to help, Ben suggested, an idea forming. The Omnitrix contains DNA from species with unique healing abilities. If I can transform into the right alien. Worth trying once we reach the cave, Selina agreed. But Lazarus chemistry is unpredictable. Even Roz doesn't fully understand its mechanisms after centuries of use. Batman stirred, his eyes opening with evident effort. The data drive, he murmured. From the Grandmaster. Secure it. Already safe, Selina assured him, her usual sardonic tone softened by genuine concern. Oracle's decrypting it now. Court won't stop, Batman continued, fighting to remain conscious. Water plan was, just one approach. They'll adapt, try something new. And we'll stop them again, Ben promised. But right now, you need to focus on recovery. Batman's gaze fixed on Ben with surprising clarity despite his deteriorating condition. You've done well, he stated simply. Gotham needed protection. You provided it. Without compromising who you are. The acknowledgement caught Ben off guard, coming from Batman, it represented a level of approval he hadn't expected. I had good examples to follow, he replied. And a lot of help. Smart enough to know when you need allies, Batman observed. Wiser than I was at your age. The Batwing began its descent toward the hidden entrance to the Batcave, the autopilot executing a perfect approach. Below, Ben could see figures waiting, Talia with what appeared to be medical personnel, Stephanie in civilian clothes, and Barbara in her wheelchair, all prepared for their arrival. Almost there, Selina told Batman, her hand finding his and squeezing gently. Try not to die before we land. It would be terrible for morale. Batman's lips curved in a slight smile despite his obvious pain. Wouldn't dream of it. The aircraft touched down on the cave's landing pad, and medical personnel immediately rushed forward as the canopy opened. Ben and Selina helped transfer Batman to a waiting gurney, which was quickly wheeled to a sophisticated medical bay he hadn't noticed during their earlier brief visit. Talia directed the medical team with practiced efficiency, her usual composure firmly in place despite the emotional weight of the situation. Begin the purification protocol, she instructed as monitoring equipment was attached to Batman's body. Prepare the neutralizing agents at half-standard concentration to account for the toxin modifications. Barbara approached Ben and Selina as Batman was treated. "You did it," she said with evident relief. "The water supply is secure, and preliminary testing shows minimal contamination in distributed areas." "And the court operatives?" Ben asked. 17 in custody, including 2 mid-level administrators based on the identification protocols Bruce established before his disappearance, Barbara reported. "But no high-ranking members, and certainly not the Grand Master." "They'll go to ground," Selina predicted. "Regroup in whatever hidden nests they maintain throughout the city." Stephanie joined them, handing out much-needed coffee. "But we've hurt them significantly. Between disrupting their broadcast plan, rescuing Batman, and now preventing their water supply scheme. They've invested considerable resources for minimal return. Which makes them dangerous," Barbara cautioned. "The court isn't accustomed to failure. They'll be looking to re-establish dominance quickly." Ben watched as Batman's treatment continued, medical professionals working with focused intensity under Talia's supervision. "What about Bruce? Will he recover?" Barbara's expression tightened with concern. "The combination of fear toxin and Lazarus derivatives is unprecedented. Talia's people understand the Lazarus component better than anyone, but even they can't predict exactly how it will interact with Crane's modifications." "There might be another option," Ben suggested, explaining his earlier idea about using the Omnitrix's transformation capabilities. "If I could analyze the compound at a genetic level, maybe transform into an alien with compatible healing abilities." Barbara considered this thoughtfully. "It's worth exploring. Let Talia's team stabilize him first, then we can discuss integrating your abilities into the treatment protocol." As the night progressed, Ben found himself reflecting on how thoroughly his life had changed since arriving in Gotham. What had begun as personal escape, a way to distance himself from painful memories, had evolved into something far more meaningful. He had found not just purpose but connection, forming bonds with this unusual group of defenders who protected their city with unwavering determination despite their different methods and motivations. Hours later, Batman's condition had stabilized enough for Ben to attempt his treatment. After consulting with Talia's medical team and Barbara, he activated the Omnitrix, transforming into Wildvine, a plant-based alien with regenerative properties and control over cellular structures. This form can synthesize compounds that might help neutralize the Lazarus effects, Ben explained to the somewhat skeptical medical personnel. His regenerative properties work differently than animal biology. Talia gave her approval, and Ben approached Batman's bedside. Wildvine extended tendrils that gently wrapped around Batman's arms where the blue veins were most prominent. Concentrating deeply, Ben analyzed the compound structure through Wildvine's unique sensory capabilities, then began synthesizing countering agents directly into Batman's bloodstream. The process was delicate and required intense focus. Wildvine's plant biology allowed Ben to create natural compounds that could bind to the Lazarus elements without triggering the violent reactions common to more aggressive treatment methods. Gradually, the angry blue glow of the veins began to subside, and Batman's vital signs improved. After nearly 30 minutes of continuous treatment, Ben had to revert to human form, the strain of maintaining such precise control becoming too great. But the improvement was evident, the blue veins had receded significantly, and Batman's brain activity showed normalized patterns. "Remarkable," Talia acknowledged, reviewing the medical data. "You've accomplished in minutes what might have taken days with conventional methods. Will it last?" Ben asked, exhaustion evident in his voice. "The Lazarus component appears neutralized," one of the medical technicians confirmed. "However, residual effects of the fear toxin modifications remain. Those will require different treatment approaches. But he'll recover." Selina pressed, having remained nearby throughout the procedure. "With time, yes," Talia assured her. "The worst danger has passed. Now we must allow his body to heal while addressing the psychological conditioning the court attempted to implement." Ben stepped away from the medical area, finding a quiet corner of the cave to rest. The events of the past 24 hours had drained him physically and mentally, from infiltrating the sanatorium to battling Talons, rescuing Batman, neutralizing the water supply threat, and now this healing intervention. Barbara approached, offering a bottle of water and energy bar. "You should rest," she advised. "You've done more than anyone could have asked." "Thanks," Ben said, gratefully accepting both. "How's the data decryption going?" "Slowly," Barbara admitted. "The court's encryption is sophisticated, but I'm making progress. Initial findings suggest they have operations beyond Gotham, international connections we hadn't previously confirmed. Making them an even bigger threat," Ben concluded. "But one we're better positioned to counter now," Barbara pointed out. "With Bruce recovering and the intelligence we've gathered, we can begin dismantling their infrastructure more systematically." Ben nodded, though exhaustion made it difficult to focus on long-term strategy. "What about the city? Any reports of effects from the compound exposure?" "Minimal," Barbara assured him. "Gordon implemented the emergency protocols exactly as planned. Affected areas are being supplied with clean water while system purging continues. A few dozen people reported increased anxiety and unusual fear responses, but nothing approaching the mass manipulation the court intended." "Good," Ben said, relief evident in his voice. "That's good." Barbara studied him with perceptive eyes. "You know, when you first arrived in Gotham pretending to be Batman, I had serious doubts about your judgment." "Can't really blame you for that," Ben acknowledged with a tired smile. "But you've proven me wrong," Barbara continued. "Not just in your abilities, but in your adaptability, your willingness to learn Gotham's unique challenges rather than imposing your own methods blindly." "I had good teachers," Ben replied sincerely. "Perhaps," Barbara conceded. "But good students are equally important." She glanced toward the medical bay where Batman rested. "Bruce doesn't give praise easily, but he meant what he said. You've earned his respect, and that's something very few heroes ever manage." The acknowledgement warmed Ben unexpectedly. He hadn't realized how much Batman's approval had come to matter to him during his time in Gotham. Stephanie approached, having changed from her spoiler costume to comfortable civilian clothes. "Media's running with the attempted water contamination story," she reported. "Gordon's official statement mentions only criminal elements without specifying the court. Following your recommendation," she added with a nod to Barbara. "Smart," Barbara approved. "The less public knowledge about the court, the less panic we create. And it denies them the public recognition they crave." "So what happens now?" Ben asked, the question encompassing more than just their immediate situation. Stephanie dropped into a chair nearby, looking nearly as exhausted as Ben felt. "Now we recover, regroup, and prepare for whatever the court tries next. The usual Gotham cycle. Except we're in a stronger position than before," Barbara pointed out. "Bruce is back, we've gathered valuable intelligence on court operations, and we've established effective countermeasures against their Fear Lazarus compound. Plus," Stephanie added with a meaningful glance at Ben, "we've added a shape-shifting alien to our roster, which definitely improves our odds." Ben smiled despite his exhaustion. "Happy to help." "And how long do you plan to continue helping?" came a new voice. Selina approached, having left Batman's side as he slipped into healing sleep. "Gotham has a way of keeping people longer than they intend." The question caught Ben off guard. He hadn't really considered his future plans since arriving in Gotham. What had begun as temporary escape had evolved into something that felt increasingly like purpose. "I don't know," he admitted honestly. "When I came here, I was running from something. Now you're running towards something instead," Barbara finished perceptively. "That's growth, Ben." Selina studied him with uncharacteristic seriousness. "Gotham changes people. Usually for the worse. But occasionally, very occasionally, it helps them find parts of themselves they didn't know existed." Her lips curved in a slight smile. "I think you might fall into that rare second category." Before Ben could respond, an alert sounded from Barbara's computer system. She wheeled quickly to the main platform, the others following with renewed alertness despite their exhaustion. Decryption complete on a portion of the Grandmaster's data drive, Barbara announced, studying the information appearing on her screens. And it's concerning. What are we looking at? Ben asked, trying to make sense of the complex diagrams and code sequences. Plans for something called Project Harbinger, Barbara explained, organizing the data as she analyzed it. Appears to be the next phase of their control strategy, scheduled for implementation within 2 weeks. Details? Selina prompted. Barbara continued scanning through the files, her expression growing increasingly troubled. It involves some kind of signal technology, similar to their broadcast attempt but more targeted. And, she paused, focusing on one particular file, there's mention of an external partner. Someone or something called Vilgax. Ben felt as if the floor had dropped away beneath him. Vilgax, he repeated, his voice barely audible. Are you sure? Yes, Barbara confirmed, glancing at him with concern. The name appears multiple times in their communications. Why? Do you know who that is? Not who, Ben corrected grimly. What? Vilgax is an alien warlord, one of the most dangerous beings in the galaxy. And my oldest enemy. The revelation landed heavily in the cave, silence stretching for several seconds as its implications settled. The Court of Owls is working with an alien warlord? Stephanie finally asked, disbelief evident in her voice. If they are, Ben said, his exhaustion suddenly forgotten as adrenaline surged through him, then everything we've faced so far has just been preparation. Vilgax doesn't partner with anyone unless it serves his ultimate goal, acquiring the Omnitrix. And destroying anyone who stands in his way, Selina concluded, quickly grasping the severity of the situation. Ben nodded grimly. Exactly. If Vilgax is coming to Gotham, or worse, already here, then the city faces a threat unlike anything it's encountered before. Barbara was already typing rapidly, initiating new security protocols and search parameters. I'm scanning for any unusual energy signatures or technologies that might indicate alien presence. But if this Vilgax is as advanced as you suggest. He is, Ben confirmed. And he's adaptable. After years of hunting me, he knows how to mask his presence until he's ready to strike. Talia approached, having overheard the conversation. Then we must prepare accordingly. The League has encountered extraterrestrial threats before, though admittedly none with personal vendetta against one of our allies. This changes our timeline, Barbara decided, her tactical mind already recalculating their approach. We need Bruce recovered more quickly, all available intelligence on both the court and Vilgax, and a defense strategy that accounts for capabilities we may not fully understand. Ben stared at the Omnitrix, its familiar green glow suddenly feeling like a target painted on his wrist, one that had potentially brought an interstellar threat to a city already fighting its own shadows. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I never thought Vilgax would track me here, much less ally with local threats. Don't apologize, Selina said firmly. You didn't invite him, and you're our best chance of stopping him. Selina's right, Barbara agreed. If Vilgax is targeting Gotham, we're fortunate to have the one person with experience defeating him. Ben appreciated their support, though guilt still weighed heavily. If Vilgax had indeed formed an alliance with the Court of Owls, combining alien technology with centuries of strategic manipulation, the danger to Gotham was incalculable. We should wake Bruce, Talia suggested. Despite his condition, he would want to know about this development immediately. No, Ben decided, straightening with renewed determination. Let him heal. We can handle the preliminary investigation and preparation. He looked around at the group, Barbara with her tactical genius, Selina with her street knowledge, Stephanie with her determination, and Talia with her centuries of League training behind her. We're a team, right? So we do this together. The others exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Where do we start? Stephanie asked. Ben considered the question carefully, drawing on years of experience countering Vilgax's strategies. We start by understanding exactly what the court has promised him. Vilgax doesn't ally with those he considers lesser species without significant incentive. Whatever Project Harbinger is, it must offer him something valuable enough to justify the partnership. I'll focus on decrypting those specific files, Barbara committed, already turning back to her computers. And I'll coordinate with my father's intelligence network, Talia added. If alien technology is being transported to Gotham, the League may have observed evidence of it. Stephanie and I can work our contacts on the street, Selina suggested. Court operations require local support, warehouses, unusual equipment deliveries. Ben nodded approval. I'll modify our scanning systems to detect Vilgax's specific energy signature. The Omnitrix contains records of his technology that I can use as reference points. As they dispersed to their respective tasks, Ben felt a complex mixture of emotions, concern for the threat facing Gotham, guilt for potentially bringing Vilgax to the city's doorstep, but also a growing sense of resolve. In the weeks since his arrival, he had found not just purpose but community, forming connections that transformed him from visitor to defender. Now, as a new threat loomed on the horizon, one that bridged his past and present, Ben Tennyson faced a defining moment. Gotham had accepted him, taught him, challenged him to grow beyond the hero he had been. And in return, he would protect it with everything he had learned, against enemies both ancient and new. The shadows of the past were converging with the challenges of the present, and Ben was determined to ensure Gotham would see the dawn beyond them. Chapter 3, Night's Reckoning. Gotham's skyline glittered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Wayne Tower's executive conference room, deceptively peaceful in the pre-dawn hours. Inside, Ben Tennyson stood before a holographic display showing energy signature readings from across the city, his face illuminated by the eerie green glow of the data. 5 days had passed since they discovered the Court of Owl's connection to Vilgax. 5 days of relentless investigation, preparation, and growing dread as the pieces of Project Harbinger began to fall into place. The signal spikes are becoming more frequent, Ben observed, manipulating the hologram to show a time-lapse of the unusual energy readings. Whatever they're building, it's being tested regularly now. Barbara Gordon nodded from her position at the head of the conference table, surrounded by multiple screens displaying decrypted court data. The pattern suggests calibration phases. They're refining something, tuning it to specific parameters. Vilgax's technology usually requires adaptation for Earth environments, Ben explained, highlighting a particularly strong reading from Gotham's industrial district. His systems are designed for conquering worlds, not subtle manipulation. Which is why the court's involvement is crucial to him, Selina Kyle added, studying the map with narrowed eyes. She'd spent the past days working her extensive network of informants, gathering intelligence from Gotham's shadows. They provide the finesse his brute force approach lacks. Stephanie Brown entered the conference room, bringing coffee for everyone, a small normalcy in their increasingly tense situation. Gordon's officers finished canvassing the shipping manifests I flagged, she reported, setting down the drinks. 3 more shell companies identified, all receiving unusual components through Gotham Harbor in the past month. Components that match known elements of Vilgax's technology, Barbara confirmed, bringing up shipping records on one of her screens. Specifically, parts that could be assembled into a neural interface amplifier. Ben's expression darkened. That tracks with his methods. Vilgax has tried mind control technology before, usually to create puppet armies or extract information from captives. The door opened again, and Talia al Ghul entered, her customary combat attire exchanged for an impeccable business suit that somehow managed to look equally dangerous. My operatives have confirmed movement at all 3 locations simultaneously, she reported without preamble. The court is accelerating their timeline. Which means Vilgax is getting impatient, Ben concluded grimly. Never a good sign. Barbara wheeled herself to a different screen, displaying what appeared to be architectural plans. Based on power consumption patterns and component delivery, we believe their primary facility is here, the abandoned Monarch Theatre in Park Row. Fitting, Selina murmured, something dark passing across her features. The court does love its symbolism. Ben knew the significance. The Monarch Theatre was where Bruce Wayne's parents had been murdered decades ago, the tragedy that ultimately created Batman. If the court had chosen that location deliberately, it represented a psychological twist of the knife meant to unnerve Gotham's protector. "What about Bruce?" he asked, turning to Talia. "How's his recovery progressing?" "Better than expected," Talia replied with a hint of pride. "Your intervention with the plant-based transformation accelerated the healing process significantly. He's regained most of his physical strength, though the psychological effects of the court's conditioning require more time." "Time we may not have," Barbara pointed out. "If our projections are correct, Project Harbinger will be operational within 48 hours. A contemplative silence fell over the group as they absorbed the implications. For days, they had pieced together the court's plan from fragmented data, field observations, and Ben's knowledge of Vilgax's methods. What emerged was chilling in its ambition. Project Harbinger appeared to be a citywide mind control system that combined Vilgax's neural interface technology with the court's Fear Lazarus compound, creating a network capable of simultaneously influencing thousands of minds. Unlike their previous attempts, this system would be targeted, subtle, and nearly impossible to detect until its effects had taken root. "We need to move on these facilities," Ben decided, the weeks of working with Batman's allies having honed his tactical thinking. "Coordinated strikes, disrupt their operations before the central hub at the Monarch Theatre becomes fully operational." "Agreed," Barbara said. "But we'll need to split our resources effectively. 3 facilities plus the central hub, and we still don't know where Vilgax himself is located." "He'll be at the center," Ben stated with certainty born of experience. "Vilgax always positions himself where he can oversee the operation directly. His ego demands it." "Then that's where you need to be," Talia concluded pragmatically. "Your experience with this creature makes you our most effective countermeasure." Ben nodded, studying the map of identified court facilities. "We should form 4 teams. 1 for each secondary location, and a primary strike team for the Monarch." "I'll coordinate from here," Barbara offered. "With direct links to all teams and GCPD resources." "I'll take the North Side warehouse," Stephanie volunteered. "I've already mapped their security protocols during reconnaissance." "The downtown location is mine," Selina said with a dangerous smile. "Their security relies heavily on electronic systems, my specialty to bypass." "Which leaves the dockside facility for my operatives," Talia concluded. "They're already in position for surveillance and can transition to assault with minimal delay." Ben looked around at the women who had become his allies, friends, and in some cases, something more complex over his time in Gotham. Each brought unique skills to the mission, their diverse approaches united by a common purpose, protecting their city from threats that existed in both shadow and light. "And the primary team?" Barbara prompted. Ben took a deep breath, knowing his next words would shape the coming confrontation. "Batman and I will lead the strike on the Monarch Theatre." The statement hung in the air, its implications clear. Despite Bruce's ongoing recovery, they all understood the symbolic and practical necessity of his involvement. This threat combined Gotham's oldest shadow organization with an alien warlord. It demanded the city's original protector stand alongside its newest defender. "He'll want to be there," Selina acknowledged, concern evident beneath her pragmatic tone. "Even if he's not at full strength." "Which is precisely why you'll be there to ensure he doesn't push beyond his limits," Barbara added, making the decision that sent Selina to the primary team alongside Ben and Batman. Talia's expression remained carefully neutral, though something flickered in her eyes at the arrangement. "I'll ensure he's properly equipped. The League has developed specialized countermeasures based on the data you've provided about Vilgax's capabilities." Ben nodded gratefully. "We'll need everything we can get. Vilgax alone would be a significant threat to Gotham. Combined with the court's resources and knowledge. A formidable alliance," Barbara finished. "But not unbeatable." Especially if we strike simultaneously, disrupting their network before final activation. They spent the next hour finalizing details, timing, equipment, communications protocols, and contingency plans. The operation would commence at dusk the following day, giving them just enough time for final preparations while preventing the court from completing Project Harbinger. As the meeting concluded, Ben found himself standing alone at the windows, watching as the first hints of dawn lightened Gotham's eastern sky. The city sprawled below him, all spires and shadows, grandeur and decay intertwined in a uniquely Gotham contradiction. In the weeks since his arrival, he had come to understand its complexities, to appreciate the resilience that pulsed beneath its scarred surface. "Penny for your thoughts." Selina's voice came from behind him. Ben turned to find her watching him with that inscrutable expression she wore when trying to read someone. "Just thinking about how different this place is from what I expected," he admitted. "Oh." She moved to stand beside him, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. "And what did the famous Ben Tennyson expect from our humble cesspool of crime and corruption?" He smiled at her characteristic blend of affection and cynicism. "I guess I expected it to be simpler, good guys, bad guys, clear lines. Instead, I found shades of gray everywhere you look," she finished for him. "Welcome to adulthood, alien boy. Especially Gotham-style adulthood." "It's not just that," Ben continued, struggling to articulate the transformation he'd undergone. "When I first came here, I was running from something. Personal failure, relationship collapse, questions about my purpose. I thought Gotham would be a distraction, maybe a way to feel useful again. And instead, it became something more." He turned to face her directly. "You, Barbara, Stephanie, Talia, even Bruce. You've all shown me different kinds of strength, different ways to fight for something that matters. I've learned more about being a hero here than I did in years of saving the universe." Selina studied him, her usual sardonic mask softening. "That's Gotham's secret. It strips you down to essentials. Forces you to decide what really matters, what you're truly willing to fight for." Her lips curved in a slight smile. "Most people can't handle that kind of crucible. They break, run, or turn into something ugly. You didn't." "Neither did you," Ben observed quietly. Something vulnerable flickered across her features before she controlled it. "I broke plenty of times. Just learned how to put the pieces back together in ways that worked better." She glanced toward the brightening horizon. "The difference is choosing who you want to be when the breaking and remaking is done." Ben felt the truth of her words resonate with his own experience. Gotham hadn't just been a place to escape his past, it had become the forge where a new version of himself was being hammered into shape, stronger for the breaking. "And who do you think I'm becoming?" he asked, genuinely curious about her perspective. Selina turned back to him, her green eyes searching his face. "Someone who understands that saving people isn't just about power, it's about presence. Being there. Seeing them." She reached out, her fingers lightly touching the Omnitrix. "This thing lets you become anything. But Gotham taught you that who you are matters more than what you can turn into." The insight struck Ben with unexpected force. Throughout his life, the Omnitrix had defined his heroic identity, his ability to transform, to become something other than human when humanity wasn't enough. But in Gotham, facing the court of owls and human villains like Scarecrow, those transformations had been tools rather than identity. "I never thought of it that way," he admitted. "That's because you've always been a hero, Ben Tennyson," Selina said with unusual directness. "The watch just gave you options. Gotham just helped you see it." Before he could respond, she leaned forward and kissed him, not the quick peck on the cheek she'd given before, but something deliberate and lingering that conveyed everything her carefully guarded words wouldn't say. When she pulled away, her expression had returned to its customary blend of amusement and challenge. "Get some rest," she advised. "Tomorrow we face an alien warlord and a secret society that's ruled Gotham from the shadows for centuries. Should be fun." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Ben with the lingering warmth of the kiss and the certainty that whatever happened next, Gotham had changed him irrevocably. The Batcave hummed with activity as final preparations for the coordinated strike unfolded. Equipment was checked and rechecked, communications systems calibrated, weapons and specialized countermeasures distributed among the teams. At the center of this controlled chaos stood Batman, his imposing figure once again clad in the iconic suit that had struck fear into Gotham's criminals for years. Though Bruce Wayne's physical recovery wasn't complete, faint blue traces of the Lazarus compound still visible beneath his skin in certain light, his presence commanded the cave with undiminished authority. Whatever lingering effects the court's conditioning had left, Batman had channeled them into cold determination to dismantle the organization that had dared to cage him. Ben approached him at the weapons table, where Bruce was methodically loading specialized batarangs into his utility belt. "How are you feeling?" he asked, the simple question carrying layers of concern. Batman didn't look up from his task. "Functional," he replied tersely, then seemed to reconsider the curtness of his response. "Better than I should be, thanks to your intervention with the plant transformation. The medical team estimates I'm at approximately 80% capacity. Which for you is still more than most people at their best," Ben observed with a slight smile. Batman's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "Perhaps." He finally looked up, fixing Ben with that penetrating gaze that seemed to see through pretense. "You've handled Vilgax before. Multiple times. What should we expect?" Ben appreciated the direct question. Batman wasn't one to let pride interfere with tactical preparation. "Physically, he's one of the strongest beings I've ever encountered. Enhanced strength, durability, advanced weaponry integrated into his armor. But his most dangerous quality is his adaptability. Every time I've defeated him, he's analyzed the failure and come back stronger." "Weaknesses?" Batman prompted, practical as always. "Overconfidence," Ben replied immediately. "He considers most species inferior, humans included. And he's singularly focused on the Omnitrix, sometimes to the point of tactical blindness." Batman nodded, absorbing the information with the same intensity he applied to all intelligence gathering. "And his alliance with the court? How does that change his approach?" "That's what concerns me most," Ben admitted. "Vilgax rarely allies with those he considers lesser beings unless they offer something uniquely valuable. The court must have promised him something beyond just the Omnitrix." "Project Harbinger," Batman concluded grimly. "Yes, but there's more to it," Ben insisted. "Vilgax wants domination, but he's always been direct about it. This approach, subtle manipulation through fear conditioning and neural interfaces, it's more sophisticated than his usual methods." Batman considered this, his tactical mind visibly processing the implications. "Suggesting the court is getting something equally valuable from the arrangement. Not just alien technology, but perhaps a guarantee of privileged position in whatever regime Vilgax plans to establish." "Exactly," Ben agreed. "Which makes them even more dangerous than usual. They're playing a longer game." Their discussion was interrupted by Barbara's voice over the cave's communication system. "All teams, final positioning check. Satellite imagery shows increased activity at all target locations. Timeline appears to be accelerating." Batman immediately moved to the main computer platform where Barbara had established a command center, her wheelchair positioned before an array of monitors showing feeds from across the city. Selina, Stephanie, and Talia gathered around, each now dressed in their respective combat gear. "Status," Batman demanded without preamble. Barbara brought up a tactical display of Gotham, highlighting their 4 target locations. "Increased power consumption at all facilities, consistent with final testing phases. The Monarch Theater shows the highest energy signature, confirming it as the central hub. Personnel movement suggests they're preparing for full activation within 6 hours, significantly earlier than our original projection." "They know we're coming," Selina concluded, adjusting one of her specialized goggles. "The question is whether they're trying to complete the project before we can stop them, or deliberately accelerating to draw us in." "Both, most likely," Talia suggested coolly. The court rarely limits itself to single strategies. Batman studied the data with narrowed eyes. We maintain the plan, but advance the timeline. All teams deploy immediately. Synchronized breach in 90 minutes. The others nodded acknowledgement, understanding that arguing with Batman's decisions during mission preparation was rarely productive. Ben, however, had earned enough respect to raise tactical concerns. If they're expecting us, the secondary facilities could be decoys, he pointed out. Drawing our forces away from the primary target. Possible, Batman conceded. Which is why we're sending our strongest teams to the secondary locations. If they are decoys, you'll be able to disengage and reinforce the Monarch operation quickly. Ben nodded, appreciating the logic. Stephanie with her spoiler skills, Selina's unparalleled infiltration abilities, and Talia's League-trained operatives would be more than capable of handling whatever the court had prepared at the secondary sites. What about Vilgax? He asked. Still think he'll be at the Monarch? Somewhere he can oversee the operation while remaining protected, Batman confirmed. Based on the building schematics and energy readings, most likely the projection booth or basement level. Historical records indicate the Monarch had extensive sublevels that predated the theater itself. Court tunnels, Ben realized. Part of their labyrinth. Precisely, Batman said with approval. Giving them escape routes and tactical advantages on their chosen ground. The teams began final equipment checks, each member focused on their specific role in the coming operation. Ben found himself watching them with a blend of admiration and concern, these remarkable individuals preparing to face threats beyond anything their city had encountered before, yet moving with the confidence of experienced warriors. Stephanie approached him, her purple spoiler costume fully equipped with specialized tech Barbara had designed. So, she said with forced lightness, alien warlord teaming up with centuries-old secret society. Just another Tuesday in Gotham, right? Ben smiled at her attempt to ease the tension. Pretty much. Though usually the alien part is my department. Well, now you get to show us locals how it's done. She adjusted one of her gloves, a hint of nervousness breaking through her brave front. Any last-minute advice for dealing with court operatives who might have alien tech? Trust your instincts, Ben told her seriously. You know Gotham and the court better than I do. The alien tech will be powerful but probably unstable, they haven't had time to perfect the integration. Watch for overheating components, power fluctuations. Those are your opportunities. Stephanie nodded, seeming to draw confidence from his practical advice. Thanks. For everything. Not just the tips, but, you know. Coming here. Helping us when Batman was gone. She glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. This city needed someone like you. Someone who still believes things can get better. Before Ben could respond, Batman's authoritative voice called out across the cave. Deploy. Maintain communications discipline. Strike on synchronized mark. The moment for conversation had passed. Stephanie gave Ben's arm a quick squeeze before joining Talia near the vehicle bay, where specialized transport awaited each team. Selina approached briefly, her expression hidden behind her Catwoman mask except for those intelligent green eyes. See you at the after-party, alien boy, she said with her characteristic blend of flirtation and detachment. Try not to let the squid face ruin that pretty watch of yours. Ben found himself grinning despite the gravity of their mission. Wouldn't dream of it. Be careful out there. Where's the fun in that? She replied with a wink, before sauntering toward her designated transport. Soon, only Ben, Batman, and Barbara remained in the cave's main chamber. Batman was performing final checks on the Batmobile, heavily modified for this particular mission with countermeasures designed specifically for Vilgax's technology, based on Ben's specifications. I've established secure channels for each team, Barbara informed them, handing Batman a specialized communicator. And I've alerted Gordon to position GCPD assets strategically without revealing our full operation. If things go sideways, emergency services will be nearby but won't interfere unless absolutely necessary. Batman nodded approval. Monitor all channels. If any team reports unexpected resistance, be prepared to redirect resources. Already set up tactical contingencies, Barbara assured him. She turned to Ben. Your communicator is specially modified to function regardless of which alien form you take. The frequency adjusts automatically to accommodate physiological changes. Impressive, Ben said sincerely, securing the device. You thought of everything. I try, Barbara replied with a modest smile that didn't quite mask her pride in the technological achievement. Just make sure you come back with that fancy watch still on your wrist. I have about 1,000 questions about its operation that you still haven't answered. Ben laughed. Deal. Batman approached, fully equipped and radiating the intimidating presence that had become legendary in Gotham. It's time, he said simply. As they moved toward the Batmobile, Ben felt the familiar pre-mission tension, a blend of anticipation, focus, and controlled fear that he'd experienced countless times throughout his hero career. But this felt different somehow. Personal in a way that interstellar threats rarely did. Perhaps it was because Gotham had become more than just another city to protect. Or because the people he fought alongside had become more than just allies. Whatever the reason, Ben Tennyson, veteran of cosmic conflicts and interdimensional crises, found himself more invested in this outcome than he'd been in years. The Batmobile's engine roared to life, a predatory sound that echoed through the cave. As they accelerated toward the exit tunnel, Ben glanced at Batman's stern profile, illuminated by the vehicle's dashboard lights. For what it's worth, he said quietly, it's an honor to fight alongside you. Batman kept his eyes on the tunnel ahead, but after a moment's silence, he replied simply, likewise. From Batman, there could be no higher praise. The Monarch Theater stood like a decaying monument to faded glory, its once grand facade now crumbling beneath decades of neglect. Located in the heart of Park Row, the area Gothamites had long ago renamed Crime Alley, the building represented both Gotham's gilded past and its tarnished present. And now, it served as the central hub for a plot that threatened the city's future. From their vantage point on a neighboring rooftop, Batman and Ben observed the seemingly abandoned structure through specialized optics. Despite its dilapidated appearance, thermal imaging revealed significant activity inside, dozens of heat signatures moving with purpose throughout the building. Oracle, confirm status of secondary teams, Batman requested, his voice low. All in position, Barbara replied through their secure channel. Awaiting synchronized strike signal. Batman checked the chronometer built into his gauntlet. Mark in 3 minutes. Final equipment check. Ben verified the specialized devices they prepared, EMP generators calibrated to disrupt Vilgax's technology without affecting Earth-based systems, neural dampeners designed to block the effects of the Court's Fear Lazarus compound, and containment units for collecting evidence of the conspiracy. Ready, he confirmed, activating the Omnitrix and cycling through available transformations. He'd spent hours strategizing which alien forms would be most effective against the combined threats they faced, ultimately settling on a primary approach with multiple backups depending on how the situation evolved. Batman's eyes narrowed as he studied the theater's upper levels. Movement at the projection booth. Non-human heat signature. Ben adjusted his own optics, focusing on the location Batman indicated. The thermal image revealed a massive figure with distinctly non-human proportions, taller and broader than any court operative, with an unusual heat pattern concentrating around what appeared to be technological components. Vilgax, Ben confirmed grimly, recognizing the distinctive silhouette of his longtime nemesis. He's overseeing the final preparations personally, just as we predicted. Tactical advantage, Batman noted. He's positioned himself at the highest point, with clear sightlines to all approaches. Classic Vilgax, Ben agreed. He always prefers commanding positions. Makes him feel superior. Their communicators activated simultaneously. 30 seconds to synchronized breach, Barbara announced to all teams. final confirmation. Team North ready, came Stephanie's voice, tension evident despite her attempt at calm professionalism. Team East in position, Talia reported with characteristic cool efficiency. Team South just waiting for the party to start, Selena added, her playful tone belying the seriousness of their mission. Primary team confirmed, Batman responded. Execute on mark. The final seconds ticked down in tense silence. Ben selected his initial transformation, hand poised over the Omnitrix. Batman produced a specialized batarang designed to disrupt electronic security systems. Mark, Barbara announced. In perfect synchronization, they moved. Batman launched the batarang at the theater's roof access door, its specialized payload short-circuiting the surprisingly sophisticated security system. Simultaneously, Ben activated the Omnitrix. Ghost Freak, he announced as his form shifted into the phantom-like alien capable of intangibility and invisibility. They entered swiftly, Ghost Freak passing effortlessly through the solid roof while Batman used his grapnel to descend through the now unlocked access door. Inside, the theater's grand interior lay in shadowed ruins. Once plush seats rotted in uneven rows before a massive screen now hanging in tatters. But amid this decay, modern technology hummed with ominous purpose. The court had transformed the abandoned theater into a high-tech command center. Sleek consoles lined the walls where concession stands had once stood. Elaborate wiring systems ran along the ceiling, connecting to a central apparatus mounted where the movie screen had been. Court operatives in their distinctive owl masks moved with practiced efficiency between stations, making final adjustments to equipment that melded cutting-edge Earth technology with distinctly alien components. Batman and Ghost Freak separated according to their plan, Batman using the theater's shadowy catwalks to approach the projection booth from above, while Ghost Freak drifted invisibly toward the central apparatus to assess its function and vulnerabilities. Through their communicators, reports began flowing from the secondary teams. Team North breached, Stephanie reported, the sounds of conflict evident in the background. Heavy resistance. Court operatives using some kind of energy weapons. Definitely not standard issue. Team East encountered similar armaments, Talia confirmed. My operatives are adapting tactics. Proceeding toward the central control room. Team South having a lovely stroll, Selena added sardonically. Minimal resistance so far, which either means I'm just that good, or this is a trap. Betting on the latter. Maintain situational awareness, Barbara instructed. Primary team, status. Infiltration successful, Batman reported quietly. Moving to intercept Vilgax in projection booth. Ghost Freak approached the central apparatus, his unique perceptions allowing him to analyze its construction without being detected by the court operatives. The central device appears to be a transmission amplifier, he reported. Similar to what Vilgax has used for planetary control systems before, but modified. It's connected to relay stations throughout the city, likely the secondary locations we're targeting. As Ben studied the device, something about its configuration troubled him. The integration of Vilgax's technology with Earth components seemed incomplete. Almost deliberately so. Before he could fully process this observation, an alarm blared throughout the theater. Intruder detected in ventilation system, announced an automated voice. Security Protocol Omega initiated. Ghost Freak remained invisible, knowing the alarm couldn't possibly be referring to him. Through his communicator, Batman's voice came through, tense but controlled. Trap activated. They were expecting us. Across the theater, panels slid open in the walls, revealing specialized containment fields that hummed with energy. Court operatives abandoned their stations, moving with practiced precision to defensive positions as a commanding voice echoed through the sound system. Right on schedule, announced the synthesized voice of the court's grandmaster. The final players take their positions for the endgame. Ghost Freak maintained his invisibility, moving higher to gain a better tactical view of the unfolding situation. From his new vantage point, he could see Batman frozen in mid-approach to the projection booth, caught in some kind of stasis field that immobilized him completely. Your reputation for punctuality is well deserved, Detective, the Grand Master continued, stepping into view on the theater's stage. Unlike their previous encounters, the Grand Master now wore an elaborate ceremonial robe emblazoned with platinum owl imagery, their mask more ornate and covering their entire head. The court appreciates timeliness, especially when it serves our greater purpose. Ben maintained his invisible form, assessing options while the Grand Master monologued. Through their communicator, Barbara's voice came through, pitched low enough that only Ben could hear. Secondary teams reporting similar traps activated at all locations. They were ready for us. This confirmed Ben's suspicion. The court hadn't been rushing to complete Project Harbinger ahead of their attack, they had been preparing for it, using their knowledge of Batman's tactical approaches to set elaborate traps at each location. Your allies at the other facilities are similarly contained, the Grand Master informed Batman, as if reading Ben's thoughts. The court has studied your methods for decades, Detective. Did you really believe we wouldn't anticipate your response to our operation? From the projection booth, a new figure emerged, massive, imposing, and instantly recognizable to Ben. Vilgax descended toward the stage using mechanical tentacles that extended from his armored back, his red eyes glowing with malevolent satisfaction. The legendary Batman, Vilgax rumbled, his voice somehow both mechanical and organic, radiating contemptuous power. Captured by simple technology. Disappointing. I expected more from the human my enemy chose to ally with. Vilgax had changed since Ben's last encounter with him. His squid-like features remained, but his armor had evolved, sleeker, with pulsing circuitry that matched the technology installed throughout the theater. Most concerning was the device integrated into his chest plate, a smaller version of the central apparatus, suggesting he had incorporated the Project Harbinger technology into his own systems. Where is Tennyson? Vilgax demanded, approaching Batman's immobilized form. My sensors detected the Omnitrix energy signature entering this facility. The Grand Master made a dismissive gesture. He will reveal himself momentarily. The alien hero lacks the discipline to abandon his ally. They turned, addressing the apparently empty air. Isn't that right, Ben Tennyson? Your heroic nature compels you to act, even when strategic patience would serve better. Ben knew they were trying to provoke him into revealing himself prematurely. The smart play would be to remain hidden, gather more intelligence, and wait for an opportunity to free Batman. But the Grand Master was right about one thing, he couldn't simply watch while Batman remained captured. He needed a strategic revelation, one that would create an advantage rather than surrendering it. Maintaining his invisible form, Ghost Freak drifted directly above the central apparatus, analyzing its connections and power source. Oracle, he whispered into his communicator. The central device is powered through a primary conduit from beneath the stage. If I can disrupt it, it might destabilize all their systems momentarily. Do it, Barbara confirmed. I'll alert the secondary teams to exploit any disruption. Below, Vilgax was growing impatient. Enough games, human, he snarled at the Grand Master. Your promised delivery of Tennyson appears compromised. Perhaps our arrangement should be reconsidered. The Grand Master remained unperturbed. Patience, Vilgax. Everything unfolds according to design. The court has orchestrated this moment for months, since we first detected the Omnitrix energy signature entering Gotham. This revelation sent a chill through Ben. They had known about him from the very beginning, perhaps had even anticipated his arrival somehow. The implications were disturbing, suggesting the court's intelligence network extended far beyond Gotham. Now, Ben Tennyson, the Grand Master called out. Reveal yourself, or watch as we demonstrate the true purpose of Project Harbinger on your captured ally. At a gesture from the Grand Master, court operatives activated a secondary device connected to Batman's stasis field. Blue energy crackled around the immobilized hero, and even from a distance, Ben could see Batman's body tense in pain as the remaining Lazarus compounds in his system reacted to the energy field. Time for action. Ben transformed from Ghost Freak to a new alien form. Feedback. he announced, materializing directly above the central apparatus in his conductive, antenna-sporting form capable of absorbing and redirecting energy. He immediately plunged his plugged appendages into the device's power core, drawing its energy into himself. The theater's lights flickered as feedback absorbed massive amounts of power, the central apparatus sputtering and sparking beneath him. Court operatives scrambled to respond, but Ben had positioned himself perfectly. Any attack on him risked damaging their primary system further. Tennyson. Vilgax roared, his mechanical tentacles extending toward Ben's position. At last. Feedback channeled the absorbed energy through his antennae, firing a concentrated blast at Batman's stasis field. The containment system overloaded instantly, freeing the Dark Knight, who dropped into a defensive crouch, immediately ready for battle despite the lingering effects of the energy field. Systems destabilizing at all locations, Barbara reported through the communicator. Secondary teams breaking containment. The Grandmaster's composure finally cracked. Activate emergency protocols, they ordered. Initiate Harbinger sequence immediately. Court operatives rushed to comply, but the power fluctuations caused by feedback's absorption had thrown their systems into chaos. Batman seized the opportunity, launching himself at the nearest control panel and planting one of the specialized EMP devices they had prepared. Clear the radius, he commanded Ben, activating the device's countdown. Feedback leapt from the central apparatus, redirecting his remaining absorbed energy into a devastating blast that knocked Vilgax backward into the theater's ancient screen. As the EMP detonated, localized electromagnetic pulses disabled the court's equipment throughout the theater, plunging the space into momentary darkness before emergency lighting activated. In the sudden confusion, Batman moved with practiced efficiency, disabling 3 court operatives before they could recover. Ben transformed again, this time into a form selected specifically to counter Vilgax. Diamondhead, he called out, his body crystallizing into the silicon-based alien whose nearly indestructible form had proven effective against Vilgax's physical attacks in past encounters. The theater had become a battlefield. Court operatives regrouped around the Grandmaster while Vilgax extracted himself from the shattered remnants of the screen, his red eyes burning with rage. "Your interference changes nothing, Tennyson," the warlord growled, activating weapon systems built into his armor. Project Harbinger has already initiated its preliminary sequence. Even now, Gotham's communication infrastructure carries our signal to thousands. What signal? Diamondhead demanded, positioning himself between Vilgax and Batman, who was systematically working his way toward the Grandmaster. What does Project Harbinger actually do? The Grandmaster laughed, the sound distorted by their mask synthesizer. Did you think this was merely another mind control scheme? How limited your imagination remains. They gestured broadly at the theater around them. This facility, the secondary locations, they're not the project. They're merely the activation system. A cold realization dawned on Ben. The people, he said. You've already exposed them to something. The water supply attempt wasn't a failure, it was a primer. Very good, the Grandmaster acknowledged with mocking approval. The Fear Lazarus compound we introduced, in quantities too small for your detection, created receptor sites in the neural pathways of Gotham's population. Subtle, dormant, undetectable, until activated by the correct signal. Which we're transmitting now through their communications infrastructure, Vilgax added with vicious satisfaction. Every phone, every screen, every network device in Gotham now carries the activation frequency. Those exposed to even minimal amounts of the compound become part of the network. Batman had reached a secondary control panel, quickly analyzing its displays. Oracle, he called through the communicator, citywide communications sweep. Look for embedded signals in all digital transmissions. Already detecting it, Barbara confirmed, her voice tense with urgency. The signal is piggybacking on everything, cellular networks, internet traffic, broadcast frequencies. It's elegant. Almost impossible to block without shutting down all communications. The Grandmaster approached the edge of the stage, regarding Batman and Ben with what seemed like genuine curiosity despite the mask obscuring their features. "You still don't understand the true scope of Project Harbinger, do you? This isn't about controlling Gotham's population, it's about harvesting them." "Harvesting what?" Diamondhead demanded, even as he deflected an energy blast from Vilgax's weapons. "Fear," the Grandmaster replied simply. "Pure, refined, quantifiable fear. The Lazarus-modified receptors don't just make people susceptible to suggestion, they convert fear responses into energy, transmittable energy. Feeding directly into our collaboration with our alien partner." Batman's analysis of the control panel had evidently revealed confirming information. "They're using Gotham's population as a biological battery," he reported grimly. "Converting fear responses into energy that powers Vilgax's systems." "A symbiotic arrangement," Vilgax confirmed, his mechanical tentacles whipping toward Diamondhead who blocked them with crystalline shields. "The court gains unparalleled control over their city's population, while I receive a power source compatible with my advanced technology. Fear is remarkably efficient fuel when properly harnessed." The sheer callousness of the plan struck Ben with physical force. They were treating 8 million people as nothing more than power generators, their terror converted into energy to serve the ambitions of monsters. "We need to disrupt the signal," he told Batman, maintaining his defensive position against Vilgax's increasingly aggressive attacks. "If it's transmitting through all communication systems, we'd have to disable every network simultaneously," Batman finished, his tactical mind already calculating options. "Or introduce a counter-signal that disrupts the activation frequency." Through their communicator, Barbara's voice cut in with urgent news. "Secondary teams report their facilities are transmitting amplification signals to different sectors of the city. Stephanie's team has secured the northern relay, but Talia and Selina are still fighting for control of their locations." "One down, 3 to go," Diamondhead muttered, generating crystal projectiles that forced Vilgax to activate defensive shields. "But we need to shut down all transmission points simultaneously or the network will simply reroute." Batman was already moving toward the theater's projection booth, clearly intending to access what must be the master control system. The Grand Master noticed his movement and signaled to their remaining court operatives. "Stop him," they ordered. "The detective must not reach the control nexus." Court operatives moved to intercept Batman, but they were no match for the Dark Knight even in his not fully recovered state. He disabled them with precise strikes, continuing his advance toward the projection booth while Ben kept Vilgax occupied. "Your efforts are futile, Tennyson," Vilgax declared, his weapons systems reconfiguring to produce a more powerful attack. "Even if you disable this facility, the signal has been transmitted. The process has begun. Gotham's fear now feeds my systems, making me stronger with each passing moment." As if to demonstrate, the circuitry in Vilgax's armor pulsed with increasing brightness, and Ben could actually see the warlord's musculature expanding slightly as he absorbed the energy being harvested from Gotham's unwitting population. Diamondhead's crystalline form was holding up against Vilgax's attacks, but Ben knew he needed a more proactive strategy. If the signal was already transmitting throughout Gotham's communication infrastructure, they needed a way to counter it directly, to introduce an opposing frequency that would neutralize its effects. An idea formed, inspired by his earlier transformation. "Oracle," he called through the communicator, "the signal is basically an energy frequency, right? Designed to activate the neural receptors created by the Fear Lazarus compound?" "Correct," Barbara confirmed. "It's a complex oscillating pattern. Our systems are trying to map it now, but it would take hours to develop a perfect counter-signal." "We don't have hours," Ben said grimly, watching as Batman neared the projection booth while evading renewed attempts by court operatives to stop him. "But I might have another solution. If I can transform into feedback again, I might be able to absorb the signal directly and redirect it." "That would require you to interface with the main transmission point," Barbara pointed out. "And based on what we're seeing, that's integrated into Vilgax himself now. He's become the central node of the network." Ben studied his opponent with new understanding. The device in Vilgax's chest plate wasn't just a controller, it was the master transmitter, connected to the court's technology but powered by Vilgax's own considerable energy reserves. Then that's my target, he decided, transforming from Diamond Head to a different alien altogether. Fast track. His form shifted to the sleek, velociraptor-like alien capable of incredible speed. Before Vilgax could adjust to the new transformation, Fast Track was already moving, circling the warlord in a blur of motion that created momentary confusion. Your transformations only delay the inevitable, Vilgax snarled, trying to track Fast Track's movements with increasingly frustrated attacks. I have evolved beyond your childish tactics, Tennyson. But Ben wasn't attacking, he was analyzing, using Fast Track's enhanced perception and speed to study the device integrated into Vilgax's chest plate. He needed to understand its vulnerabilities before transforming again. Meanwhile, Batman had reached the projection booth and was engaging with the court systems. Primary control nexus located, he reported. Attempting to isolate the transmission protocols. The Grandmaster had ascended to a higher position on the theater stage, overseeing the battle with calculated detachment. Your resistance is becoming tiresome, they announced, producing a small remote control. Perhaps a demonstration of our harvesting capabilities is in order. They activated the device, and throughout the theater, screens flickered to life showing live feeds from across Gotham. To Ben's horror, the images revealed citizens suddenly stopping in their tracks, expressions of escalating fear appearing on their faces as the signal intensified. Behold the efficiency of fear as fuel, the Grandmaster declared with evident pride. The court has studied human terror for centuries, perfecting its extraction and utilization. Now, with our alien partnership, we achieve the ultimate refinement. On the screens, Gotham's affected population began experiencing increasingly severe fear responses, some frozen in terror, others fleeing from hallucinations only they could see, all unwittingly feeding energy into the network that Vilgax now embodied. The warlord's form continued to expand, the circuitry in his armor glowing with increasing intensity as he absorbed the harvested energy. Yes, he exulted, his voice deepening as his power grew. The fear of an entire city, such exquisite power. Fast Track skidded to a halt before transforming again. Feedback. Ben called out, returning to the energy-manipulating form. This time, his target wasn't the central apparatus but Vilgax himself, specifically, the transmitter integrated into his armor. Feedback launched himself at Vilgax, his plugged appendages aimed at the chest plate device. The warlord, recognizing Ben's intention, deployed defensive measures, a force field that momentarily blocked Ben's approach. You cannot stop the harvesting, Tennyson, Vilgax declared. It is already sustaining itself, a self-perpetuating cycle. The more fear it generates, the more power I receive. From the projection booth, Batman's voice came through the communicator. The system operates on a resonance principle. The signal creates fear, which generates energy, which amplifies the signal. Breaking the cycle requires disrupting all three components simultaneously. Working on it, Feedback replied tensely, looking for openings in Vilgax's defenses. Oracle, status on secondary teams. Stephanie has secured the northern relay, Barbara reported. Talia reports eastern facility nearly contained. Selina still encountering heavy resistance at the southern location. The Grandmaster observed the battle with evident satisfaction. You see the futility of your position, they called to Batman. Even if you manage to disable this facility, the network has achieved sufficient distribution to sustain itself. Gotham's population now serves the court's purpose, and through our arrangement, Vilgax's as well. But Ben had identified a potential vulnerability. As Vilgax absorbed more energy from the fear harvesting, the transmitter in his chest plate had to expend increasing power to maintain the signal's integrity. This created fluctuations in his defensive systems, brief moments when the force field weakened to redirect power to the transmitter. Batman, Feedback called out, can you create a power surge in the projection booth systems? Something that would force Vilgax's transmitter to compensate. Batman understood immediately. Overloading the primary relay. Stand by. Seconds later, the theater's electrical systems surged wildly as Batman created a massive power spike in the projection booth. As predicted, Vilgax's transmitter automatically adjusted to maintain signal integrity, momentarily weakening his defensive force field. Feedback seized the opportunity, launching himself through the gap in Vilgax's defenses and latching onto the chest plate device with all four of his plugged appendages. Immediately, he began absorbing the energy flowing through the transmitter, not just electrical power but the converted fear energy being harvested from Gotham's population. No! Vilgax roared, trying to dislodge Ben physically. Release me immediately. But feedback held firm, continuing to drain the transmitter's energy. The sensation was unlike anything Ben had experienced before, not simple electricity but something more complex, carrying emotional resonances that felt simultaneously alien and disturbingly familiar. He was absorbing the concentrated fear of thousands, channeled through Vilgax's alien technology. Oracle, Batman called from the projection booth, prepare to introduce signal disruption on my mark. Secondary team stand by to deactivate relays simultaneously. Ready, Barbara confirmed. Teams in position. The Grandmaster, recognizing their plan was in jeopardy, activated additional protocols through their remote. Initiate contingency harvesting. Maximum extraction. On the screens around the theater, the affected Gothamites showed signs of intensifying distress, their fear responses amplifying dramatically as the system demanded more energy. Ben could feel the surge through his connection to Vilgax's transmitter, the harvesting accelerating to dangerous levels. They're pushing the system beyond safe parameters, Batman reported urgently. The neural feedback could cause permanent damage to the affected population. Ben had to make a critical decision. Feedback could continue absorbing the energy, potentially overloading himself in the process, or he could redirect it, but where? The theater's systems were already at capacity, and simply releasing such concentrated energy could cause catastrophic damage. I need a target, he called out, struggling to contain the rapidly increasing power flowing through him. Somewhere to redirect this energy before it overloads. Batman's tactical mind provided the solution instantly. The court's own neural interface system. Reverse the flow, send the harvested fear energy back through their own network. It was elegant in its simplicity. Ben began channeling the absorbed energy toward the theater's central apparatus, reversing the flow that the court had established. Instead of harvesting fear from Gotham's population, he was redirecting it into the court's own systems. What are you doing? The Grandmaster demanded, actual alarm evident in their synthesized voice as the screens began displaying warning messages. Stop this immediately. Oracle, now. Batman commanded. Signal disruption and relay deactivation on my mark. 3, 2, 1, execute. In perfect synchronization, Barbara launched the disruption signal they had prepared while the secondary teams deactivated their respective relay stations. Simultaneously, feedback completed his energy redirection, channeling the harvested fear directly into the court's own neural interface network. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The court systems, designed to process fear energy in one direction only, overloaded instantly. Throughout the theater, equipment sparked and failed as the redirected energy surged through circuits never intended to receive such concentrated power. Vilgax roared in rage as his connection to the harvesting network was severed, the transmitter in his chest plate shorting out in a shower of sparks. The sudden energy loss caused him to stagger backward, momentarily vulnerable as his systems attempted to compensate. The loop is broken, Barbara confirmed through the communicator. Signal disruption successful at all points. Affected civilians showing signs of recovery. The Grandmaster frantically attempted to activate backup systems, but Batman had anticipated this move. From the projection booth, he triggered the remaining EMP devices they had planted throughout the theater, completely disabling any lingering court technology. As the systems failed around them, court operatives began a tactical retreat, disappearing through hidden exits built into the theater's original structure. The Grandmaster, seeing their carefully orchestrated plan collapsing, activated what appeared to be a personal teleportation device, a small disc on their ceremonial robes that began glowing with familiar energy. "This is merely one battle in an eternal war, detective," they declared as the teleportation field began to form around them. "The court endures, as it always has. As it always will." Batman launched a specialized batarang designed to disrupt electronic systems, but it passed through the teleportation field milliseconds too late. The Grandmaster had vanished, escaping to fight another day. Ben transformed back to human form, exhausted from the immense energy manipulation he had performed as feedback. But there was no time to rest. Vilgax remained, and while his connection to the harvesting network had been severed, the warlord himself was far from defeated. "Your interference has cost me greatly, Tennyson," Vilgax snarled, his armor reconfiguring as backup systems activated. "The court promised me the power of an entire city sphere. Now I will settle for the satisfaction of finally destroying you." Batman descended from the projection booth, landing beside Ben in a battle-ready stance. "You're outnumbered, Vilgax. Your alliance has failed. Your technology is disabled. Surrender now." Vilgax laughed, the sound rumbling like distant thunder. "Surrender? To a human and a child who squanders the greatest power in the universe?" His massive arms extended, mechanical components reconfiguring into weapons. "I think not." Ben knew Vilgax well enough to recognize the desperate rage in his enemy's eyes. The warlord had invested considerable resources in this alliance with the court, adapting his technology to their purposes in exchange for what he believed would be enough power to finally defeat Ben and claim the Omnitrix. With that plan now in ruins, he had nothing left to lose. "Batman," Ben said quietly, "Vilgax at this point is more dangerous than ever. He's cornered, humiliated, and has no reason to hold back." "Understood," Batman replied, subtly shifting his stance to a more defensive position. "Recommendations?" Ben appreciated that Batman, arguably the greatest tactical mind on Earth, would defer to his experience with this particular enemy. "He'll expect me to transform into something powerful, humongous or Diamond Head. Something that can match him physically. But that's playing to his strengths." Batman nodded almost imperceptibly. "Misdirection, then." "Exactly." Ben activated the Omnitrix, cycling deliberately past several powerful alien forms, making sure Vilgax could see his selection process. "Time for something different." Vilgax launched his attack before Ben could transform, firing energy blasts from his reconfigured weapons while simultaneously charging forward. Batman responded instantly, throwing smoke pellets that obscured their position while firing his grapnel to pull both himself and Ben to a higher vantage point. Through the smoke, Ben activated the Omnitrix. "Gray matter," he called out, transforming into the tiny, frog-like alien with enhanced intelligence rather than physical power. Vilgax burst through the smoke, expecting to face one of Ben's more physically imposing transformations. His momentary confusion at finding no opponent gave Batman the opportunity to launch a series of specialized batarangs that targeted the joints in Vilgax's armor, points Ben had identified during their earlier analysis. Meanwhile, gray matter had leapt onto Vilgax's back, his tiny form nearly impossible to detect as he scurried toward the warlord's primary control systems located at the base of his skull. With gray matter's enhanced intelligence and intimate knowledge of Vilgax's technology, Ben quickly identified the critical components. "Batman, I need a distraction." Gray matter called out. 30 seconds to disable his primary systems. Batman didn't hesitate, engaging Vilgax directly despite the significant power differential. He moved with the fluid precision that had made him legendary, evading Vilgax's devastating attacks while landing precisely targeted strikes that forced the warlord to focus entirely on the more visible threat. "Your human ally shows admirable courage," Vilgax growled, a mechanical tentacle narrowly missing Batman's head. "But courage alone will not save him from," his statement cut off abruptly as gray matter completed his sabotage, disconnecting the neural interfaces that controlled Vilgax's weaponry and enhanced strength systems. The warlord froze mid-attack, his mechanical components suddenly non-responsive. "What have you done?" Vilgax demanded, realizing too late the nature of Ben's strategy. Gray matter leapt clear as Vilgax attempted to reach behind his own head, his movements now clumsy and uncoordinated without the neural amplification his systems usually provided. "Bypassed your primary motor control systems," Gray matter explained, transforming back into human form once safely clear. "You're running on biological function only now, no technological enhancements." Batman seized the advantage, firing a specialized restraint cable that wrapped around Vilgax's massive form, temporarily binding him as his systems continued to malfunction. The warlord struggled against the restraints, his strength still considerable even without technological enhancement, but the momentary containment gave Ben time to select his next transformation. "Way big," he called out, transforming into the massive Tecuster alien that towered over even Vilgax's impressive height. The theater's roof cracked and partly collapsed as Way Big's enormous form expanded upward, his head and shoulders extending into the night sky above Gotham. From this towering vantage point, Ben could see the effects of their operation across the city. The fear harvesting had stopped, citizens returning to normal as the signal's effects faded. In the distance, police vehicles surrounded the secondary facilities where Stephanie, Talia, and Selina had successfully neutralized the relay stations. Below, Vilgax had managed to partially free himself from Batman's restraints, but he now faced an opponent who dwarfed him in size and power. Way Big reached down, his massive hand easily encircling Vilgax's entire body. "It's over, Vilgax," Way Big declared, his voice booming across the shattered theater. "Your alliance with the court has failed. Your technology is disabled. You've lost, again." Vilgax's red eyes burned with hatred, but even he recognized the futility of his position. "This defeat changes nothing, Tennyson. I will return, as I always do. And next time, I will not rely on inferior Earth allies to achieve my goals." "There's always a next time with you," Way Big acknowledged. But for now, he tightened his grip slightly, ensuring the warlord couldn't access any hidden weapons or escape devices. "You're going somewhere secure. Somewhere designed specifically to hold beings like you." Through their still-functional communicator, Barbara's voice reported welcome news. "Plumber containment unit en route to your location. ETA 3 minutes. They responded to the alien energy signature we reported." Batman had grappled to a position atop one of the remaining theater walls, surveying the destruction with his characteristic stoicism. "Citywide status," he requested. "Recovery protocols initiated at all affected locations," Barbara confirmed. "Preliminary reports indicate no fatalities from the fear harvesting, though there are numerous cases of psychological trauma requiring treatment. Gordon has emergency services coordinating with hospitals citywide." Within minutes, a specialized plumber ship arrived, Earth's interstellar peacekeeping force responding with impressive efficiency to the alien threat in their jurisdiction. The containment unit they deployed was specifically calibrated for Vilgax, having held him on previous occasions. Ben transformed back to human form once Vilgax was securely contained, watching as the plumbers prepared to transport their prisoner to a maximum security facility designed for dangerous extraterrestrial criminals. The warlord's final glare promised future retribution, but for now, at least, that particular threat had been neutralized. As the plumber ship departed, Ben turned to find Batman surveying the remains of the court's harvesting technology with focused intensity. Despite the successful outcome of their mission, the Dark Knight's expression remained grim. "They'll rebuild," Batman stated, not a question but a certainty. "The court always does." "Probably," Ben acknowledged, approaching to stand beside him amid the wreckage. "But they've lost a powerful ally in Vilgax, and we've identified more of their operations than ever before." "That's not nothing." Batman's lips tightened in what might have been agreement. "And we've proven they can be beaten when they overreach. Their greatest vulnerability is their ambition. They wanted Gotham's fear as a power source, but it became their undoing." Before Ben could respond, their communicators activated with incoming reports from the secondary teams. One by one, Stephanie, Talia, and Selina confirmed the successful neutralization of their respective targets, with court operatives either captured or fled. Rendezvous at the clock tower, Batman instructed. Full debrief and medical assessment for all team members. As they prepared to depart the ruined theater, Ben paused to look back at what had nearly become ground zero for a catastrophic exploitation of Gotham's population. The court had seen its citizens as nothing but resources to be harvested, their fear converted into power to serve alien technology. It represented everything Ben had come to recognize as Gotham's greatest threat, not just criminals or supervillains, but the belief that some lived to rule while others existed to be used. "You're thinking about something," Batman observed, his perceptiveness evident despite his physical exhaustion. "Just processing," Ben admitted. "The court, Vilgax, they both see power as something to take from others. But that's not how it works, not really." He glanced at the Omnitrix on his wrist. "Real power comes from what you're willing to give, not what you can take." Batman studied him for a long moment, something almost like approval flickering in his otherwise stoic expression. "Gotham's changed you," he noted. "For the better, I think." "It has a way of doing that," Ben agreed with a small smile. "When it doesn't break you completely." "The difference is choice," Batman said, echoing Selina's earlier observation with such precision that Ben wondered if they had discussed this very topic in the past. "Choosing who you become after the breaking and remaking." They exited the theater into the Gotham night, where emergency vehicles created islands of flashing light amid the darkness. Citizens were cautiously returning to streets they had fled in terror just hours before, the resilience that characterized Gotham already reasserting itself. "So who have I become?" Ben asked quietly, genuinely curious about Batman's assessment. Batman considered the question with characteristic seriousness. "Someone who understands that power without purpose is meaningless. Someone who sees people rather than problems." A ghost of a smile crossed his face. "Someone who no longer needs to pretend to be Batman." The simple truth of that observation resonated deeply. When Ben had first arrived in Gotham, he had adopted the Batman persona out of a belief that the city needed its symbolic protector. What he hadn't recognized then was that Gotham didn't just need a symbol, it needed defenders who brought their authentic selves to the fight. "High praise coming from the original," Ben replied with a smile. "Not praise," Batman corrected. "Observation." They made their way toward where the Batmobile waited in a nearby alley, both exhausted but satisfied with the night's outcome. As they approached the vehicle, Batman paused, seeming to consider something before speaking again. "Gotham will always need protectors," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "People who understand both its darkness and its potential." Ben recognized the statement for what it was, not quite an invitation to stay, but an acknowledgement that he had earned a place among the city's defenders if he chose to claim it. "I've been thinking about that," Ben admitted. "About what comes next?" Batman simply nodded, neither pressing for an answer nor offering direction. That, too, was a form of respect, allowing Ben to make his own choice rather than influencing his decision. As they drove through Gotham's slowly recovering streets toward the clock tower where their allies waited, Ben watched the city pass by with new eyes. What had begun as temporary escape had evolved into something he hadn't expected, a connection to place and people that transcended his original intentions. Whatever decision he made about his future, Ben knew one thing with certainty: Gotham had claimed a piece of him that would never fully belong anywhere else again. The clock tower's main chamber buzzed with activity as the various teams reported their findings, compared notes, and attended to minor injuries sustained during the operation. Barbara coordinated with GCPD and emergency services from her command center, ensuring the city's recovery proceeded as smoothly as possible under the circumstances. Stephanie paced excitedly, still running on adrenaline as she recounted her team's successful neutralization of the Northern Relay Station. "You should have seen it. They had these weird energy weapons, but we managed to short-circuit their power supply, and then it was just hand-to-hand, which is kind of my specialty, so." Talia maintained her usual composure, methodically cataloging the alien technology her operatives had secured from the eastern facility. Her clinical efficiency contrasted with Stephanie's enthusiasm, yet both had accomplished their objectives with equal effectiveness. Selina lounged on a nearby couch, an ice pack applied to her shoulder where she'd sustained a minor injury. "Next time we fight alien-enhanced secret societies," she drawled, "I want the easy assignment." The southern facility had twice the security of the others. "Which is why we sent you there," Batman pointed out, his attention focused on the samples of court technology they had recovered. "Your infiltration skills were necessary for the most heavily defended location." "Flattery will get you everywhere, Bruce," Selina replied with a smirk. "But next time, a heads up about the laser grid would be nice." Their banter continued as Ben moved through the space, checking on each team member, genuinely concerned about their well-being. Despite the successful outcome, the operation had pushed everyone to their limits, confronting threats that combined the worst aspects of both human and alien evil. Barbara eventually called for attention, wheeling to a position where everyone could see her. "Preliminary reports from across the city confirm the fear harvesting has been completely neutralized," she announced. "Medical services are treating approximately 300 citizens for various levels of psychological trauma, but remarkably, no fatalities have been reported." "The court's careful calibration," Batman observed grimly. "They designed the system to extract fear without killing the source, more efficient that way." "Small mercies," Selina muttered. "What about Vilgax?" Stephanie asked, turning to Ben. "The plumbers have him contained, right?" Ben nodded. "Maximum security transport to the Null Void, a dimensional prison designed specifically for the worst interstellar criminals. He's escaped before, but the security protocols have been significantly enhanced since then." "And the court?" Talia inquired, her attention directed primarily at Batman. "Their Grandmaster escaped, along with most of their leadership. They'll go to ground," Batman confirmed. "Temporarily. But we've dealt them a significant blow, exposed more of their operations than ever before, captured dozens of their operatives, and destroyed technology they spent months developing. Not to mention embarrassed them thoroughly," Selina added with satisfaction. "The court hates public failure more than anything." Barbara pulled up a map of Gotham on her main display, highlighting locations where court activities had been confirmed. "We've identified 17 properties connected to their operations. Gordon has search warrants for each location, and GCPD tactical teams are conducting coordinated raids as we speak." "The court has existed for centuries," Batman cautioned. "They won't be dismantled in a night. But they've been wounded, exposed. That gives us an advantage we've never had before." The conversation continued, analyzing the operation's outcomes and planning next steps to capitalize on their success. Ben found himself watching the interaction with a blend of admiration and something like nostalgia, though the events were barely hours old. This team, this unusual collection of individuals with their different methods and motivations, had accomplished something remarkable together. As the debrief concluded, team members gradually dispersed to rest and recover. Talia departed first, citing the need to coordinate with her father's organization regarding the alien technology they had encountered. Stephanie left shortly thereafter for her apartment, promising to return after catching some much-needed sleep. Barbara remained at her command center, continuing to monitor Gotham's recovery efforts with characteristic thoroughness. Ben found himself on the clock tower's balcony, looking out over the city as dawn approached. The eastern sky had begun to lighten, the first hints of color pushing back the darkness that had cloaked Gotham during their operation. Somehow, it seemed appropriate, a visual metaphor for what they had accomplished. He heard the balcony door open behind him but didn't turn, recognizing Selina's distinctive footsteps. She joined him at the railing, her shoulder gently brushing against his as they stood in companionable silence watching the approaching dawn. "So," she finally said, her voice softer than usual. "The great hero saves the city again. What happens in the next chapter of the story?" Ben smiled slightly at her phrasing. "That's what I've been trying to figure out. When I came to Gotham, I was running from something. Then I was fighting for something. Now you're deciding whether to stay for something," Selina finished perceptively. Yeah. He turned to face her, struck once again by the intelligence and complexity in those green eyes. What would you think if I did? Stay, I mean. Selina studied him, her expression uncharacteristically serious. I think Gotham would be lucky to keep you. But I also think you need to be sure it's what you want, not what you think others want from you. She glanced back toward the clock tower interior, where Batman could be seen conferring with Barbara. This city has a way of becoming an obligation rather than a choice if you're not careful. Is that what it is for you? Ben asked. An obligation? Selina considered the question with surprising candor. It was never supposed to be. I was always just looking out for myself, taking what I wanted, enjoying the game. A complicated smile crossed her features. Then somewhere along the way, I started caring about what happened to this damned city. Not all of it, not all the time, I'm not that selfless. But enough that I keep coming back, keep fighting for it despite myself. That sounds more like love than obligation, Ben observed quietly. Maybe they're not so different, when it comes to places that get under your skin. She turned back to the view, where Gotham was emerging from darkness into the soft colors of dawn. The question is whether Gotham's under yours. Before Ben could respond, the balcony door opened again, and Batman joined them. He had removed his cowl, allowing Bruce Wayne's face to show, tired, marked by the recent ordeal, but clear-eyed and focused as ever. Gordon reports the last of the court facilities has been secured, he informed them. No sign of the Grand Master or senior leadership, but significant evidence recovered. It will take months to process everything. And the citizens affected by the fear harvesting? Ben asked. Recovering, Bruce confirmed. The effects appear to diminish naturally once the signal stops. Those most severely impacted are receiving specialized care. He glanced at Selina. Your suggestion to involve Dr. Quinzel was helpful. Her expertise in fear-based trauma is proving valuable. Harley's always had insight into the darker corners of the mind, Selina replied with a shrug. Might as well put it to constructive use. Bruce turned his attention to Ben. You should know that word of Vilgax's capture has spread through certain channels. The plumbers have requested a full debrief on the technology he was employing in conjunction with the court. I figured they would, Ben acknowledged. I'll provide everything we learned. A moment of silence fell between them, comfortable but weighted with unspoken questions about what came next. Bruce finally addressed what they had all been considering. You've earned a place here, he stated simply. If you want it. Gotham could use someone with your perspective and abilities. Coming from Batman, this constituted an extraordinary endorsement. Ben felt the significance of the offer, not just permission to remain in Batman City, but recognition as a valued ally. Thank you, he replied sincerely. That means a lot, especially coming from you. But I need to think about what's next. For me, for the Omnitrix, for everything. Bruce nodded, respecting his need for consideration without pressing for an immediate answer. Take the time you need. The offer stands. With that, he returned inside, leaving Ben and Selina alone on the balcony once more. Well, Selina said with a hint of her usual playfulness, if that isn't a ringing endorsement from the big bad bat, I don't know what is. He's practically adopted you into the family. Ben laughed. I think that might be overstating it a bit. Please, Selina scoffed. Bruce doesn't invite just anyone to protect his city alongside him. Trust me on this. The sun had begun to rise in earnest now, its light catching on Gotham's countless windows and creating a glittering cityscape that belied the darkness they had confronted hours before. Ben was struck once again by the city's resilience, its capacity to endure and recover despite the shadows that perpetually threatened to consume it. Whatever you decide, Selina said quietly, you've made a difference here. Not just fighting the court or Vilgax, but showing people another way to be a hero. One that doesn't require becoming the darkness to fight it. She leaned in and kissed him then, not the passionate kiss from before their mission, nor the playful one she'd given for luck, but something gentler, almost wistful. When she pulled away, her expression held a vulnerability she rarely allowed others to see. "Think about it, alien boy," she said softly. "Some of us might miss you if you go." With that, she turned and walked back into the clock tower, leaving Ben alone with the rising sun and the complex emotions her words had stirred. He remained on the balcony for some time, watching as Gotham transformed in the morning light, still the same city of shadows and secrets, but also a place of unexpected connections and remarkable strength. Whatever decision he made, Ben knew one thing with absolute certainty: his time in Gotham had changed him in ways that would remain part of him forever, whether he stayed or moved on. And perhaps that was the city's greatest power, not the fear it could inspire, but the transformation it demanded from those who dared to defend it. 1 week later, Ben stood in his loft apartment, packing the last of his belongings into a duffel bag. The space looked much as it had when he'd arrived months ago, sparse, impersonal, more way station than home. Yet his memories of Gotham filled it with significance that transcended its physical simplicity. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. When he opened it, he found Stephanie standing in the hallway, holding a coffee cup from Gotham Central Coffee where they had first met. "Figured you might need this," she said, offering the cup with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Fuel for the road and all that." "Thanks," Ben replied, gesturing her inside. "I was just finishing up." Stephanie entered, surveying the packed bags with poorly concealed disappointment. "So you're really doing it? Leaving Gotham?" "Not permanently," Ben clarified, taking a sip of the coffee, prepared exactly how he liked it, he noted with appreciation. "Just. I need to reconnect with some things. People. Sort out what comes next." "I get it," Stephanie said, though her tone suggested only partial understanding. "Gotham isn't for everyone long-term. It's a lot to handle." "It's not that," Ben assured her, setting down the coffee to focus on the conversation. "Gotham is incredible, actually. Challenging, terrifying sometimes, but also remarkable in ways I never expected." "Then why go?" she asked directly, the question that had been implicit in every conversation since he'd announced his departure. Ben considered how to explain the complex mix of reasons behind his decision. "Part of being a hero is knowing yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, your purpose. When I came to Gotham, I was running from things I needed to face. Now I need to go back and actually face them, not just to move forward but to be sure about where I want that forward to be." Stephanie nodded slowly, beginning to understand. "And you can't be sure about Gotham until you've dealt with what you left behind." "Something like that," Ben agreed, grateful for her perception. "Plus, there are people I care about who deserve explanations. My cousin Gwen, my friend Kevin, my grandfather. I disappeared into Gotham without really telling them why." "Family stuff," Stephanie acknowledged. "That makes sense." She looked around the apartment one more time, her expression softening. "Well, for what it's worth, you made a difference here. Not just with the big stuff like the court and Vilgax, but you helped remind this city that heroes can still be hopeful. That matters in Gotham, maybe more than anywhere." Ben felt unexpectedly touched by her assessment. "Thank you. That means a lot. Just don't be a stranger, okay?" Stephanie said, reverting to her more typical direct manner. "You've got friends here now. People who care what happens to you." "I know," Ben assured her. "And I'm not disappearing. I'll be back, I'm just not sure yet in what capacity." "Well, figure it out soon," she advised with a small smile. "Because Gotham has a way of moving on without waiting for anyone. Even alien heroes with fancy watches." After Stephanie left, Ben finished his packing, his thoughts drifting to the conversations he'd had with others over the past week. Barbara had been practical but warm, providing him with specialized communication technology to keep in touch with the team. Batman had been typically reserved yet somehow conveyed both respect and an open door for future collaboration. Talia had offered a formal but surprisingly sincere acknowledgement of his contributions, along with an unexpected invitation to visit one of her father's compounds, should you wish to expand your understanding of human potential. The only person he hadn't properly spoken with was Selina. She had vanished after their conversation on the clock tower balcony, something not entirely unusual for her mercurial nature. Batman had mentioned offhandedly that she was following up on something related to the court, but Ben suspected her absence might also be connected to what had developed between them during his time in Gotham. As he shouldered his duffel bag and took a final look around the apartment, Ben felt the familiar mix of anticipation and melancholy that accompanied significant transitions. Gotham had been more than just another city to protect, it had been a crucible that had reshaped his understanding of heroism, power, and purpose. The street outside was busy with midday traffic, Gothamites going about their lives with the resilient determination that characterized the city's population. Ben hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to the bus station where he would begin the journey back to Bellwood, back to the places and people he had left behind months ago. As the taxi navigated Gotham's streets, Ben watched the familiar landmarks pass by, the Gothic spires and modern skyscrapers, the parks and bridges, the stark contrasts between wealth and poverty that defined the city's geography. He found himself memorizing details, storing away impressions that he might revisit later when deciding what came next. The taxi had just turned onto the boulevard leading toward the bus station when Ben noticed something unusual on a nearby rooftop, a figure in black, perched on a gargoyle, watching his progress. Even from a distance, he recognized Selina's silhouette, her form unmistakable against the midday sky. "Pull over for a minute," he instructed the driver, who complied with the typical Gotham cabbie's indifference to unusual requests. Ben stepped out of the taxi, looking up at the rooftop where Selina remained visible, making no attempt to conceal her presence. She was too far away for normal conversation, but she had clearly wanted him to see her, a goodbye on her own terms. He raised a hand in acknowledgement, a gesture both of farewell and recognition of what had remained unspoken between them. After a moment, Selina returned the gesture before disappearing from the rooftop's edge with her characteristic grace. Ben smiled slightly as he returned to the taxi. That was so typically Selina, present yet elusive, intimate yet independent, offering connection while maintaining her freedom to come and go on her own terms. In many ways, she embodied what he had come to value most about his time in Gotham, the complexity that defied simple categorization, the contradictions that somehow created something more truthful than consistency ever could. "Change of plans," he told the driver. "Take me to Wayne Tower instead." If he was going to leave, even temporarily, there was one more conversation he needed to have, one more piece to put in place before he could truly decide what came next. Bruce Wayne's office occupied the top floor of Wayne Tower, offering panoramic views of the city he protected both as CEO and masked vigilante. When Ben was shown in by a discreetly efficient assistant, he found Bruce standing at the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at Gotham with the same intensity he brought to everything. "Ben," Bruce acknowledged without turning, having recognized his visitor from the reflection in the glass. "I thought you were leaving today." "I am," Ben confirmed, approaching the window to stand beside him. "But there's something I wanted to discuss first." Bruce turned then, studying Ben with that penetrating gaze that seemed to see through pretense. Despite the elegant business suit that replaced the bat suit, his presence remained commanding, perhaps even more so in this environment where he wielded different but equally significant power. "I'm listening," Bruce said simply. Ben took a deep breath, organizing thoughts he had been considering throughout the past week. "When I came to Gotham, I was looking for. I'm not sure exactly. Distraction. Purpose. A way forward when I felt stuck in place." Bruce nodded slightly, neither interrupting nor prompting, simply allowing Ben the space to express himself. "What I found was something I didn't expect," Ben continued. "Not just battles to fight or people to save, but a different way of thinking about what it means to be a hero. In the past, I've always relied on the Omnitrix, becoming something else to solve problems. But here, I learned that transformation is about more than just changing forms. It's about perspective," Bruce observed quietly. Seeing problems from different angles. Understanding that power takes many forms. Exactly, Ben agreed, appreciating Bruce's insight. And I've realized something important, something I need to integrate before I can decide about my future here or anywhere else. The Omnitrix has always been a tool, but sometimes I've let it define me too completely. Gotham helped me see that Ben Tennyson needs to be whole on his own terms, not just as the wielder of the Omnitrix. Bruce's expression remained thoughtful, processing Ben's words with characteristic depth. So you're leaving to reclaim aspects of yourself you've neglected. In a way, yes, Ben acknowledged. To reconnect with the people and places that shaped me before the Omnitrix. To make sure that whatever I decide next comes from wholeness, not from running away or hiding in heroism. A wise approach, Bruce said with what appeared to be genuine approval. Few heroes recognize the importance of that integration until much later in their journeys, often after significant damage has been done. The observation carried the weight of personal experience, though Bruce didn't elaborate further. Instead, he moved to his desk and retrieved something from a drawer, a small device that resembled the specialized communicator Barbara had given Ben earlier. "This is for you," Bruce said, offering it to Ben. "More than just a communication tool. It's access to our network, our resources. A recognition that whatever you decide about your future in Gotham, you've earned a place among its defenders." Ben accepted the device, understanding its significance went far beyond its technological capabilities. This was Batman extending formal alliance, something he did rarely and with extreme selectivity. "Thank you," Ben said sincerely. "That means a lot." Bruce nodded once, acknowledgement without unnecessary elaboration. "Gotham will be here when you've finished what you need to do. And so will we." The "we" carried particular weight, confirmation that Ben had become part of something larger during his time in the city, connections that would remain regardless of physical presence or absence. As Ben prepared to leave, Bruce offered one final observation. "Integration is crucial, but don't lose sight of what you discovered here. Gotham has a way of revealing essential truths about those who engage with it deeply." "I've noticed," Ben replied with a small smile. "I think that's part of why it gets under your skin." "Indeed." The ghost of a smile crossed Bruce's usually stoic features. "Safe travels, Ben Tennyson. Until next time." Ben left Wayne Tower with a sense of completion, not ending but transition, movement towards something rather than away. The bus station awaited, and beyond it Bellwood, his family, the threads of his previous life that needed to be gathered and rewoven into something coherent before he could truly move forward. As his taxi navigated through downtown Gotham one last time, Ben looked up at the city's skyline, all soaring ambition and shadowed corners, grandeur and grit intermingled in perfect contradiction. He had arrived months ago seeking escape and found instead a crucible that had burned away illusions and revealed deeper truths. Whatever came next, Gotham had claimed a piece of his story that would never belong anywhere else. And perhaps, in some small way, he had claimed a piece of Gotham in return, adding another layer to the complex tapestry of a city that had endured centuries of darkness while never quite surrendering to it completely. The Omnitrix gleamed on his wrist, catching the sunlight as the taxi turned onto the highway leading out of the city. Its familiar weight felt different now, not a burden of responsibility or a source of power, but a tool integrated into a larger understanding of heroism that Gotham had helped him discover. Ben Tennyson was leaving Gotham, but he carried its lessons with him. And somewhere in the city's shadows, he knew, his allies continued their endless work, Barbara coordinating from her clock tower, Stephanie patrolling the university district, Talia moving between worlds of shadow and light, Selina dancing along the boundaries of law and chaos, and Batman standing eternal vigil from the highest perches. Gotham endured, as it always had. And Ben would return, transformed not by the Omnitrix but by the city itself, ready to take his place among its defenders with clearer purpose and deeper understanding than before. Some transformations, after all, changed more than just physical form. The most important ones changed the hero within. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.